tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. How's the audio? It is March 15th, 2025, and we find ourselves here again live ahead of a potentially pretty major tornado outbreak. Camera's going to come on here in 3, 2, 1. Maybe. There it is. What in the heck happened? Did we have an earthquake last night, Bulls? It's a little crooked, ain't it? All right. Anyways, we are live here ahead of what is likely going to be a tornado outbreak. And it could be a pretty significant one, okay? So once again, it's March 15th. It's currently 11:41 local. It's 10:41 central. We just got ourselves a tornado watch, and I want to start off today's live stream talking about that tornado watch, even though we do have tornado warnings in effect already. We're going to get to that in a moment. This tornado watch is a really big deal. We've got ourselves a PDS tornado watch, and it is not, it's not even your average PDS tornado watch. So what we normally say, right, whenever we have a PDS tornado watch is this is not your typical tornado watch. It means that conditions are especially favorable for severe weather, and that is true today. But even on top of that, this is the second highest, or actually this is the highest possible PDS tornado watch that can be issued from the Storm Prediction Center, and it's the second time only in the history of ever that this level of a PDS tornado watch has been issued. The probabilities are 95-95, meaning that there is a 95% probability that we see at least two tornadoes. There's a 95% chance that those tornadoes, at least a couple of those tornadoes, will cause EF2 to EF5 damage. That is an absurd amount of confidence from the Storm Prediction Center, and something that we have only ever seen twice. Ever. So everything is coming together today for this to be a major tornado outbreak, potentially of historic proportions. So please help us get the word out there. Yesterday, we did a really good job of sharing our live stream and getting it out there in front of as many people as possible. We got in front of something like 3 million people yesterday. We need to do that again today, so please put us out there on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, whatever it is. Send us in a text message to your family members or friends that live in this area, and let them know that we're going to be providing a free and commercial-free, nonstop, no-break coverage of this severe weather situation for the entirety of the event. We are going to be here with storm chasers on the ground. We've got meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got Elijah. We've got the whole team together to try to give you information in real time as it comes out. Numerous tornadoes and several intense tornadoes expected. It's not maybe. It's not, it could happen. We are expecting numerous deadly tornadoes today in the tornado watch area from Florence down to Tupelo. This includes Starkville, Jackson, Macomb, Hattiesburg, Laurel. This goes all the way down almost to New Orleans. It includes Baton Rouge, Louisiana. This is the first tornado watch of this caliber today, and we will likely see another one issued in Alabama a little bit later. This is going along with our very rare high risk of severe weather issued by the Storm Prediction Center as well. The moderate risk now goes well into south central or middle Tennessee. This includes Huntsville, Alabama. This includes almost up to Nashville. And then it includes the moderate risk goes down into the Florida Panhandle and back into eastern portions of Louisiana. This is still driven by our tornado risk. Our biggest problem that we're going to have today is the tornadoes. out here in Mississippi and Alabama. We got a 10% hatched risk from Nashville, Knoxville over to Atlanta, back down towards Lafayette. And then we've got a 15% hatched risk of tornadoes today in Huntsville, down towards Montgomery, and then back down towards Rolling Fork and some of the areas where we have tornado warnings right now. Our storms haven't even gotten into the 30% hatched risk area, which is going to be obviously where we have the most favorable conditions for strong to violent tornadoes today. And that includes Hattiesburg and Birmingham, and Tuscaloosa and Meridian. So make sure you've got your plan in place. Make sure you are ready to take shelter today. One of the things that we've got to keep in mind is that we want to have the ability to quickly get to shelter and have everything ready. Have your pets ready to go, your children. Have a go bag. Be prepared to potentially have to evacuate your home in the event of a tornado emergency where you've got to evacuate because there's some sort of damage. You might have to walk over splintered woods, nails, glass. So you want to make sure everybody's got closed-toed shoes, have helmets and ways to protect your head in your safe spots, because the number one way you're going to get injured in a situation like this is from falling debris. Now, let's talk about the ongoing PDS tornado warning that's already in effect here for areas just north of Rolling Fork. Okay, so this is for Humphreys, LaFleur, and Sharkey counties, also Washington County in Mississippi. We've got a tornado on the ground here south and east of Hollandale. It's in a fairly remote area right now, so that's good. But it's going to be moving up into the Murphy and Congo area here soon, and then it's going right towards Belzoni and Isola, which are some places that were, in our zone of interest last night that Brad was on. So make sure you guys are taking shelter. This is a big tornado, and it's probably going to be our first one of many today. We've got an update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, good morning. As far as I can tell, that tornado is not on the ground. The warning is a radar indicated PDS, simply in place for the environment and the potential of the storm to produce a significant tornado already. So we do not have confirmation that that is on the ground. Oh, okay, so now it is on the ground that I'm hearing from Elijah, but via this warning, we did not have a confirmation yet. So we're waiting for that debris signature to show up on radar at the moment, but from what we could tell in this warning, it was not on the ground. So I would also like to remind you to start your stream in Discord, and I've got some Y'all Watches for you to check out after that.
All right. Actually, while I go ahead and start up the stream, go ahead and talk about the Y'all Watch here, if that's all right. I'm on the Norwood one right now.
Gotcha. So I've issued 2 Y'all Watches for that sort of a prefrontal confluence zone, which simply means our cold front is back behind a ways in Louisiana, or our dry line, our initiating boundary, primary one at that. And a prefrontal convergence zone is simply where we have a bunch of storms that are coming up simply because winds are meeting in this spot in southwest Mississippi. So a couple of areas of interest. One is already tornado warned near Gloucester and Crosby, Mississippi, northeastern Wilkinson County, and northwestern Amite County. Amite County, got it. Oh my goodness, that one always gets me. So we have that tornado warned storm there that's passing near Crosby, likely to be warned into Franklin County, Mississippi as well. But a couple more areas of interest. One exists to the south of that near Centerville. That's another supercell, and it is one that's further south and thus has some more unimpeded inflow into that storm. It's not being modified by as much rain in the area, so we could see that one take off. I have a low confidence in that at the moment. And then in addition to that, I saw some rotation, albeit weak, in that supercell to the north of the tornado warned storm near Fayette, Mississippi, into Jefferson County. So neither of the storms to the north and south of that warning in southwest Mississippi are warned yet from the National Weather Service. However, I see some low potential in both of them shaping up over the next 30 minutes. So y'all watch out.
All right, thank you so much. Meteorologist Andy Hill is going to be continuing to monitor these storms as they pop up. We will have these dashed lined polygons popping up to help us visually understand the storms that he's talking about. And this is an example of a Y'all Watch. And anytime you see that, it just means y'all watch out. We're awaiting, the official warning from the National Weather Service, but we believe it might be coming soon. So just a little bit of an early heads up there. This is what's happening right now. Let's take a look at satellite, shall we? Just to show the incredible dynamics that are coming together to make this happen. We've got big time 500 millibar trough, this is a very classic huge tornado outbreak signature. But one of the things that makes this kind of special and kind of different is there's a little bit of kind of like a backwards section of it right here, a little bit of an opposite of a dip, maybe a little bit of a shortwave ridge in that large trough here that's allowing for some major backed winds to kind of get sucked up into the main storm system here. And you can see that so clearly in the satellite imagery. Notice how all these low-level clouds are racing across Mississippi, southern Alabama, into the larger frontal area where the upper level and mid-level winds are blowing this way. This is an incredible setup for wind shear. And it's also an incredible setup because, even sometimes whenever we get a large trough like this, all the ingredients are there. But what happens is you get a big cold front that very quickly just sweeps through and, takes away all of the instability and gets rid of that open warm sector. And that is going to happen at some point this evening. But the fact that we had that little shortwave ridge almost in the overall trough here is going to actually keep that from happening for enough time to potentially allow us to have an outbreak of supercells here that will produce long track, potentially violent tornadoes. So it's meteorologically, this is incredible to look at. But for the residents of Mississippi and Alabama especially, this is not good. Everything is coming together once again for a major tornado outbreak here. The only thing that we've got going for us, the only thing that we're going to kind of root for here today is that cold front. We're going to hope that it speeds up. We're going to hope that it sweeps the warm sector sooner rather than later. But as of right now, we've got a wide open warm sector, and that's where these, that's where these storms are popping up right now in the new PDS Tornado Watch. Fayette, we're watching out for you guys. We're also watching out for Red Lick and Violet. Every single one of these storms has to be watched very closely as we continue to see storms pop up. And then, of course, we've got our ongoing PDS, radar indicated PDS tornado warning in Humphreys, LaFleur, Sharkey, Sunflower, and Washington counties in Mississippi. We really want everybody to get to their safe spots. If they haven't gotten there already, Isola and Belzoni, you guys are right in the path of this thing. So please get there as quickly as you can. And then there is another tornado warning up here for Lafayette, Panola, Tallahatchie, and Yalobusha counties in Mississippi. And this is a radar indicated tornado warning. And we do believe there could be a tornado trying to form here between Oakland and Coffeyville, moving up towards Water Valley, Taylor, and Oxford. Take shelter now. Additionally, we've got some severe thunderstorm warnings, and pretty much all of these have tornado possible tags on them. This one up here coming up towards Grenada and Greenwood, which is another place that we were talking about a lot last night, has a tornado possible tag on it, and we've got 70-mile-per-hour winds coming in with this kind of line of storms here. Additionally, down here in Louisiana, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for you guys in Delhi and Tallulah. And then we've got another severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag up here for Water Valley and Oxford, but you guys are already under a tornado warning as well. So let's see if there's anything up in Tennessee right now. When I first started the stream, there was a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings up here, but right now everything is pretty much below severe limits in Tennessee. So I know we've got a lot of people watching right now up here around Nashville. The good news is right now, even though we're going to definitely have some downpours and some small hail and some lightning and it's going to storm, everything that's coming into the general Nashville area for this moment is below severe limits. I don't think that that's going to continue to be the case. But right now, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about you guys in Tennessee because we've got, bigger fish to fry farther south. If that changes, we'll come right up to you. let's see here. Once again, for anybody that is just now tuning in, let me go over to Twitter and show you on that side. Hopefully everybody's going over here to Twitter and X and Facebook and sharing all this stuff from the National Weather Service. This is our PDS Tornado Watch. If you're just now tuning in, I got to, kind of re-emphasize how important this is. This is the highest level tornado watch that can be issued, and all the parameters are maxed out. We are almost certain that we're going to have multiple tornadoes today, and a lot of them are going to be capable of producing EF2 to EF5 damage. So we need you to take this seriously. Numerous strong tornadoes expected. Scattered hail up to the size of tennis balls likely, and scattered wind gusts around 75 miles per hour likely. We got 3.4 million people in this tornado watch. This does include Tupelo, Greenwood, Columbus, Jackson, Meridian, Laurel, Hattiesburg, Baton Rouge, and Slidell. It doesn't include any of Alabama. But Alabama, you will get your turn, unfortunately, later, as there will be probably a similar kind of a tornado watch for you guys a little bit later. All right, so the PDS tornado warning is going to continue here for Humphreys, LaFleur, and Sharkey counties in Mississippi. And we are going to continue to watch this as it goes up towards Belzoni. Hopefully everybody in Belzoni is in their safe spots. I don't think our closest storm chaser right now to this is going to be Brett Adair. And we've also got a storm chaser out there, Caleb Beecham. He's in Jackson, Mississippi right now. Caleb, what's up? Muted. We are muted. You can just keep trying it, and as soon as we can hear you there, I'll flip it over to you, okay? You don't even have to worry about hitting the lights again. Just start it up whenever you get a chance. But some of the places that are in the path of our PDS tornado warning here include the Humphreys County Nursing Home. All right. We've also got stuff like the Tepper Elementary School, Humphreys County Elementary School, and Central Delta Academy in the path here. Everybody near those areas needs to be taking shelter right now. Yep, Brett Adair. He is very close to that one. We are saying y'all watch out for people in Sharkey and Issaquah counties farther to the south. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, over the last few scans, this circulation has come together in a very worrisome, rapid sense. However, what I'm seeing is that it's not quite as much of a right-moving supercell yet as the one to its north that has that tornado warning angled more to the east-northeast. That tells me that that's a healthy supercell following a right-moving track. This one isn't quite moving to the right, but the moment it starts to turn more to the east, I have much more concern with it as this velocity starts to look a little bit more wild here from the Jackson, Mississippi radar, and it certainly does on the next scan. This is not tornado warned yet, but it's passing right by Cary, and I would not be surprised if this receives a tornado warning imminently here into Sharkey County. It will pass pretty close to Rolling Fork as it goes up, especially if it starts to curve more as it becomes a healthy supercell. So I really hope this doesn't do anything right near Rolling Fork, but I'm going to issue a y'all watch out ahead of time because that velocity has come together over the last 5 minutes. So very rapidly developing situation. Let's get the word out to our friends there.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Let's go check in on our most recent severe thunderstorm warning as well that's just come out. That includes all of our tornado warned part of the storm and also the y'all watch that Andy just put out here. And it's just indicating that all this stuff is happening inside of a huge cluster of storms that's capable of producing 1 inch in diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds from as far south as Brunswick and as far north as up there towards Inverness. So y'all get ready. We're going to have a loud storm.
This is also warning has been issued.
This looks pretty juiced up, if that makes sense. There's a lot of rain here, so flash flooding is going to be a big problem. Probably in Rolling Fork up towards Silver City and Belzoni as well. New tornado warning here. Let's check in on it real quick. and this is going to be for Bude and Brookhaven in Mississippi. This is for Jefferson, Franklin, and Lincoln counties in Mississippi. Take shelter now. This is a pretty dangerous situation. We've got a rotating storm coming together here near Homochito National Forest, and it's coming up towards Bude. All right, it's going right towards Dick, Meadville, Lead, Little Springs, Quinton, Lucian, Williams, Cobbs, Lloyd Star, and the town of Brookhaven is also included in this. You can see the rotation coming together right here. It's going in this general direction. So if you live along Highway 84 between Bude and Brookhaven or in either of those towns, you need to be getting to your safe spots very quickly. Let's see here. Our storm chasers are pretty spread out today. Look at this. All of our red dots are storm chasers. A lot of them are holding back, waiting for the supercells over here, but some of them are pretty close to some of our storms that we have right now. Go ahead, Caleb.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So I just want to give you guys a quick update. I'm actually here just inside of Jackson, Mississippi, right outside of actually that high-risk area. And I've been talking with some locals in the area, some people that work at the gas stations here. And what we're hearing is a lot of people don't seem too concerned about today's setup. They're talking about past setups that have come through in the past couple of weeks where they've had these basically overhyped systems that they were told that there's a big tornado risk and nothing happened. So we're hearing that a lot today so far, that people are expecting nothing to happen, but obviously with this setup, this is a prolific and possibly historical event that could be coming out of today. So if you're in any of the areas that are in an enhanced risk, even a slight risk, make sure you guys are heeding every single warning and piece of information that either a news agency, the National Weather Service, or we're sharing here on the stream.
All right, thank you so much, Caleb. Very important there that he's out there talking to people, trying to get a feel for what's going on. And it sounds like we've got to do a much better job of communicating the risks here, because nobody should be dismissing the threat today. So Caleb, we'll be checking back with you as often as possible, and anytime you want to pop in, just let us know. He's over there in the Jackson, Mississippi area, and that is one of the places that is going to be under the gun today for significant severe weather, including tornadoes. This gang of supercells that's forming right here is moving towards the greater Jackson area right now. We've got some storms popping up over here around Meridian as well. We're going to have to watch those as they start lifting off to the north, but I think our main event is starting to come together right back in here. All right, we've got confluence bands coming together. You see how these storms are forming, and then we've got more behind that. These are looking a little bit more discrete in nature. So if we get a couple different, bands of confluence like this, and each one has 3 or 4 supercells inside of it, that's going to be, the driving factor behind our prolific tornado outbreak today, which is going to be underway over the next little bit. Let's see here. All right, let's go back to our PDS tornado warning. Once again, just to get an update on it, it does look to me like the velocity is still quite impressive on radar, but it is also very broad. But I mean, anytime you see something like this on a day like today, we just got to assume that it's on the ground. So let's go ahead and get everybody in Isola, Bellwood, Belzoni, Jaketown, 4 Mile, all the way up to Matthews Crossing in their safe spots if they haven't, gotten there already. If we've got time, let's see if we can get up with Bryce Shelton and just see what his plan is for today. Bryce, we're on YouTube. Just wanted to check in with you and see what was up and what your plan was for today. Brad, we're live on YouTube. Just wanted to check in with you and see what your plan was for today. So we're going to talk to Bryce and Brad, and then we might reach out to Brett and Luke as well.
Yeah, well, right now we're headed towards Philadelphia, Mississippi. Going to see if any of these confluence bands out ahead form anything later on.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That was the voice of Bryce Shelton.
Hey, Ryan. Good to hear from you this morning. Hope you got a couple hours of sleep last night. I know we didn't get too much, but we're headed west right now out of Columbus, Mississippi, targeting this PDS tornado warning that is northwest of Yazoo City right now. Also watching the cells that are getting down to our south, both on those two confluence bands near Meridian, as well as the one down near Brookhaven. So those are going to be moving northeast into our direction. Also noticing that instability is not spreading east as much as I thought it would. So fingers crossed as far as Alabama goes, but don't let your guard down, obviously, but noticing that may be a trend, that instability may not be surging east as much as it should be. But we're headed west right now, going to get on those cells. You've said this many times, that it goes without saying, today is going to be an extremely dangerous day. Threat to life and property, and we got to take these seriously, man. Everybody in this area needs to take them seriously. So hope everybody's safe, and we'll report back once we hear something or once we see something.
All right, so there you go. We got an update from Brad Arnold and Bryce Shelton out there in the Mississippi area. We just got a new tornado warning as well. This is going to be for Holmes, Humphreys, and Issaquena counties, and also Sharkey and Washington counties. This is the storm that Andy was highlighting with his Y'all Watch there earlier, gave us a heads up. Now we've got a decent area of rotation, a concerning area of rotation near Urgemont, or is that Egremont? I'm not sure how you say that. And it's going right towards the town of Rolling Fork. So hopefully everybody in Rolling Fork is in their safe spots. It's unfortunate that we've got to deal with this here, but let's hope for the best and get to our safe spots. It should just be 5 minutes or so, and then it should be over. The storm's going to be moving off to your north and east towards Anguilla, Hickman Landing, Ritchie, and Bombers. Okay, so get to your safe spots now. If you're in any of those places, Rolling Fork, the tornado is right on your doorstep if it's not already entering town, if it's on the ground. This is a radar-indicated rotation. We are not certain that there is a tornado here, but every frame of the velocity continues to look more, convincing. Okay, so we're not going to take any chances today. We're going to assume that all these tornadoes are on the ground, and we're going to treat them as such. Next in line, we've got Anguilla and Holland Landing that need to be getting into their safe spots. Okay. Lowest floor of a sturdy building, mobile homes with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Preferably, you're going to be in a underground shelter, which I know a lot of people don't have basements around here. But if you do, that's where you want to be. Right now, the tornado, if it is on the ground, it's going to be somewhere north of Highway 16, and it's going to be moving up towards Matthews Boulevard. It's eventually going to be trying to get up there close to Rose Hill MB Church, the Sharkey Country Club, and the Holland Landing Lodge. Take shelter now. Let's see here. All right, so that's what's going on there. We need everybody in Rolling Fork and surrounding areas in their safe spots. Let's go back to our PDS tornado warning as well, which continues, and we do have a somewhat concerning signature here on radar continuing for the area between Belzoni and Isola. This is a very big area of rotation. It's probably somewhat, contaminated or side-lobed, but it is definitely a large rotating storm, and it's capable of producing a big tornado as it goes over Highway 49 here. So everybody in Isola, Belzoni, all the way up to Inverness and Matthews Crossing needs to be in their safe spot right now. New severe thunderstorm warning also just came out for Greenwood, the town of Greenwood. That's Carroll, Grenada, LaFleur, and Sunflower counties. Take shelter if you haven't gotten to that safe spot yet. This is your sign. This is your time. Yeah, even severe thunderstorm warnings today. I would just go ahead and get in that safe spot. Treat it as practice because there's more storms behind this. Everybody that's experiencing these storms right now, we're likely going to have multiple rounds. When the first one ends, don't think it's over. So I would seriously treat even a severe thunderstorm warning as a drill or a practice round today, just in case. Water Valley, Taylor, and Oxford in Mississippi, you guys are still under a tornado warning as well. The rotation here doesn't look quite as robust as some of our other storms that we're watching, but we are concerned about our friends here in Water Valley, Taylor, and Oxford. Stay in your safe spots at least for the next 5 minutes. We'll see if the National Weather Service decides to continue this warning. If not, that will be allowed to expire in about 5 minutes, okay? Back down here to our Brookhaven tornado warning. We have an increasing area of rotation here just to the west of Dick in Mississippi. This is getting close to the town of Bude. If I kind of see here where the tornado is, if it's likely just crossed Highway 98 south and east of Bude near the Okesha Lake boat ramp. If you know where the north boat ramp is, that's about where the tornado would be. Anywhere between Yap Road number 3 and that boat ramp where it intersects with the Highway 98, that's where the tornado could be. It's then going to continue to go up, go over the Homachito River, and then if it can make it that far, if it doesn't fall apart, and we hope it does, it's going to cross Highway 94 somewhere a little bit closer to Edicton and Quinton near the Pleasant Valley Baptist Church. So if you know where any of those places are, you are in a dangerous situation. You're in the path of this storm. Take this seriously and take shelter. We are concerned about Brookhaven, but it does look to me like the rotation is staying off to the west. But like Andy was talking about earlier, there's a chance today that some of these storms, as they get stronger, they start moving a little bit more right. They start becoming right movers. And if that were the case, then that puts Brookhaven in a little bit more of a danger zone. And that's why they are included in this tornado warning. Dominic, thank you. And thanks to everybody in the chat that's being supportive. I obviously don't have time to read everything, but I'll go back afterwards and read them. I'm also not able to answer very many questions today because, you know, we've got to be very focused on the issue at hand here, I guess you could say, with our tornado warnings. But I do appreciate you all for being here, and thanks for sharing the stream and liking it so that we can get this life-saving information for free in front of as many people as possible. All right, Brandon, Bryce, and B. Dean. B. Dean is in Tennessee. Let's see here. Where's he at? Yeah, he's way up here in Tennessee. We've got nothing. We've got no severe weather or anything up here, but he is keeping an eye on some of these storms that are getting close to Henderson and Parsons. Chandra, let's put something else in the slot number 3 there, maybe closer to our storms. Maybe Brett Adair, if he's online. I don't know if he is or not, or just something else down here closer to the storms. If you are just now tuning in, we do have 4 tornado warnings. And we've got one PDS tornado warning. Our PDS tornado warning is a radar indicated PDS warning, and it's got a pretty concerning area of rotation on it. And that's what Brett is actually close to right now. So if this thing's actually got a tornado in there, we should be able to see it from Brett's vantage point as he's in Canton, Mississippi right now. Let's see if we can't reach out to Brett. Brett, don't know if your radio's on, but if it is, just give us an update whenever you get a chance. We're live on YouTube. I don't know if he'll get that or not. But yeah, that's what's going on there with our storm that's coming into Belzoni. Everybody in Belzoni needs to be in their safe spots here. And Inverness. By the way, if you want to follow along on the map, just to kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at here, this little red dot, that's Brett's location. And they move around in real time. You guys are going to be able to keep up with where the storm chasers are, on my map. Now, sometimes it's hard to see them. There's a lot going on this map. But, yeah, that's all the little red dots are storm chasers. Let's check back in on our warning back here for Brookhaven. Check in on that latest velocity scan. I haven't gotten an update yet. But we are probably just a couple seconds away from receiving one. I'm going to assume that the rotation has likely tightened up with this storm, as it's in a pretty favorable environment as it moves off to the north and east. Same thing for all these cells to the south as well, the one that Andy's got highlighted here near Auburn. We've got to watch this whole
Ryan, it's
group.
Brett. I think Brett has his talking device turned off.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Just wanted to check. But yeah, all of these storms are approaching Brookhaven. It's a slightly more populated area. I know we've got a lot of people watching there. So just wanted to let you guys know we're watching you, and you should be in your safe spots. Newest severe thunderstorm warning just came out for Benton, Calhoun, and Lafayette counties, and Tippah, Union, Yalobusha, and Pontotoc. All of these counties in Mississippi are now under a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. That means that this is a strong storm and it's capable of producing a tornado, but maybe it's not convincing enough just yet to it's not convincing enough to actually issue the tornado warning. So we're just going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning. Know that 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are on the way, and potentially even a tornado. Checking in on that latest scan. There it is. Yeah, we're a little bit far away here. Once again, we've got our problems with the radar holes down here. Let's see if we can't see anything better from the Louisiana radar. And we can kind of see a little bit better here that the rotation does seem to be picking up. But this is not great data here. So there's not a lot that we can tell other than it does look like a tornado could be trying to form here between Bude and Quentin. That's why we've got a radar indicated tornado warning for you. We need you to get to shelter in Quentin, Vito, Shucktown. How about you over there in Caseyville and Lloyd Star as well? All right, let's go back up here to the storm that Brett's on. There's also a couple other people on this as well. Doesn't look like any of them are online. But yeah, a lot of people with their eyes on this storm right here coming up into Inverness and Moorhead. Let me switch back over to reflectivity. Looks like a lot of these guys have their eyes on littler storms over here farther to the east. It'll be interesting to see if anything happens with these. We should probably let's put Bryce. Let's switch Bryce and Caleb, Chandra, as Bryce is on the storm here that is just to the west of Noxapater. If that makes sense.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I think I'm saying that right. And this is one that we might have to watch here as it goes up towards Louisville and Ackerman. We got a new tornado warning that was just now issued. This is for Greenwood, Moorhead, Sidon. This is another area that we were watching yesterday with that supercell that came through. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning for Carroll, Holmes, Humphreys, LaFleur, Sunflower, and these counties in Mississippi. Not a lot we can tell by looking at the radar here. We are, once again, in a radar hole. But what we do know is that this storm was rotating like a top back there close to Rolling Fork, and it continues to have that same characteristic as it goes up towards these towns between Moorhead, Itabena, Greenwood, and Schlater. So take shelter if you haven't already. That's important that you do that. Let's see here. Earlier, by the way, that storm that happened earlier, we do have a tornado report here Sharkey County EMA reports houses damaged and power lines down near Grace with an ambulance en route for possible injuries. So this is coming from between Hopedale and Grace here, just to the north and west of Rolling Fork. So that storm that's now prompted that new tornado warning, that's the one that did this damage here about an hour ago. That's why we're concerned about it, and that's why we're continuing to encourage everybody ahead of it to get to shelter. Looking at the loop here, once again, continuing to see confluence bands. Here's one, here's one, here's a big one, here's another one. Once again, every single one of these is going to have the ability to convect their own supercells, and at some point here, we might have, multiple supercells producing big tornadoes all simultaneously. We're watching this cell down here near Simmonsport. As it gets going, it's not really going yet, but it's getting there. This is another one that we'll have to really keep an eye on as something that could potentially produce a tornado as it comes up into Mississippi. Also, any of these little beans, any of these little curved storms that you see popping up here, that we've got one popping up near Vicksburg right now, any of these are going to be, something that we have to keep a close eye on. As they get more mature, they're going to be able to try to produce tornadoes. Remember, it's just now 11:20. Instability still has a long ways to go. Like, it still has a lot of room to grow as the sun comes out. We're going to have peaks in the clouds, especially farther east. So the storms are going to have more energy to work with as time goes on. Somebody asked, what do the H's mean? Those are hail reports. Like this one.
Hey, Ryan. A new storm report just came in from 2 miles east-northeast of Benton, Louisiana. At 8 a.m., 1-inch hail was reported, with heavy snow causing hazardous conditions. Report was via social media with a picture.
You get the point. Got hail and snow a little mixed up there, but... those are hail reports, and then the T here, that's an official tornado report. Anytime you see a G on the map, that's a wind gust report. You got a 58 mile per hour wind gust much earlier today in the North Carrollton and Greenwood area. But yeah, that's what you're seeing there. Another person that we should be monitoring, maybe we can put them in the number 5 slot, is Luke Hatton. Luke is in Philadelphia right now, and he's found himself in between some of these storms that are forming. Oh yeah, this is a great view. Look at the clouds moving in front of Luke. He's in Philadelphia, Mississippi right now. You can see how quickly the low-level winds are moving, and this is nothing compared to what it's going to be like in a couple of hours. As the low-level jet increases, it's probably going to be maximalized in this area between 2 and 5 p.m. So we're going to be really concerned about these storms as the ingredients continue to come together here. Let's actually talk to Luke. Luke, we're looking at your stream. We're watching the clouds move. We're seeing the storms pop up around you. What does it feel like out there, man? Is the instability increasing? What is your take on the situation?
Yeah, Ryan, when you step out of the vehicle, you can really feel the wind shear. Like, when you look up at the clouds, you can see them moving at a different direction than your surface winds. There's also a lot of moisture. You can feel the instability in the atmosphere. It's one of those days where you step outside and you just immediately feel moist. It's going to get very very unstable out there. We actually just had a guy come up and ask us, how the day was looking. And, you know, people around here, they do pay a lot of attention to the weather, especially when it comes to tornadoes. They've had plenty of prolific tornadoes come through here in the past, and today could certainly be another one of those days.
All right, thank you. Oh, is that in the mesoscale discussion there, Elijah? Okay, I'll pull that up. All right, so that's Luke, extreme storm chaser Luke Hatton out there in the, where was he again? Philadelphia, Mississippi area, awaiting these storms to approach. As it does still look like we're on track for a major tornado outbreak. Here's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. Oh, not that button. A tornado outbreak is expected across much of Alabama this afternoon. Destructive tornadoes are possible. A PDS tornado watch will be issued within the next hour. Peak intensity tornadoes, look at this, 155 to 190 mile per hour winds. I think that's the highest I've ever seen that on one of these graphics. So yeah, another high-end PDS tornado watch is about to come out for Alabama as a tornado outbreak is expected. Decatur, Cullman, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Selma, Camden, all the way down to Mobile. You guys are all going to be included in this upcoming PDS tornado watch. That is really concerning wording there from the Storm Prediction Center. Destructive tornadoes are possible. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have an update here. 5 states have already declared a state of emergency. Oklahoma, Missouri, Georgia, Alabama, and Arkansas have all declared a state of emergency. Now, that is interesting because that's the states right around Mississippi. Mississippi has not declared a state of emergency yet.
All right.
So I will keep you updated as I get new information.
Okay, thank you so much, Elijah, for keeping us updated, as there's a lot of information floating around out there, and we're going to try to relay as much of it to you as quickly as possible. We do have a little bit of an interesting-looking storm continuing to try to get its act together over here near Utica, and as it approaches Jackson, we're going to be able to have a pretty good view of it here from our storm chasers and also our Mississippi Department of Transportation traffic cameras. So we're going to continue to watch these storms as they form up. And we're also going to continue to watch these smaller little cells here as they are really trying to get their act together between Kosciuszko? Carthage, Starkville, Louisville, Ackerman, up towards Columbus and West Point. Thank you, Callie. Kosciuszko. Gotcha. Yeah, the state of emergency is from the fires. It is connected to our storm system today, but it's not necessarily related to the severe weather that we're talking about here. Here is, it's just another thing to look at to kind of show the intensity of what we could be looking at today. Here's NATOcast showing pretty much maxed out tornado parameters for later today across Mississippi and Alabama. Thank you, Andrea. If you're just now tuning in, we are continuing to monitor our situation here that's developing. We are going to have a major tornado outbreak today. In fact, it's already underway. But we're just waiting for our next PDS tornado warning. PDS tornado watch to be issued for Alabama, so we can go over all of that information for you. And then we'll continue to go through these tornado warnings one by one. But it could be a moment before we get that watch. So let's just go ahead and dive into the latest. We still have a tornado warning for Greenwood. Oh, you know what else I need to do here before things get crazy? I need to eat. I don't know. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have a damage update from the tornado that just recently happened to the north of Rolling Fork. So it does look like the community of Grace, Mississippi took a direct hit from the tornado. There are reports from some of the broadcast meteorologists in the area of several homes being destroyed. I also have seen a photograph to the north of Rolling Fork of a power line that was snapped about 2 feet above the ground. It was a wooden power line, not a metal one. So it does look like a very large tornado did occur there. We did have a report earlier when it was just PDS kind of radar indicated warned from a chaser on the ground of a rain-wrapped kind of wedge tornado. And unfortunately, it does appear that actually was true.
All right, thank you, Elijah. Hold on, you guys, I really got to figure this out. I just now realized that it's been about 24 hours since I've eaten. So, hold on one second. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, we're starting to hear some damage reports coming out of the, honestly, the storm that's going through Greenwood right now. I don't think the storm is still at that level, but it is it's still a concerning storm as it approaches Greenwood, so take shelter. Yeah, we're gonna get some we're gonna DoorDash something, I reckon.
Hey Ryan, a new storm report just came in. Law enforcement reported thunderstorm wind damage with a tree down on a power line near 101 Doro Road, just west-southwest of Rouville, Mississippi, at 11:09 a.m.
Sure. So that was Yawbot telling us about another wind damage report that's coming in here, and we just got a lot of stuff going on right now, but thankfully at this very moment, no confirmed tornadoes on the ground. And the reason why I'm trying to focus on getting something to eat right now is because I think that we might not have very many more moments like this today, unfortunately. Yeah, there's plenty of instability out in front of these storms, that's for sure. One second, just getting everything set up here just to make sure that we're good to go. I've got to make sure I got everything just a click away before we get into the meat and potatoes of our outbreak here. Thank you so much, James, for that. I saw that one. Thank you, man. I know we got a lot of people watching from Alabama right now, and as soon as that new tornado watch is issued, I'll go over it in depth. Right now, no tornado watches, warnings, or anything in Alabama. There's not even, actually, I take that back. I was going to say there's no storm chasers even in Alabama right now, but there is Daniel Whitaker, who is in Tuscaloosa. Everybody else is over here in Mississippi just waiting to see what's going to happen with these confluence bands. Nikki, thanks for being a member. Is Louisiana in the clear? Joe says, is Louisiana in the clear? No. Louisiana, there's still a large chunk of Louisiana that's under a tornado watch. Specifically, if you are east of this line right here, I would say that you're the opposite of in the clear. This is, you're potentially in some trouble here, as we've got cells forming that will try their best to produce tornadoes. Now, they're going to have a better chance the farther north and east they get. You're not as much in the water, I guess, as our friends over in Mississippi and Alabama, but we don't want to let our guard down at all anywhere in Louisiana east of that line. What was that? Yeah, give me just a second. There's another one too. Ryan Carty is in Alabama, but there's nothing going on over there right now. So we do have some storms getting close to Tupelo. These are, I would be more concerned about these than these, right? Because what you've got going on here is you've got a strong storm. Don't get me wrong, this is a severe thunderstorm coming up towards New Albany. But if these get a little bit more organized, those will be the ones that will cause a bigger problem in Tupelo here in a little bit. Right now, they're not very organized, and that's something that we've got going for us right now. Not a lot of organization in our storms down here. They're not, we haven't seen a cell become super concerning yet. So that's good news. However, how long is that going to last? I don't know. The atmosphere is literally like a powder keg, a loaded gun here, just waiting for the moment to kind of start shifting everything together. That's why we have the high risk in place. Zen the Fox, thank you for that. Is Andy going to join in? Andy is here with us. He's watching everything. He's already chimed in multiple times. If there's anything new and noteworthy that comes through, he will let us know. There's a new SPC outlook that just came out. They just updated the day one outlook, and I will show you that as soon as our graphics are ready for it. From my preliminary look, there's not a lot that has changed. It's still a high risk.
Hey Ryan, a new storm report just came in for Lake Providence, Louisiana. Law enforcement reported multiple trees down along Highway 65 South and damage to residences and businesses in downtown Lake Providence as of 11:56 a.m.
All right, so here's that latest outlook. It doesn't look a whole lot different, does it? They've shaved off a little bit of the slight risk on the west side as the storms are, they're moving this way. They're going to sweep across that entire sector there and slowly chip away at the risk over time. But we're still set for a tornado outbreak across the central Gulf Coast states today and the deep south into the Tennessee Valley. Numerous significant tornadoes, some of which could be strong and long-tracked and potentially violent, are expected this afternoon and evening. The most dangerous tornado threat will begin across eastern Louisiana and Mississippi through this afternoon and spread across Alabama this afternoon into the evening and reach western parts of the Florida Panhandle and Georgia tonight. No changes have been made to the high-risk area. Kim Clark, thank you for that. Brett Adair. Yo, where'd Brett go? Brett Adair is in Itabena, Mississippi, in a severe thunderstorm, but this is the one that is tornado warned. He's near the rotation that would be coming up close to Greenwood. So we'll see if he's, if he sees anything. So far, it doesn't look like there's anything more than a strong thunderstorm there. But that's the problem, right? With these kinds of storms here, if there is a tornado in there, it's rain wrapped. You can't see it anyways. That's why these huge polygons are important to, heed the warning for them and just take shelter regardless if you're near a velocity couplet or not. New severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for Yazoo City, Lexington. In this area over here in Mississippi, we've got radar indicated 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving into this area. Brandon Coppock's in that polygon, moving up towards Durant and west. Looking at the Brookhaven storm. Thankfully, not a lot to look at here. It does look like it's trying to, get a little bit more of an established inflow here. But thankfully, no reason to freak out just yet in Brookhaven. I would just stay in my safe spot. This warning is going to last for 19 minutes, and hopefully they'll allow it to expire. But if not, you were just going to heed all these warnings today. The bad news, I guess, for Brookhaven is even after this storm gets by you, we're not done. There's another confluence band, and then the final one's going to come through. It's going to take a couple hours, probably several hours before you are done dealing with severe weather and tornado warnings today in Brookhaven. But yeah, you're under a warning right now for the next 18 minutes. Stay sheltered. The rotation is coming together to the south of town. Storm chaser Brandon Clement is right here. So I'm sure if there is something that happens here, we'll hear about it. Continuing to monitor these storms a little bit farther to the south. These are becoming more, individualized and discrete, but they are also very much so interacting with each other. This one right here does look like a little bit more of a classic supercell shape there. So if that's allowed to establish itself and not get choked off by all of the stuff coming out of the top of this storm down here, this might be a problem as it goes up towards Liberty and then eventually Peoria, McElvin in Mississippi. Coming back up to our storms that are coming together here near Europa, or what is that? Eupora, yeah. Rotation might be trying to establish there closer to the surface on this storm near Walthall. This is a perfect example of a storm that is trying to become a blip that's trying to become a supercell. There's lots of mergers happening here. If it gets organized before it crashes into this, more linear area of convection up there, that might be a problem for us as it goes up towards Vardaman, Woodland, Holenden, Houston, and New Holka. What was that? Blundquist, thank you so much for joining. Walthall or Walthall? Okay, I got you. I'll remember that for the next 5 minutes. I probably will forget. I'm sorry, guys. I mean no disrespect. Jur Otter, thank you for being here for 31 months. Yeah, guys, I'm going to eat. How am I looking at chat and everything is about food? You're just making me more hungry. I promise the food's on the way. Yeah, we are still also addressing and assessing, I guess you could say, some of the damage from yesterday. The Y'all Squad is going to be working on figuring out how we're going to respond over the next a couple of days, and we will keep you guys updated on that. I don't know if we'll have time to do a big thing about it in today's live stream. If we do, we will, but yeah, like just make sure you follow me on Twitter and Facebook, and here on YouTube, because we'll continuously update you for weeks even after this is over on what the recovery effort looks like and all that stuff. Go ahead, y'all bot.
Hey, Ryan. A new storm report just came in from law enforcement near Natchez in Natchitoches County, Louisiana. At 7:57 a.m., strong thunderstorm winds destroyed an outbuilding on Fish Hatchery Road, about 3 miles north of Natchez.
All right. So these storms are producing strong winds and damage. We've had a couple reports of tornadoes already, and we are in the very beginning stages of our outbreak here. It's 12:46 Eastern, 11:46 Central. Once we get past noon, that's when we are really expecting things to start to increase. That's when the low-level jet's going to start increasing a little bit. That's when we're going to have more moisture available, and that is when we are going to have a little bit more in the way of overall instability available. If the storms are still not becoming organized, by the time we get to, let's say, like 1 p.m. Central, then that's when we've got to maybe start breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief, but we are nowhere near that right now. Everything is still lined up for this to be an incredibly strong and prolific tornado outbreak. I want to make sure that we are very effectively relaying that message. New tornado update from the Shelby County area.
Hey, Ryan, a new storm report just came in, confirming a tornado near Nida, Yuma in Shelby County, Mississippi. Around 11:40 a.m., a train spotter reported trees and a utility pole snapped along US 61 just southeast of Nida, Yuma. Everyone in this area should remain alert and take shelter immediately.
All right, so the tornado, that was an hour ago or more. It's not there anymore, but we just got a report that was labeled as tornado damage from the National Weather Service there. Hey, huge shout out to Schmitty. Thank you. We will definitely do that. I need it. I need something. You know what it is? I ran out of chomps. I had a big old pile of chomps on my desk here, and I ate them all, and that's why I got hungry. I was sitting here thinking, like, why do I feel kind of weird? I'm like, oh yeah, it's been it's been a long time since I've eaten. Tornado warning continues for Greenwood, North Carrollton, Valley, and Avalon up here in Carroll and LaFleur counties in Mississippi. The rotation is, it's not, it's not crazy. Can we get Brett Adair back up, or is he still offline? He's still down. If he comes back up, let's get him back on. He's in Greenwood right now, and we want to make sure that we keep up with him, as he is going to be our only way of knowing if there's anything going on in there, because it's really not evident through radar. And there he is. Jay Tay, thanks for being here. Oh, I know, Patty. I know. I'm not complaining. For those of you who are just now tuning in, I want to go over why we're here. We've got a big time tornado outbreak about to happen here. You can see all of the surface level winds on satellite here getting sucked into the storm. We've got upper and mid-level winds kind of blowing this way. This is leading to rotation or lots of wind shear that's in place across the warm sector. Look at this. The sun is out in over half of Alabama. So instability is going to continue to rise, and it's going to get sucked into the storm here as the overall storm system continues to move east. So, this is not going to be over. We're not going to be out of the woods, and we're not going to stop being in these conditions where a tornado outbreak could happen until this frontal boundary sweeps across the entire warm sector. Okay, so we've got tornado juice like crazy out here. It is slowly going to get eaten by that frontal boundary as time goes on. The slower it is, the more tornadoes there's going to be today. And if you notice the overall shape of what's going on here, there's a little bit of a backing, kind of like a ridge in the overall trough here. That might hold that cold front back a little bit, allowing for more time for supercells to form out here in the warm sector. And that's what we're afraid might happen today. Let's go talk about that latest tornado warning. We got a tornado warning now for Carroll, Holmes, Humphreys, and Yazoo counties in Mississippi. This includes Chula. This includes Kruger. Does not include Vaden. Sorry about that, Trent. I tried to be here for the whole thing, but we had to take at least a little nap. But yeah, this is our newest tornado warning. Let me get you some more detailed information about the some of the stuff that's coming out here, some of the places that are in the path of this dangerous storm. One of those places that might be recognizable to you include Holly Grove School, Mount Olive School, Ray Ann Chapel School, Sharp School, and Bethel School. If you know where any of those schools are, those are in the path of the storm, and if you're close to them, you are also in the path, so take shelter immediately. Once again, definitely includes the town of Chula there. Hey, look, we've got something going on in Tennessee. It's a severe thunderstorm warning to the north and west of Nashville, as this part of the line here is getting a little bit more amped, a little bit more juiced up as instability is increasing out in front of this line. That means that we're going to have potentially some 60-mile-per-hour winds over the next hour or so between Cumberland Furnace and Pleasant View. Get ready for that. That same line of storms is getting ready to hit you in Clarksville, Tennessee. How many Clarksvillians do we have here today? Usually there's a lot. But it doesn't look like this is going to be too bad of a storm in Clarksville. It is going to be windy. It's going to be rainy. It's going to be loud, but it's going to be below severe limits. So that's good news. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have an update on that tornado that occurred earlier from just to the north of Rolling Fork. So now I have seen video evidence of it. We can't show it on stream due to copyright, but the tornado passed just south, barely, from the community of Grace. It did hit several homes. There is 2 brick homes that are completely destroyed that I have found. There is also some, it looks like grain silos that were also tossed around and are now laying in the middle of fields based on it. So it looks like it was a really strong tornado that occurred there.
All right. Thank you, Elijah, for keeping us updated here. Another tornado, or probably our most obvious tornado of the day so far. It just occurred north of Rolling Fork right around the time we started the stream today. New mesoscale discussion. The greatest threat for long track to intense to violent tornadoes through mid-afternoon. So they've highlighted this part of Mississippi where we have the greatest threat for potentially violent tornadoes through the mid-afternoon. They've got a hatched area inside of there, kind of highlighting our storms that we have right now that are already in place south of Jackson, saying that these are the storms of greatest interest. And I would agree. If we go to the Jackson radar and we kind of zoom out here and just take a look at everything, we've got 2 really interesting supercells that are kind of taking front stage or they're front and center here. The one that just went by Brookhaven, which is one that we've been watching for a while. This is what it looked like, about an hour ago. See how it looks like a dog leg, a crooked
A new tornado warning
kind of
has been
mess.
issued.
Well, now it looks a little bit more established. We've got a big forward flank here. The storm is efficiently, venting all of the, moisture that it's sucking up. And we've got a little bit of a curvature, a little bit of an inflow area trying to develop here to the east of Brookhaven. If this storm can develop and, a balance between everything here and maintain this, trend that it's got going on here, it will become a supercell, and it will likely be one that produces a long track tornado. There's no doubt in my mind. And then I can say the same thing about this one. All right, this right here is this one is looking even more mature, I guess, in the latest frames than the one farther to the north. And also, this one has some more, obvious signs of increased rotation near the surface, near Greensburg in Louisiana. So I would say that right now, the storm that I am most concerned about would be this one, the one coming up towards Kentwood. And then eventually it's going to go up, in the general direction of Magnolia, my bad, Tylertown, Macomb, that general area. So we're watching those 2 supercells. And then we've also got to watch everything that's popping up around them as well, right? We've got to watch these little things that are, coming up in between, just to the south and west of Macomb. We got to watch this. There's a lot happening now that is probably just part of the first steps of our major tornado outbreak that we're about to experience here. Holly Poe, thanks for becoming a member. Chandra, I don't know if we've already got it pulled up or not, but I'm going to suggest a camera that I would like to monitor here near Kentwood. I would like to have it You've already, no. I think you might already have it. I don't know. But we need to have it on my side so I can see it here. Is that one of them where there's two cameras there? Because it's showing 135 on my end, and the one that you've got pulled up is 136. By the way, they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm, and it's got a tornado possible tag on it. Perfect, Chandra. There you go. Thank you. And then also, yeah, we just got to really pay very close attention to this storm because I don't like the look of it as it comes up towards Kentwood. Tornado possible tag here. Get ready in Kentwood, Osika, Magnolia, and Tylertown. Let's go check in on our ongoing tornado warnings. Grenada and Duck Hill, once again, you guys are under a tornado warning, just like we were yesterday. The rotation is just now past Greenwood. It's going up in the general direction of Grenada now. It's near LaFleur, Holcomb, Nasson, and all these places. So take shelter if you haven't already. Hopefully you already have. You've been under a warning for a while. And then we continue to have a tornado warning as well for Chula. And the area of rotation in question here is a little bit, less impressive, but it's still something that we've got to pay very close attention to. Okay. Oh. Okay, here's another one. This one on that last frame here. I don't like the look of that either. Oof. Yeah, that one's got the look. So we're going to pay close attention to this storm that's forming near Robinwood right now. It's moving up towards Prentice. And it will be moving up towards Mount Olive and Collins. Yeah, so this is our tornado outbreak. This is our beginning of our tornado outbreak right here. These cells will go on to produce large, potentially violent tornadoes. There's no question about it. This is it. This is the beginning of it. There's no going back from here. There's nothing stopping these. They're going to move up in this direction. And who knows, for the next several hours, potentially all the way into Alabama, they will produce destructive tornadoes. They're not doing it yet, and let's hope they wait a long time before they start. The longer they wait, the better.
A new tornado warning.
But it's happening. This is it. All right, they just issued a tornado warning for this one, the northernmost cell that we've been watching. This includes Copiah, Lawrence, and Lincoln counties in Mississippi. This is radar indicated rotation, but I'm telling you guys, this is an incredibly dangerous storm, and you do not want to wait. You don't want to wait to take action here, just in case. By the time this gets to Mendenhall, it could be producing a tornado, because it's really kind of coming together kind of fast at this point. It was kind of slow when it went past Brookhaven, but everything's looking a little bit more, put together now that it's a little bit farther to the north. I would say that, maybe a couple frames from now, if this one continues to grow, we'll get a new tornado warning for it as well, and that would include maybe Mount Olive and McGee. And I think that this one, I'm very surprised that this one doesn't have a tornado warning either, but it probably will soon here. And also meteorologist Andy Hill is watching this one as well. Andy, is there anything that you want to say specifically about this one?
Yeah, Ryan, that one is a cell that's quickly coming together in the last few scans. So something I look for is patterns most of the time to call things out ahead of time. And in this case, playing back the last few scans of velocity shows that inflow, and especially a little highlighted area of the fastest inflow in those brighter pinks and tan colors is meeting or joining. It's accelerating into the cell essentially, and we can see that because of all of the light rain around the cell that gives us these velocity returns via the radar. So I'm watching that one come together, and thus I've issued a low confidence in a tornado forming in the next 30 minutes. Now, if it continues to come together just like it has been over the last few scans, I would up that to a medium confidence.
All right, thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill with our Y'all Watch. Y'all Watch out in Kentwood, Oskaya, Magnolia, and Tylertown, and even maybe up there towards Macomb as well. You guys need to be on the lookout because this is coming together quite quickly, actually. If you go back here to where the storm was, not into Greensburg yet, we've got a little, maybe tiny area of what could be considered convergence if we see that increase. And then, boom, our most latest scans here just show a much more rapid progression towards tornado genesis, and it lines up quite well with the overall structure of the supercell looking more, well formed as well. Now we've also got to start looking, at all these cells, right? We got to look at this one down here near Denham Springs, just to the east of Baton Rouge, and then additionally, we're looking up here farther to the north as well. At this storm up here coming into Houston. Andy just put out a Y'all Watch for this, and then we've got a pretty good chance of seeing some significant weather here in New Holka and Windman. Hold on, what's going on Brett's camera here? Brett has got some incredibly crazy looking SLCs dangling down in front of him. Is that just like... that just scud literally about 75 feet off the ground, just float? That was one of the spookiest looking things I've ever seen. Looked like a daggone gang of Dementors up there. Did you guys see that? Anyways, that was not a tornado or a funnel cloud or anything. It's just some really low level clouds. One of the spookiest things I've seen from a storm chaser camera. Anyways, we're watching the town of Houston here in New Holka. You guys are under a tornado watch, and you've got a strong storm coming together here. We've also got a mesocyclone developing there, and let's go check in real quick on a couple of these tornado warnings. It's been a few minutes since I've talked about some of these, so I want to make sure we're not leaving anybody out. Grenada and Duck Hill, you're still under a tornado warning. Give it 37 minutes. Stay in your safe spot. We'll let you know when it's time to come out. Same thing for you guys in Chula and for you guys up there in Kruger. You've got 37 minutes, and then you've only got about 7 minutes left on your tornado warning in Greenwood, and then it should be okay to come out of your safe spot at least for a period of time. And then actually from the Jackson radar, you can see the mesocyclone that Andy was highlighting here a little bit better here coming up towards Houston, meaning it's higher up. If that translates down closer to the surface, we might be in a little bit more of a concerning situation for our friends in Tupelo as well. So this whole confluence band here is another one that we've got to watch, even though, we've clearly defined this area as our biggest area of concern for the short term. That doesn't mean that these other areas are no longer concerning, right? It's just the other one is a little bit above that, I guess. Here's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for areas just south of Rolling Fork. Golf ball size hail is coming in to the Delta National Forest here near Smeads, Kelso, Little Sunflower, and surrounding areas. This is going to be a dangerous storm, potentially up to 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. So make sure you're ready. That's going to be coming towards Yazoo City. It's going to be a pretty big storm when it gets there. We just talked about Clarksville. It looks like there was a little storm that just came through. There's a severe thunderstorm warning to your south in Clarksville. But for the most part, I think that you guys are okay. Now, it's going to rain off and on all day. I'll keep checking back in with you guys, but right now it doesn't look like anything terrible or anything relatively notable compared to this other stuff that we're looking at is going on in Clarksville right now. Once again, we're watching this supercell form near Kentwood, Louisiana. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. Rotation is coming together here, and we might see a tornado warning soon. That might include areas near Tylertown. And yeah, here's a live look from Brandon Kopic, who's out there in Madison County, Mississippi, showing us one of these storms as it comes together. Hunter says it's ominously sunny here in Pensacola right now. Yep, go outside and feel the breeze.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
As it comes in, that's the air that's going to fuel a lot of our tornado outbreak that's about to happen here across Mississippi and Alabama. We're also going to be looking at your area specifically later tonight as well. And here we go. Now we've got a tornado warning on the storm that we were watching near Kentwood. It's official now. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning right here, pretty much where Andy's Y'all Watch is. And it does include Tylertown. So we need you to take shelter in Tylertown. This is another one of those situations. We talked a lot about this yesterday where, thank goodness, thanks to technology and thanks to everything that we've got going for us here and with the National Weather Service and stuff, you folks in Tylertown have a very good chance of mitigating risk here because you've got a big lead time. All right, if this does end up causing a big tornado in Tylertown, which I'm going to be completely honest with you, looks probable, or at least close to Tylertown, you've got time to take precautions right now that could save your life. If you're in a mobile home, don't be. Okay? If you are in a situation where you don't have a plan for what you're going to do, you don't know, you don't know where the safe spot is, you don't have a charged phone, tablet, you don't have closed-toed shoes on, you're not prepared for this, you have a little bit of time to make those preparations, and then I would say in about 15 to 20 minutes, you've got to take action. We've got a tornado forming here near Kentwood, moving up towards Tylertown. Strong storm capable of producing golf ball size hail is trying its best to establish a tornado here. It's just to the south of Kentwood. It's going to happen, and it's going to happen before it gets to Tylertown. Now, I can't tell if it's going to hit the town head on or anything like that just yet, but what I can tell you is that you've got to act. You've got to get your stuff together and go to your shelter now. You've got less time in Kentwood, okay? But the good news is in Kentwood is, maybe this doesn't form until after it gets past town. But I wouldn't risk it, and I would just hightail to my safe spot if I'm in Kentwood right now. This scan's about 2 minutes old, so if there is a tornado, it's forming somewhere here along Interstate 55 near Kentwood, so probably somewhere between Interstate 55 and Highway 51. If there's a tornado that's going to drop here, it's going to drop somewhere in that general vicinity. And just to give you an idea of like what kind of landmarks are around here, we're talking about the Newman Park. Okay, if you know where Newman Park is, that might be around where it crosses Interstate 55, and that's going to go on up towards Birch's Automotive and the what is this? The Kentwood Fire Department. All right. So those are some of the places that would be in the path of this rotating part of the storm, okay? This is one of the most dangerous situations you've been in, right? If you're in Pike County, Mississippi, and Walthall County, Mississippi. You don't want to see a supercell that looks like this coming towards you on a day like today. Unfortunately, it is happening. Take shelter now. Let's check back in on our storm a little bit farther to the north. This one is having a little bit of a slower time organizing, but it is organizing. Okay, we've got a little bit more of a visible updraft and mesocyclone coming together here. Also, I keep drawing our attention back to the cell a little bit farther to the west, or I'm sorry, to the east, the one that doesn't have a tornado warning polygon yet. It will. They're probably about to issue it right now, and it will likely include the town of McGee. And we need you guys to kind of have that same mindset where you've got time to prepare. Get ready in McGee and areas between McGee and Mount Olive to potentially take shelter here, as a new tornado warning might be issued soon for this little cell that's coming together between Silver Creek and Prentice. It's got a lot of inflow, and it is coming together. Let's go check back in on our northern storms. We've got a strong storm coming towards you in Tupelo. And right now it's not severe warned or anything, but we are watching it. And we're telling you to watch out in Shannon and New Holka as well. Get ready for at least a severe thunderstorm with large hail, and also potentially, there's a slight chance that maybe this will try to produce a tornado as well as it comes up towards you. Grenada, you've got a big storm coming in right now. You're still under a tornado warning. Stay in your safe spots for the next 29 minutes, okay? Same thing for you guys in Chula. The good news in Chula is your storm looks a lot less concerning. However, there is a chance that this is going to try to produce a tornado somewhere between Chula and Lexington. So for the next 29 minutes, stay in your safe spots and don't come out. We'll let you know when the coast is clear. It is not right now. Oh boy. Kentwood storm continues to look concerning, to say the least. You can see how that hook is starting to, curl up, as I like to say. And if this trend continues, this is going to plant a tornado somewhere between Kentwood and maybe Smithburg. So everybody from Kentwood farther up to the north and east needs to be very prepared for what's about to happen. Big time inflow area, warm moist air is coming up into the storm like this. Big time forward flank downdraft is sending rain cooled air down the backside. You can see the rear flank downdraft right here. Everything's coming together to try to produce a tornado. Honestly, it's happening over Kentwood right now, but I think it might not complete until it gets past Kentwood. At least that's what I'm hoping for. But everybody in Kentwood and Lewiston should be in their safe spots right now. Anytime you see this big curvature right here, this is just very. We've seen this before. You know what I'm saying? We've seen this happen before. We know what comes next. So we're just trying to keep you updated on what you can do to mitigate risk here, especially in Pike and Walthall counties in Mississippi. Hey, Chandra, can you put the camera, the 136 camera back up for me? Okay. All right. So we lost our only traffic camera that's close to this. So we're going to keep trying to update you on this as we can. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I just about bet my bottom dollar here in Houston, Mississippi from the Columbus radar. I've changed that to a tornado. Y'all watch out here. That is quite the signature coming together. If it doesn't tornado in the next 5 minutes, I'd be surprised. There is no warning on that here in Chickasaw or Chickasha County in Mississippi. It'll head up west of Okolona and up towards Tupelo eventually here. That stretching is going wild, and the mesocyclone's coming down really quickly in the scans aloft.
Okay, thank you. Meteorologist Andy Hill, bring this back up here to our Y'all Watch. There's no warning up here for Houston up to New Holka, up to Goodford, but we are concerned about this storm, and we would, we'd like to give you a Y'all Watch out, a little bit of a heads up here. We might have a tornado warning soon as a result of this storm coming up towards you. Here's a live look at Brett Adair's camera. He's out there in McCarley, Mississippi. And just look at how quickly this big-time storm is moving into his area. He's right near Winona, and what we're seeing here is the severe storm part of the storm between Duck Hill and Winona moving in to his general location. So strong straight-line damaging winds are going to be possible in Winona, Kilmichael, Duck Hill, and Sweatman over the next little bit. Speaking of strong straight-line damaging winds, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag for Coffeyville and Bruce in Mississippi. That's Calhoun and Yalobusha counties. Once again, take shelter. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, but why not, right? Go ahead and get in your safe spot. Get comfy in there. Bring me with you. We'll let you know when it's time to come out. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. There's a debris signature on the first two scans of Kentwood, Louisiana tornado warning. So that will likely be upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning now that we have consistency on that debris signature with height.
New information.
All right, there we go.
This
And there it was.
has been upgraded.
This tornado warning has been upgraded. Thank you, Andy, for the update. We've got an official tornado on the ground, confirmed by radar, just to the north of Kentwood. This is once again, this is a tornado. It's happening now. It is real. It's on the ground, and it's doing damage to the northeast of Kentwood. We were hoping that it would wait until it got past Kentwood before it plotted on the ground, and hopefully it did. Right now, it is to the east and northeast of Kentwood, moving up towards the area between Lewiston and Greenlaw, eventually moving up towards Gladhurst. More specifically, it is near the North River Road. If you know North River Road, the one that comes off of 1054 down towards Wildwood MX Park, that's the one, that's where the tornado is right now. And it is likely going to continue to move off to the north and east and cross Highway 1055 near the East Fork Baptist Church. Once again, tornado on the ground right now, north and east of Kentwood. And, the storm's got some mergers to deal with here. Okay, we just saw another little cell here form right on top of the updraft pretty much. If this inflow area gets clear again, this is going to continue to produce a big tornado for quite some time. Ain't that right, Andy?
Yeah, Ryan, that's exactly right. That has the tendency to be a long track storm, quite clear out in front of it. I also wanted to break in to show you that latest scan of velocity on our northern unwarned storm near Houston. There's no debris signature with that yet, but you can see the efficient process that I was calling out ahead of time here. It definitely looks like that's a tornado with quite the intense couplet already on it. We should get a warning with this very soon, and again, it will head up towards the Tupelo area. This sort of mechanism here where it's being stretched like this does not usually mean that the tornado will last for a very long time. However, these cells are in a robust and very favorable environment, so I wouldn't count it out. Please prepare for a tornado warning and get to safety in northern Chickasaw County, southeastern Pontotoc County, and southern Lee County in Mississippi.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for drawing us back to the Y'all Watch. This is, it looks to me like a tornado down here between Holiday and Parkersburg. We've got no tornado warning, though, so if you know anybody in Chickasaw, Calhoun, Pontotoc, Lee, or Clay counties in Mississippi, specifically around Parkersburg, Van Leet, north of Houston, call them and let them know what's going on here. This is a very dangerous situation for our friends, especially along the highway there. What is that? Natchez Trace Parkway that goes through Van Vliet. If that continues, this is going to be hitting some homes and stuff here soon. So it does look like a tornado is happening here. and or it's at least imminent. Yeah, there you go. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning for it with a tornado possible tag. So, and this goes all the way out to Tupelo.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So, and there we go. They also just issued a tornado warning in the exact same area. So, okay, there's a tornado warning now as well in Tupelo for the storm that Andy brought our attention to. So there you go. Take shelter now if you are in Van Vliet, Parkersburg, all the way up to Shannon and Verona and Tupelo. This is a dangerous storm. Take shelter. Let's go back to our other tornado warning here. We've still got a
new information.
Storm
This
coming together here
tornado
for
warning
Georgetown.
has
It's
been
not
upgraded.
quite there yet. The one that is quite there yet is the one down here farther to the south in Tangipahoa Parish, Louisiana, Washington County or Parish, Louisiana, and then once again Pike and Walthall counties in Mississippi. This is the one that we've been hooting and hollering about now for a while. This is the real deal. This is happening. A large tornado that could destroy entire communities is coming together here in the right along the border of Louisiana and Mississippi. I don't want to scare you. I don't want to sit here and just kind of like use a bunch of big scary words, but like we've got to make sure people understand that this is crazy that we have this much time, right? It's crazy that we've known for days that this is going to happen, and now it's all boiled down to this moment where we're telling you we've got a huge, massive tornado coming together here that will do unbelievable damage in the greater Walthall and or Walthall and Pike County, Mississippi areas. There's nothing like it's going to happen. So go ahead and do everything that you can to protect your life and property here. This is going to be coming into the Gladhurst area soon. The current location of the tornado is going to be pretty close to, once again, north and east of Kentwood. Let me zoom in here a little bit more. Give you some mesoscale stuff. This is near the East Fork Fire Department, and if it continues on its current trajectory, it's going to move up towards Potts Trucking. It'll cross the Mississippi, Louisiana state line, likely near Schilling Road. If you know where Smarty Paws School for Dogs is, that's around where I think the tornado will cross the border between Mississippi and Louisiana. It's happening within the next couple of minutes. Once it gets into Mississippi, it's going to cross over into Mississippi near the Tangipahoa Baptist Church. It will cross over Brumfield Road at some point, and then it will continue its trek off to the north and east through a pretty rural area, but there's plenty of stuff out here, including the McGee Cemetery, Roberts Cemetery, Mount Herman Road, and then eventually this is going to take aim at the greater Tylertown area. Okay, so once again, I want everybody in Tylertown to use this time that we have. You've got less time now. 15 minutes ago, you had 15 minutes of free time, I would say, to take action or to prepare. Now we're getting closer to time to where we've actually got to take action in Tylertown, okay? Make sure you are getting into that safe spot, most interior room of your home, many walls between you and the outside world as possible. We would like to have a basement or an underground shelter. I know not everybody has that, but if you can get into that lower floor of a brick home, a sturdy building, something like that, and into that interior bathroom or closet, put a helmet on, put as many, put some covers, some blankets, some pillows off the bed, whatever it is that you can take with you over your head to protect yourself. That's what's going to be potentially a life-saving mechanism for you. And then also make sure you bring me with you. Charge tablet, charge phone, and that's also so you can call people and call for help if you need it. You know what I'm saying? And then closed-toed shoes. Those are really important things before you get into your safe spot. Once again, as we look at the reflectivity here, we can see that there's a lot of convection happening right around the base of the storm. And once this works out that balance, this will produce a big tornado if it's not already. And it's going to continue for quite some time as it goes up towards Progress, Simmonsville, Dykes Crossing, Vaughts, Meza, and Tylertown. Take shelter immediately if you haven't already. Let's go back up to Tupelo Guys, in Tupelo, you are under a tornado warning right now as well. We do have a fairly impressive area of rotation still ongoing over the Parkersburg and Van Vliet area. This is a dangerous storm capable of producing a tornado as it comes up towards Shannon, Verona, and Tupelo. Stay sheltered out there. And then we also have a pretty serious looking storm coming towards Coffeyville and Water Valley. Over here in the Yalobusha, Lafayette, and Grenada areas. Andy, would you like to elaborate on that?
Yeah, Ryan, that's a bookend vortex up north that previously was tornado warned. The rotation looks like it's a similar intensity, so I believe that there is a medium confidence on a tornado warning being extended as it goes up to the northeast.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Y'all watch out in Coffeyville and Water Valley. We've got potentially a new tornado warning coming out here soon. Get ready to take shelter. New severe thunderstorm warning also includes Tupelo. We are thinking that even if you don't have a tornado to deal with directly here with this storm, all the way up towards Mantachie and Fulton, we are going to have up to 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with the storm as it comes through. Our most concerning and unfortunate looking storm right now, though, continues to be the big one down here in Pike and Walthall counties in Mississippi. This is where we got that PDS tornado warning in effect, and we heard it a lot yesterday. We had to say the words PDS probably 700 times or something like that. But for those of you who might not be familiar with what it means, it just stands for particularly dangerous situation. It's a level above a normal tornado warning, and it tells us that we're pretty confident that we've got a damaging, very large tornado on the ground here, and it's not your average tornado warning. All right. We do have another area that we're watching up here. We're watching all of these storms around Macomb, up towards Ruth, and then also up there. These storms are going to be approaching the Magnolia and Monticello areas here soon as well. We're watching this little shrimp back here, back towards Greensburg. And then speaking of Magnolia, one of these storms is going over one of our traffic cameras right now. This is what that looks like out here on I-22 at Magnolia Way. This is, I believe, if I'm not mistaken here, this is, actually, I don't know where this is. Where is this, Chandra?
A new tornado warning has
I
been
thought this was
issued.
in Magnolia, but I can't see it on my side. Well, if you know where I-22 is, and you know where I-22 at Magnolia Way is, this is what it looks like out there. We're still trying our best to find some sort of visual representation of this as well, but there's no kind of storm chasers or anything in the Tylertown area. But we've got an update from Andy. Go ahead.
Hi, Ryan. Best my ability to tell, the storm headed towards Tupelo, Mississippi, has produced 2 separate tornadoes already. The southern one with that more intense signature we were looking at briefly produced a weak debris signature, or that stronger velocity couplet rather, briefly produced a weak signature. There is now one to its north and may have been twin tornadoes ongoing at the same time, both rain wrapped. This one has produced a deeper debris signature already, so we should see an upgrade to that warning for the Tupelo area in Mississippi and especially southern Lee County.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Bring this back up to Tupelo. We need everybody in their safe spots up here between Shannon, Verona, Palmetto Estates, Haven Acres, and downtown Tupelo. You've got 42 minutes on this tornado warning. You want to stay sheltered for the next 42 minutes at least, as we know what this storm is capable of. And it's looking like it's coming together quite quickly. Another interesting tornado warning that we have here. It covers a large area from west to Vaden to Walthall to Pora, French Camp. We've got all these little cells over here popping up within it, and there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different areas of rotation within this one tornado warning, and the most concerning one is probably going to be this one right here, north and east of Lexington, right over Bowling Green, working up towards Baton. Yeah, this is a pretty strong indication of what's about to become a big tornado here, probably towards west in Mississippi, Bowling Green, Edsville, Beatty, and Mount Hernon and Baton. Y'all get ready, take shelter. That looks like the real deal as well, as it's coming together quite quickly. And yeah, that's our newest tornado warning there. Let's go back to the PDS tornado warning, where it is continuing to look very, concerning on radar. We've got a big tornado on the ground. Emergency management has now confirmed a tornado on the ground here. Once again, we've got a big tornado here between Gladhurst and Progress. Let me see what this looks like here. Yeah, and we're able to see debris. Currently right around the town of Progress. Let me dive back into the mesoscale here. Debris signature now looks even more larger, I guess, and deeper as it goes past Simmonsville. My goodness, hopefully everybody in those towns were sheltered. We've been hooting and hollering about it for a while. Next up, Dykes Crossing and Mesa. We've got a very powerful tornado going on right now near Dudley Rhymes Road, moving up towards Silver Creek Baptist Church. Little Town Grocery at the intersection of Love Creek Drive and Highway 48 is literally, it couldn't be more in the path of this thing. Little Town Grocery, that's around where we think it's going to hit the Highway 48 area as it goes on up towards Little Town Bar. And over there near Fortenberry Road. So if any of those places ring a bell to you, if you're close to those, you want to take shelter. You're very close to a large, powerful tornado that's doing damage right now near the Little Town Grocery as it comes up eventually towards places like the Hidden Springs RV Resort. And the greater Tylertown area between Vaught's and Mesa. Speaking of Tylertown, we're going to hope for the best here, and we're going to hope that the storm continues to look like it's going to go just to the north and west of Tylertown, but this could easily scoot off a little bit farther to the right. So we need everybody in Tylertown to continue to be underground until this warning passes. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. These storms that are just south of the Jackson radar, I just want to issue another moment of immense concern for the Mendenhall, Mississippi area.
Hey, Ryan, you got to
perhaps if the storm to the east near McGee continues to look that way too. There's y'all watch on that one, I believe. That storm looks unbelievable when you go up in tilts. I am very concerned about Mendenhall. I know there's a warning there, but it's radar indicated. We don't have a tornado ongoing with this storm. However, that pattern is extreme. So I really hope nothing happens to that town, but we're maybe a few minutes away from seeing something take place at the surface, just like what's going on down south with that unbelievable tornado west of Tylertown. So please let somebody know in Mendenhall to take shelter ahead of time, just in case the potential wraps up here, because I don't like what I'm seeing.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Mendenhall, you heard it. You heard it. Take shelter if you haven't already. You've been under a tornado warning, but if you needed that extra push, there you go. This is it. You got to take shelter. This is an incredibly dangerous situation developing for the town of Mendenhall. Also, places like Panola, Merritt, Weathersby, Martinville, Fayetteville, Everett, and Upton. You guys are all in the line of fire here. We've got some updates from our storm chasers. Let's talk to Luke. Yeah, go ahead, Luke. And let's also talk to Brad. Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I was going to let you know the latest scan on the Tylertown tornado does have a CC drop now. So it is on the ground. I know it's been reported, but now you got radar confirmation.
Yeah, right now we are eyeing these two what appear to be maturing supercells south of Interstate 20. We're watching cell interactions right now, and right now we think the more constructive and favorable mergers are going to be with that cell near McGee. So right now we are blasting south to get visual.
Has been issued.
All right, so that's an update from Luke. He's blasting south, and now we've got ourselves a new PDS tornado warning now, as we are just becoming more increasingly confident that we have just a massive tornado doing big-time damage here to the south and west of Tylertown in Mississippi.
A new PDS tornado warning has been
This is a big tornado. This is the kind that they issue tornado emergencies for. Get ready in Vaughts, Mesa, eventually Salem, and Darbin. This is going to be one of the most life-threatening and dangerous situations you have ever found yourselves in your life. Take shelter now. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I just wanted to tell you that the VRA, or literally the VRA on that storm is 96 knots to 98 knots, which is well above tornado emergency criteria. So if we operate on that alone, as well as the extension of that warning way out ahead of it now, that includes areas all the way up to Jefferson, Davis County, near Bassfield and Prentice, that would be a tornado emergency. So I would expect that to come shortly.
Thank you, Andy. Guys, we have a huge tornado on the ground here, just to the south and west of Tylertown. We've got to let everybody know downstream here. We're talking about Mesa, Salem, Darbin, Sartonville, Holly Springs, White Bluff, Hawthorne, Society Hill, Oakvale, Progress, Carson, Bassfield, Prentice. This is a large tornado. This is an incredibly damaging tornado. Could even be a violent tornado, producing a debris ball here right over Dykes Crossing. It is, once again, this is the kind of tornado that can level entire communities. This is not one to play around with. It's getting ready to go over the Paradise Ranch RV resort right now. We're talking about minutes from now, and this is a huge RV resort. After it goes by that, it's going to cross over Highway 48 and continue to go past the Hidden Springs RV resort. Once it goes by that, it's going to approach Mesa and Highway 98 near Mesa Walker's Bridge Road. Okay, this will cross Highway 98 near the Dollar General. If you know where the Dollar General is, right across the road from the Mesa Walker's Bridge Road, that's literally about where the tornado is going to cross Highway 98, right in that general vicinity there. It's going to get dangerously close to the Piggly Wiggly on Highway 98 as well, and then go on up towards places like the TLC Daycare Learning Center and China Grove Methodist Church. If any of those places ring a bell, you've got a major tornado moving right in that general direction. Some other places that we've got to be concerned about here include the small communities of Salem and Mesa, which are, once again, next in line here for this massive tornado. Big time damage being done right now in Damage Crossing, or Dykes Crossing, moving up towards Mesa. If you're just now tuning in, what we're looking at right now is a tornado doing incredible damage here. The drop in the correlation coefficient tells us that there's stuff in the sky that shouldn't be there. And it actually looks like this is putting stuff in the sky pretty high, and it's maybe some large stuff. And that tells us that this is a very, very large and dangerous tornado that we've got to be taken seriously here. Let's go and check in on our other storm here really quick. Don't want to leave anybody behind. This is going to be pretty intense as these storms start dropping tornadoes left and right. We still have a very concerning signature coming together here between Westville and Mendenhall. Want to make sure we say that name again. Mendenhall. We need everybody to take shelter over there. Also north and east of there, Everett, Martinville, Fayetteville, and Upton. All of you guys in Simpson counties are also in an incredibly dangerous situation, and you've got to do everything you can now to mitigate risk and protect your life and property as it's coming together fast. Additionally, the storm that's over McGee right now is coming together fast as well. This might be a big problem for our friends in Raleigh here soon. So take shelter, or get ready to take shelter. Prepare now in Raleigh. Storm chaser Caleb Beecham is in Raleigh right now. So if that storm does come together, we're going to be able to see it hopefully through Caleb's feed as the tornado gets closer. We do continue to have tornado warnings in effect farther to the north. In fact, we're still watching very closely this tornado warning that's coming up, or the tornado warned storm that's coming up towards Vaden and Beatty in Mississippi. You guys should be sheltered, as that is a very dangerous looking storm right now as well. And this could be producing a tornado at least very soon. If it's not happening right now, it could be happening very soon from now. And then Tupelo, I want to check back in on Tupelo real quick. We do still have a tornado warning for Tupelo, and we do still have an area of rotation that we're keeping an eye on, but it is less concerning than it was a few moments ago. So hopefully
this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Hopefully this dissipates, but for now we need to stay in our safe spot at least for the next 31 minutes in Tupelo. Now, we've got a new PDS tornado warning. Let's see here. Yeah, it's for our storm, for Mendenhall. So there you go. Mendenhall, you now are under a PDS tornado warning. That means this is a particularly dangerous situation. Your life is in extreme danger in Mendenhall. We need everybody in that town underground. Let me give you some local landmarks here just in case, if I can get everything together here. We want you to take shelter all across Simpson County. Okay, even if you're not anywhere near the stuff that I'm getting ready to talk about, but just in case, it helps you understand like how serious of a situation this is. The tornado right now is near the Pleasant Valley Church. It's going to parallel Highway 43 across not interstate, but Highway 49 in Mendenhall, right near the Mendenhall Sports Complex. Okay, if you know where the Mendenhall Sports Complex, that's about where the rotation is right now. Imagine an area between Fellowship Church, Chalk Construction, Main Street Baptist Church, and once again, the Mendenhall Sports Complex. That's around about where the tornado is right now. It's a big one, okay? And if it comes in, if it makes contact with Mendenhall, it'll be happening somewhere around that sports complex, going across the road there near Moo Moo's Cafe, potentially impacting the side of town where Campbell's Creek Baptist Church is, the Mendenhall Medical Clinic, the Mendenhall Church of God, Jehovah's Witnesses, and of course, Bowery Contractors, big time part of the town over here that is in the direct path of a damaging tornado. Beyond that, we've got to be concerned about Poplar Springs Road. We've got to be concerned about all these places farther to the north and east, including Everett Church Road. And then thankfully, once this gets past Mendenhall, it's in a pretty rural area until it gets closer to Puckett. And then once it gets up there closer to Puckett, we might see this tornado get close to the Hodem trucking vicinity, and of course Martin and Sons as well. Take shelter if you're in anywhere near any of those places that I just talked about. And now let's go back down to our other PDS tornado warning. We've got a major tornado on the ground here, continuing to do very significant damage near Dinan, moving up towards Salem. We've got debris in the air. We've got a debris ball here, and everything is just coming together to. This is as much of a significant tornado signature as you'll ever see on radar. That is a perfect supercell. We're about to see a little bit of a nudger here, and I don't know how long this can last. I don't know how long it's going to go, but it looks to me like it could go for a very, very long time. Unfortunately, this could be a problem for us in
tornado warning has been issued.
Bassfield. Sorry. This could actually be a problem for us in Bassfield, so we need to start preparing for that as it approaches. Even beyond that, this could be a problem for us in Collins, in areas north and west of Laurel later down the road. This is going to be one that lasts for a long time, so let's go ahead and prepare for that. We've got an extension of our PDS tornado warning now for Rankin, Scott, and Simpson counties. They've now included Puckett and Polkville in our tornado warning, okay? This is a PDS tornado warning. It's a particularly dangerous situation. This is a life-threatening situation for everybody inside of that polygon. You see that flashing red and black box there? If you're inside of that box, nothing else should matter to you right now other than getting yourself and your family and your friends into a safe spot and doing everything you can to protect your life and your property, as this is not going to be your average tornado warning, all right? We've got another radar-indicated tornado warning that was just issued for Jasper, Newton, and Smith and Scott counties in Mississippi. This goes all the way up past Raleigh towards Newton and Decatur. Corey Gherkin, Luke Hatton, and Brad Arnold, Connor, Bryce, pretty much all of our storm chasers are in line to be able to see that one once that gets up there closer to Decatur.
Hey, Ryan, will you have a second?
Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah, Ryan, we are sitting here in Raleigh right now and watching what appears to be a fairly robust wall cloud come together. Obviously, it is pretty hard to see through the trees, but we're seeing it wrap up quite significantly on radar. And as it pushes toward Raleigh, we're going to obviously continue to track it and give you that feed to let you know what's going on here on the ground.
All right, so here's what Caleb's vantage point looks like right now. And Caleb is out there storm chasing in Raleigh. He's in the path of this storm that's about to produce a big tornado here as it comes up towards Raleigh. We need everybody to take shelter and get ready. Some other people that we really need to be watching here is Grant and Max Archer. I mean, all of these storm chasers up here, we got to watch all of them and make sure that we're seeing everything here. Unfortunately, no on the ground traffic cameras anywhere close to any of these. So we're doing our best to fly by radar here until our storm chasers get closer. But I'm telling you, there's a big, nasty tornado on the ground right now coming up towards Sartonville.
This tornado warning has been
and they have just upgraded that to a tornado emergency. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado emergency for Walthall County in Mississippi. A tornado emergency is the highest level tornado warning that can possibly be issued. It's only issued whenever we know that the tornado that is in question is catastrophic. Once again, this tornado can devastate entire communities. It can take out towns, and it is something that you are going to have to really take action for here if you're in the path. A lot of times, tornado warnings that they're issued and maybe nothing's ever happened before if you've been under a tornado warning. This is not that kind of tornado warning. This is a once in a lifetime kind of thing down here where you've got to do everything you can to mitigate risk here. This is not the kind of storm that you can just sit in the living room for. You're not going to accidentally survive this. This is the kind of tornado that could almost certainly level even a well-built home. All right, so you've got to barricade yourself with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Get the mattress off the bed. Get the pillows. Get the helmet. Get whatever it is that you can get and protect yourself and brace for impact in Salem. This is going to impact Salem in seconds. Next up, we've got Darbin and we've got Holly Springs right after that. Some of the larger areas downstream here that this is going towards is Bassfield, Mississippi. It's making a beeline towards you now. There's a chance that it could go off to the west, and that's what we're going to be rooting for here. But we've just got to be as practical as possible and take as much time as possible to prepare as it is barreling down on the Prentice and Bassfield area right now. Once again, a tornado emergency is in effect for Walthall County, Mississippi. Catastrophic damage is underway right now in Salem. My goodness, look at the debris signature. That is not something that you see every day, and it's only usually seen with some of the strongest tornadoes. And this is so big, it could literally, I'm looking at the town of Salem here. This could be larger than the entire town of Salem. Salem's very small here. We've almost certainly we're going to have some impacts here, some measurable impacts at the Salem High School. Okay, so if you know where the Salem High School is, the one next to Rushington Road and the Walthall County Cafeteria, that's about where the tornado is right now, right? As it moves off to the north and east, it's going to cross Highway 27. It's going to go over Rushington Town Road near the TLC daycare, and then it's going to continue to move off to the north and east over a, thankfully, relatively rural area. There's a couple of churches out here. The Latter-day Saints Church is in the path, but it really doesn't get back into an area where it's going to be able to impact a structure until it gets closer to Darbin Road. We need everybody that is on Darbin Road to be underground. There's a lot of homes out here on Darbin Road. If you know where the Southern Safety Solutions small business is, if you know where the Cayley Farm is, or the Darbin Mennonite Church, that entire area there could be hit by a tornado. That's how big this thing is as it crosses Highway 586. Once it gets past Highway 586, it could go on up towards Holly Springs, and that's where it'll be potentially crossing the Pearl River here. So if you're just now tuning in, that big blue dot there, that is a catastrophic tornado destroying anything that it touches as it goes up towards Darbin. Let's flip over to velocity. Yeah. So some places downstream here that need to be continuously reminded that this is coming for you. Include Prentice and Bassfield. They just issued another tornado emergency for Bassfield. Now Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, and Marion counties in Mississippi are all under tornado emergencies. A catastrophic tornado is on its way right now to the greater Prentice, Carson, and Bassfield area in Mississippi. You got to take shelter. And once you've got a little bit of time, all right? You got a little bit of time in Prentice, right? You got a little bit of time in Bassfield, so hopefully we're utilizing that time. If you're in a mobile home, don't be. Okay? You got to get to the closest sturdy shelter that you can think of. That is a very important thing to remember here. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, I hate to do this to you, but there's a storm back near Kentwood, Louisiana, where this one started like an hour ago, and we called it out early before it was even tornado warned. This one looks really similar, and it's in that same exact environment, just a little bit south and east. And it's going to track through a lot of the same areas, get really close to Tylertown itself. Since this tornado emergency went west of Tylertown, Mississippi, this storm may get a little bit closer. If it does the same thing in that similar environment, then we're going to have to, say the same thing about it. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but I just want to let you know that ahead of time. There isn't even a severe thunderstorm warning on it yet, so early call out is good.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got to watch the Kentwood area. Again, another storm capable of producing a tornado is going to form here. And it's unfortunately going to take a very similar path as the one that we're just now, the one that we're tracking with the tornado emergency. So Tylertown, unfortunately, we've still got to have our heads up. We've still got to be hyper vigilant here as another tornado producing storm is going to come right for Gladhurst, Smithburg, and Tylertown. I hate to say that, but that's what's happening here. All right, let's go back to our tornado emergency, where, once again, just some incredible radar imagery here. This is not something that you see every day. And I'm telling you, anything that this tornado comes into contact with, it's completely destroying. Storm Prediction Center currently says, and this is not something that they say usually, they're saying that this is an ongoing, potentially violent tornado, meaning that this could be an EF 3, 4, or greater as it goes up towards places like White Bluff, Hawthorne, Society Hill, and unfortunately Prentice and Bassfield are both in the direct path of this incredibly dangerous storm. We started talking about this when it started forming down there near Kentwood. We told you an hour and a half ago or so that this was going to be a supercell that produced large, damaging tornadoes across the state of Mississippi. It's doing that, and it's going to continue to do that. I want to go ahead and draw your attention as well a little bit farther downstream. Why not go ahead and make the same kind of preparations in Mount Olive and Collins? It's going to come close to you guys, all right? So we got to do everything we can to mitigate risk up there as well. Hopefully it dies out or something happens to it before it gets there, but we can't guarantee that that's going to happen, all right? So Mount Olive and Collins, those are some other places downstream from this that might need to be, getting ready as well. Latest radar scan here continues to show a very damning, signature. We've still got damage visible on radar. We've still got damage being done right now, and also something that we're starting to be able to see is a debris field, right? So tornado has sucked up some debris here, and we've got a pretty tight area of the initial debris, but you can also see the path that it's taking as the debris gets sucked up into the cloud. So now we've got little pieces of potentially Salem, the small community of Salem, in the sky here, about to rain down onto portions of Monticello and Prentice, as this is debris that's way up in the air that's being suspended by the updraft. And it's probably leaves and trees, maybe small pieces of debris that will once again come down in the Oakville, Progress, Carson, and Prentice area here soon. Now you've got probably just a couple of minutes before the tornado gets to you in Tilton and White Bluff. Tilton and White Bluff. This is a very dangerous situation for you. Hopefully everybody's already in their safe spots there, but if for whatever reason we've got people out there that haven't made it to their safe spots yet, this is your sign. This is your call out. We got to get there fast. Let's get back into the mesoscale here and just give you the latest on where we think this is. The tornado right now, it just passed the Terry's Bits machine shop. Okay, if you know where that is, you know about where the tornado just passed. Now it's on its way towards the White Bluff area. As it goes towards White Bluff, it's going to cross the Pine Grove Pentecostal Church. It's going to go past a pretty large rural area, and it's going to cross Highway 587 where the Pearl River gets close to it. So if you know where the Pearl River kind of bends back and gets really close to Highway 587, you can probably see it out of your passenger side window as you're driving towards Divide. That's about where the tornado will cross Highway 587 as it goes up towards Oakville. That's what's going on there. Let's go check out that new tornado warning. They just warned the tornado storm, the tornadic storm that's to the south of this, and this doesn't quite include the town of Tylerville, but I would say Tylertown. I would say go ahead and take shelter anyways. This does include most immediately Spring Creek and Lewiston. Okay, Spring Creek and Lewiston out here in Tangipahoa and Washington parishes in Louisiana. You take shelter, and then everybody in Pike and Walthall counties in Mississippi, you guys got to take shelter as well. We're really concerned about our friends in Mount Herman, Porter's Curve, and then the state line area between Smithburg, Dillon, and Warrenton. Take shelter immediately. This is going to be an incredibly dangerous storm, just like its brother or sister, whatever you want to call it up here, that's going up towards Bassfield. Raleigh, that we've got a huge area of rotation that just passed Raleigh. We've got a bunch of storm chasers out here. This is not doing anything yet, but it's about to, as we've got 2-inch in diameter hail coming up towards you in Forest. Corey Gherkin and Brad Arnold are both in the direct path of this one, so we're going to keep an eye on them. And then probably a little bit closer to tornado genesis would be the actually, yeah, it's the storm that's going by Raleigh right now. So we're going to keep an eye on our storm chasers. This is where they all are. They're all on these storms here. So we'll be able to give you a visual on these as they get closer to places like Philadelphia and Meridian. And we're going to keep watching those as they move off to the north and east. There is also a tornado warning right now for Carroll, Choctaw, and Grenada counties in Mississippi. We've got a decent area of rotation right now near Kilmichael, however you say that, and Brett Adair. Brett Adair's right in the path of it, so I don't know if we've got him up or if he's still down, but we will show you him if he ends up being able to see something. We also continue to have a tornado warning for Tupelo. That's going to last for the next 10 minutes, so stay in your safe spots in Tupelo, and then we should be able to tell you it's all right to come out, at least for a brief period of time, in about 10 minutes. Let's go back down to our tornado emergency, which continues for the next 41 minutes for Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, and Marion counties in Mississippi. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, a catastrophic tornado is currently doing damage now in Jefferson, Davis, and Lawrence counties, moving into Marion County. This is right in between Sartonville and Holly Springs right now. We are in a little bit of a radar hole. It's not terrible, but as it gets closer to the Jackson radar, we might be able to see some more features here. But I mean, there's just no doubt about it. This is coming up towards White Bluff right now. White Bluff, Hathorne, and Society Hill, all places that are in the path. As this comes into White Bluff, this is once again the area that I was talking about earlier that is close to the Pearl River, Highway 587, where the Pearl River bends back close to the road. That's about where the tornado is right now. Get ready in Hathorne and Society Hill as well. Once it gets past White Bluff, it could potentially impact the New Hope Missionary Baptist Church. And then there's just a lot of small places, and you know, there's homes out here, and there's no names for these communities. You know what I'm saying? It's just a big long road, and then every once in a while there'll be 2 or 3 houses. We just got to hope that everyone knows what's going on here, because none of these houses, if they get a direct hit from a tornado of this magnitude, will still be there after it goes by. So it's very important that nobody gets surprised by this. As it moves off to the north and east. Still got debris field visible here on correlation coefficient. And then our very evident, debris signature here, meaning that there's still new debris being picked up by a tornado just to the west of Holly Springs. If at some point here in the future, if we ever see this start to fade away, and all we see is like a much larger debris field here, maybe that means that we're going to have a recycle, or the tornado it's going to stop producing a tornado for a period of time. But right now, I've got every reason to believe that this is still producing a big tornado right now as it comes up towards White Bluff. All right. Let's go and let's look at the tornado warning to the south of this tornado emergency. It's been a second since we've talked about it. Still just radar indicated rotation down here, but it is coming together. And we do expect that this might produce a tornado here as it approaches Tylertown, Smithburg, and Dillon. Get ready in Pike and Walthall counties. Take shelter. And then let's come back down here to our tornado emergency. And just making sure we've got all the latest scans lined up here. Yeah, this is just from 1 minute ago. It's just now getting into the White Bluff area. And then Let me see here. If it continues on that trajectory, once again, still Oakville, Hawthorne, and Society Hill are the next ones in line. All we can do at this point is just hope that the message has gotten out to these people, right? I mean, we've sat here and we've said every potential church it could hit, every potential back road and river it could hit, every... You know what I'm saying? Like now, hopefully we've just reached those people and they are in their safe spots. You've got to get into the basement preferably, but I know a lot of people in Mississippi don't have those. But you want to get into the lowest floor of the building with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible and protect your head. You got to remember that helmet. You got a bicycle helmet, you got a football helmet, you got something like that, grab it. That is potentially going to be life-saving for you if you utilize it. Yeah, debris ball is visible here. It's coming through White Bluff now. And White Bluff is relatively small. I mean, there's not a lot of stuff here. It's another one of those places where it's a small collection of homes. And a lot of those homes are mobile homes, which is one of the reasons why I've been trying my best to emphasize how important it is to not be in those in a situation like this. There's not a lot you can do now in White Bluff, right? But if you took action an hour ago, maybe you had time to go down to Aunt Sally's house or down to the daggone post office. You know what I'm saying? Like a brick building. That's the goal there. But right now we've got seconds before this impacts White Bluff, and then maybe minutes before it gets to Hawthorne and Society Hill. Within the next couple of minutes, this is also going to be getting dangerously close to the Colonial Pipeline on the other side of the Pearl River. Also, if you know where the New Hope Missionary Baptist Church is, that's where the tornado is going to be within the next 5 minutes. It's getting closer to Bassfield and Prentice. So hopefully everybody out there has gotten the message and they are taking shelter right now as well. All right, here's a live camera of our other storm back there closer to Kentwood that's coming together. And you can see all the rising motion, all of the moisture coming up. Wow, that's crazy. All right, go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. Me on my Twitter feed and then Kenzie on yours is retweeting a bunch of damage. Don't pull it up on stream due to copyright issues, but you can people can go there and see any of the damage from this tornado. There is a lot of it.
All right, thank you, Elijah. Yeah, it looks like some areas near Tylertown, and all of these places that we've been talking about, they have took on significant damage, and there's people out there right now that are reeling from being hit by a devastating tornado. So our job here is mostly to inform you on what's happening next, right? The goal is to always tell you, here's what's happening next. Here's where it's going next. Here's what's happening in 10 minutes. But I also want to make sure we do everything we can to also keep you informed on here's what happened 10 minutes ago. Here's what happened an hour ago, because we had so many people tune in just now in the Tylertown area, and we've got people who have family members and friends in Tylertown and all these other places. And we don't want to just leave you behind now that the storm's moved on. We're going to try to keep you updated on what we know about what has unfolded here, while also continuing to update you on what's happening next. Which, by the way, last couple of scans here on our velocity, it does look like what we talked about earlier was like maybe there's going to be a brief period where this tries to recycle. That might be happening here. So there's another piece of energy, another storm that's formed right on top of the updraft here, and there's a merger that's happening. We'll see what happens. If the supercell handles that merger, then it's going to continue to produce a tornado. And it's a strong enough supercell to where we can assume that is very likely to happen. So we've got to stay underground in Prentice, Carson, and Bassfield. And we haven't even had time to show this yet, but there is a new PDS tornado watch for Alabama. And this is of the same magnitude as the one in Mississippi. So until 8 p.m. Central tonight, we're going to be watching Huntsville, Birmingham, Montgomery, Gadsden, all the way down past Tuscaloosa, over into southwestern Alabama as well. We're going to watch it for numerous strong tornadoes, tennis ball size hail, and scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. I have a couple of areas of interest in northeastern Mississippi, none of which are tornado warned. The first one is west of Houston, Mississippi. Once again, from the Columbus radar, I have a few of these y'all watches out as well. And that one goes up a few tilts. I would give that a low to medium confidence near Houston, Mississippi, and Chickasaw County. I have one further east that's closer to Amory and Bigby. This area is much stronger up in tilts and actually has a couplet aloft, but that has not yet translated to the surface. So this is not tornado warned, but I am watching that supercell that's on the west side of the two there in a row. That one looks really supportive aloft of producing a tornado, so we'll see if that works down, and if it does, then we'll see a tornado warning for it for sure. The last one is a belt of higher winds up near Fulton, Mississippi to the north. That one may try to produce a brief tornado, but it may just remain a damaging wind threat. So a few areas of concern here in northeast Mississippi as we have no tornado warnings in that area.
Okay, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're going to go back down to our tornado warnings. It's been a second since we've checked in on the one where all of our storm chasers are. And we do have a pretty large area of convergence still coming together here, where Brad Arnold and Corey Gherkin are. And we're going to continue to see that try to produce a tornado as it approaches Newton. Newton, Mississippi needs to be sheltered. So please get into your safe spots now and go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So Andy was just talking about the Amory storm. There is actually a tornado on the ground right now around Amory, Mississippi. I am looking at a photo of it right now.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. So now we've got photo evidence of a tornado in the general Amory, Mississippi area. So we'll likely see a tornado warning come through soon. We got to get to shelter, or at least consider getting into shelter very quickly if you are in the Smithville area, if you're in the Turon area, Academy, anywhere near or in Amory, take shelter now. This part of the storm right here does look quite suspect. So yeah, we'll see where the National Weather Service puts that warning. But it'll likely include Smithville, Haltley, and Academy. All right, back to the tornado emergency, where we still have a huge tornado underway. And it looks like, it is definitely recycling. So notice the velocity signature is very strong back here to the west of Tylertown. Continues to be very strong, and then right after it got past White Bluff, it looks a little bit less tight. But what's happening here is it is coming together, and it is we likely are going to have a tornado still come through on the west side of Bassfield and Carson. So take shelter now. It's not, hopefully you've already been there. We've been talking about you forever. But now's the time to get underground if you haven't already. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. I have reason to believe via photo evidence that the Amory storm is actually producing a tornado right now as we speak, and it is unwarned in the area. So that's going to pass probably just west of Amory and go up west of Smithville towards the Fulton, Mississippi area. So I've seen a photo of it as a cone tornado up there, really close to Big B.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Bigby, Flynn, Smithville. These are all areas that Andy has been, highlighting here with our Y'all Watch. We've heard now that there is likely a tornado on the ground. We've got photo evidence of it. We're just waiting on that tornado warning from the National Weather Service. But even if we don't get that, I would say that, if you want to be extra precautious here, take shelter, especially if you're in Bigby, Flynn, Carolina, and New Salem. This is coming right in your general direction, okay? Let's go back to our tornado warning, which has something like 20 storm chasers on it right now. There are literally 20 storm chasers right now on the storm near Newton. And it's trying its best to produce a tornado. That convergent signature looks classic. It's not very intense yet, but that could change very quickly as it gets closer to Newton. We need the whole town of Newton to take shelter. And then coming back to Bassfield, very concerning signature here as a new tornado, maybe even a larger tornado, is trying to come together here between Society Hill and Carson. We've got a little bit of time for this to, maybe try to dissipate some more over some open fields. It's very rural before you get to Carson. But like if it forms up here again, it's going to happen right in the area between Carson and Bassfield. Let me copy some coordinates here. Give me just 1 second. Go ahead, Andy.
A new
Brian,
tornado
that
warning has been
Bassfield
issued.
tornado has re-intensified. You can see a deeper debris signature from the Jackson radar on the latest scan. So I would imagine this is going to follow the same thing for the next 20 minutes within this warning. We'll see a warning extend out in front of it. This tornado will follow a jagged movement path. Every time it turns to the east just a little bit, it will intensify. We see this sort of movement quite often in intense to violent tornadoes of this caliber here, and every time it turns back to the west, it may weaken a little bit. So we're going to follow a wiggle in the path, essentially, and as we get close to the radar, we'll have a much better view of that and be able to nail down exactly where it's meandering within this warning. But that's part of the reason why this polygon is so big. Even for a tornado emergency, if the tornado is 20 miles away, this thing does wiggle around. We do see that happen in violent tornadoes, so please heed the warning appropriately.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, showing us the latest scan here, which is very, very concerning as it's coming towards Carson here. We've got a big tornado doing damage. This is a tornado emergency for Bassfield and Carson in Mississippi. Right now, the tornado is doing damage near the Greens Creek towing facility. It's going to approach the Carson and Bassfield near Bass Cemetery, and it'll cross Highway 42, maybe somewhere near Wards. Anywhere between Wards and the St. Elizabeth Cemetery. Anywhere in that vicinity is in the direct path of this storm. Everybody in the town of Carson, everybody in the town of Prentice, and everybody in the town of Bassfield needs to be underground if possible. Underground storm shelter is the best way to go. But if you can't get there, you got to just be in the lowest floor of a sturdy building.
New information. This tornado warning
with
has
as many
been
walls
upgraded.
between you and the outside world as possible. This is very close. Hold on, I'm not getting audio alerts. Give me just 1 second. I got to refresh something over here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. So if you're just now tuning in, we still got a big tornado over here coming into Bassfield. This thing has done incredible damage over here between Tylertown and where it is now. We can see it. I mean, we can see some of the damage floating way up in the sky here. You see this right here? We only see that kind of signature on the correlation coefficient whenever we're dealing with a tornado that is of the caliber of something like some of the bigger tornadoes that we've seen in the past. Okay, we had a whole conversation about this phenomenon with the Mayfield tornado. We had a whole conversation about this with the Rolling Fork tornado. Those are the kinds of tornadoes that produce this effect on the correlation coefficient. So we are pretty certain that this is doing, very incredible damage here right near Carson and Bassfield right now. It's going through these towns. Hopefully it slides right in between them and does minimal damage. But we can't know for sure. This thing is likely a very huge tornado. It could be the size of the distance between them. But let's just say that it's going to hit both of them. Let's just assume that that's going to be the case, and let's make sure that everybody treats it as such. Once again, Carson, especially on the side where the St. Elizabeth Cemetery is, we are very concerned about you. Additionally, downstream, we're concerned about Santry. And then also Terrell, and this is going to be getting close to Collins here soon. So we'll likely see a new warning polygon issued at some point here, and that'll include Mount Olive and Collins. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I have reason to believe that Tylertown, Mississippi, our antecedent storm here following a similar path, is about to produce or is producing a tornado now just behind that storm. From the Jackson radar, you can see it's only increased in intensity aloft. So unfortunately, we're looking at this happening once again here. And I think we're going to see a similar ongoing tornado just back to the south and west. Hopefully that doesn't continue. And then I have one more thing to share, which is there is the chance of a tornado ongoing east of Smithville. That warning was confirmed by the National Weather Service for the imagery that we saw near Amory. However, there's also another supercell. There's a twin supercells there, a pair of them, and the one to the east is likely about to produce a tornado east of Smithville that will head into the Bexar, Alabama area along the state line. So we don't have a tornado warning in Marion County, Alabama yet, or Franklin County. However, I would imagine that there would be one issued to encompass both of these supercells up there.
Thank you, Andy. We're going to go back and we're going to touch on the warning here that is near Tylertown. This is taking a remarkably similar path to the other storm, the one that just produced the tornado emergency. We've got a huge burst of wind coming through the town of Tylertown right now. That's the incredible inflow that's coming into the storm. And that's going to fuel this thing. It's going to make it able to produce another big tornado, it looks like, as it goes up towards Salem, as it goes up towards Darbin, Holly Springs, and a lot of the same exact areas that just took on damage from this other tornado that we just had over here. So, here we go. Another tornado, big tornado forming right now between Mesa and Tylertown. I would not be surprised if this got upgraded to a PDS tornado warning here soon. Our ongoing PDS tornado warning is still in effect over here for Carson and Bassfield. This is going to continue for the next 18 minutes. And I would assume that we're going to see a new polygon issued here soon that might include Collins and Mount Olive. So y'all get ready for that. Storm Chaser Luke Hatton is eyeballing our storm from the air, the one that's coming up into Newton. And this is what that looks like. This is an incredible view of the Newton storm. It doesn't look like anything's making contact with the ground right now. Oh, my bad. This is Corey Gherkin. not Luke. My bad. I thought I saw Luke's name up here, but it's the same storm. It's the one that's approaching Newton right now. You can see on radar that area of convergence between Roberts and Bartlett. That's the area of rotation that he's zooming us in on right now. And we've got a pretty good view of this if it decides to plant a tornado as it goes over Interstate 20 there between Bartlett and Calhoun. This is where we were just looking. Corey's right here, and he's giving us a view into this part of the storm right here. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so that the storm that Andy was calling out for Tylertown, the new one, that is following a nearly identical, if not actually identical path to the recent PDS or tornado emergency we had. And according to Google Maps, there is heavy traffic in that area, which would make sense because the tornado blocked the roads. So this is a very, very bad situation. If you are on the road on Highway 98 near Tylertown, please turn around and go the opposite direction. Another tornado could be coming in the same path where the road is actually still blocked. So do not get stuck in traffic, please.
Thank you, Elijah. And yeah, this is
Hey, Ryan, it's
coming
Brad.
close
We have a
to
second.
Highway 98 right now. And then right after that, just to give you more roads to think about that we're dealing with here, Highway 583, Highway 27, 585, all of these connector roads between Denton, Salem, and Darbin. There's a huge area, probably completely impassable in the middle of those roads because of the damage from the other storm. And now we've got another tornado coming through the exact same area. We just got a request from Brad. Let's talk to him. Go ahead, Brad. Oh, man.
Hey, Ryan, I was going to let you know we are targeting. I know you can see my location, but we are targeting
A
that
new
cell
tornado warning
that
has
is
been
likely
issued.
producing a violent tornado near Bassfield. We are going to intercept it. We've got a spot.
In
We
a
have
quarter mile,
a
turn
very
left
good
on
viewing option just south of Bay Springs. So we should be able to have really good eyes on this in probably about 20 minutes or so. So just letting you know.
All right, so Brad's going to be our first chaser that is in the vicinity of the Bassfield tornado. All right, we just got an upgrade to a PDS tornado warning for the Tylertown storm now. It's past Tylertown. It's past Highway 98. It's crossing over 583 now. And it's unbelievable what's happening here. This is literally the same exact area that was just hit. I mean, I can't imagine that. We've had this happen before where they get pretty close, but this is almost exactly. But anyways, we've got a damaging tornado once again going over Union Church Road, moving up towards China Grove, Salem, and Darbin. Everybody needs to be in their safe spots. There's some people out here that don't have safe spots. You know what I'm saying? So this is just an incredibly dire situation. Whatever we've got to do to make sure that people know what's coming. Imagine getting hit by a tornado coming out of your home. What do, right? You don't pull up the Weather Channel. You go check on your neighbors. You know what I mean? Like you're walking around, like you're trying to salvage. However it's got to be done. We need to do everything that we can to make sure that these people who are currently reeling from the last tornado understand that there is a new one barreling down on them right now. We've got a new PDS tornado warning that was just issued for a very large area over here for Covington, Jones, and Smith counties.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second, it's Brad again, sorry.
Mississippi. This is the one that Brad Arnold, he's pretty much in that warning now. And let's hear from him. Go ahead, Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, a little bit of troubling news. We are in Bay Springs right now. Lots of traffic on the roads. People are out shopping. All the businesses are still open. There's a lot of people grocery shopping,
has been issued.
Driving around, walking around. I don't know if they don't know it's coming, but they're about to get a big wake-up call. A lot of people out. This is not what you want to see.
All right. Thank you, Brad. Unfortunate news there. Even after all of the messaging that we've done here, it still seems like some people are not taking these warnings seriously. Once again, if you are anywhere in the path of any of these storms today, my recommendation for you is to drop everything. Do not do anything other than figure out how you're going to handle this situation as the storms get closer to you. All right. Let's go check in on that other new tornado, PDS tornado warning that was just issued. This is now in effect for Jefferson Davis
this tornado warning
and Lawrence
has been
and
upgraded.
Marion counties in Mississippi. Is right now we've got two massive tornadoes on the ground. Pretty much following each other, taking almost the exact same path. One of them is just past Bassfield, moving up towards Mount Olive, Collins, and Taylorsville, and eventually Bay Springs. Another one, it just got past Tylertown, Mississippi, and it's moving up towards Sartonville and Holly Springs, White Bluff, Society Hill, Goss, Ebenezer, and all these places that were just hit by this one. Two massive, life-threatening tornadoes on the ground right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Brian. And there is a supercell in all south along I-55 back in Louisiana that is going to travel about 30, 40 miles southeast of these ones that have just gone through this area and have both produced intense tornadoes for sure. So I've gone ahead and put a yaw watch on that extends very far out into that northeastern part of the boot heel there. So I don't know if this is going to do the same thing, but that could be our third cell that is in a line producing violent tornadoes. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but keep a close eye on that in Tangipahoa Parish into Washington Parish once again.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got a y'all watch out for Franklinton. Okay, Franklinton, and more immediately the areas between Tickfall and Hammond, and then also Husser, Osceola, all these places in extreme southeastern portions of Louisiana down here in Tangipahoa, Livingston, Washington parishes. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. We know what this air mass that it's moving into is capable of. We know that what it's capable of, and the supercell in question looks quite capable of putting down a big tornado here. So we've got to get ready for a tornado here. In Franklinton, this is another one of those situations where if you're watching this right now and you're in Franklinton, Louisiana, you've got an incredible lead time here. You've got time to mitigate risk, do whatever you can to get everything ready to take shelter, evacuate mobile homes, RVs, do whatever you can to protect yourself here in Franklinton. It's coming. Additionally, we've got a new tornado warning now in Alabama. This is for Franklin County in Alabama. Tornado warning now for Red Bay and Russellville. Let's go ahead and get to shelter up here. Pretty serious situation with a strong storm coming in capable of producing a tornado as it comes towards Russellville. Now, let's go back to the south. The storm that all of our storm chasers are on is still trying to produce a tornado as it goes through Newton. It's not actively producing a tornado from what I can tell, but it is pretty daggone close. Brandon Kopic's got a great view here of that as it gets close to, once again, it's going past Newton right now, up towards Blount's Store, Good Hope, Decatur, Center Ridge, Duffy, and then eventually this is going to make it over there towards Highway 19, north and west of Meridian. So this is a live view of the base of that storm. You can tell it really wants to put down a tornado, and it's very close, but it's not quite there yet. All right. Let's put Brandon in 1. Just swap Brandon and Corey there. And let's go back to the radar, and let's continue tracking our tornado outbreak that's going on down here. We've got a PDS tornado warning for Collins, okay, and Terrell and Friendship and McDonald in Mississippi. This is our damaging tornado. This is our signature for it right here. Damage is being done between Terrell and Dean right now. It's going to move off to the north and east towards McDonald and Collins really concerned about our friends in Collins right now, especially on the northwest side. On its approach to Collins, this is going to go over Highway 84 near Williamsburg. Okay, if you know where the small community of Williamsburg is, the Williamsburg United Methodist Church, Lake Milk Corner Road, the Rogers Bar HR, all of these places are in the direct path of this storm as it approaches Collins. This will come into Collins on the side of town. If this actually hits Collins, which it's not guaranteed, but we're going to just assume that it will. It'll enter town on the side where the Taco Bell is. It'll exit town on the side over there where the, what is AmSpec? I'm sure everybody in the town of Collins knows what AmSpec is. It is a giant industrial thing, lots of tanks and stuff. But whatever AmSpec is, that's where it'll exit town, and everywhere in between. And imagine in your head the areas between that. It's pretty much the entire town of Collins needs to take shelter, needs to be underground as this is coming right towards you right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. Just some more coverage on those cells in Louisiana. I have y'all watch on both of them. As you've seen, the one near Darlington, Louisiana, is going through St. Helena Parish and will go up towards the areas of Magnolia, Mississippi, and Pike County to the west of where we've had our previous intense tornado tracks. From the Jackson radar far away, you can see another mesocyclone that looks pretty intense there. That doesn't have a tornado warning on it yet, but it will very soon, I bet. In addition to that, our storm in the Tangipahoa Parish is taking on that shape very quickly. I imagine both of these are worth tornado warnings just ahead of time, knowing the environment. So please prepare for that in these parishes of Louisiana into, once again, this hard-hit area of the state line of Louisiana and Mississippi here, and areas west of Tylertown. Again, please be prepared for that. Everyone is experiencing this here, and it's a terrible situation.
All right, thank you, Andy. We've got a really terrible situation unfolding for our friends in Franklinton and Tangipahoa, Livingston, Washington parishes in Louisiana. We're hoping everybody's running to shelter, even though there's not a tornado warning yet, guys. This is looking like very soon it's going to produce one. And then we're also continuing to monitor our PDS tornado warning up here between Sartonville and Columbia, where we have a tornado on the ground doing damage near Darbin, moving up towards Holly Springs and White Bluff once again. Additionally, Brandon Kopic has given us some dramatic scenery out of Newton, Mississippi, where we do have a tornado warning. And we do have a storm also trying very hard to produce a tornado right now. This is still a radar-indicated tornado warning, the one that Brandon's on. But, man, is it trying very hard to produce a tornado here. If you look above my head, you can see the radar imagery there. There's a nice little hook. There's a decent area of rotation. This is very close to producing a tornado, somewhere between Newton and Hickory, and it's moving up towards Blunt Store, Decatur, and Center Ridge. There's a lot of storm chasers on this, so we're monitoring all of them. And we'll put whichever one has the best view in the number 1 slot so that you can see it above my head here as we analyze the radars. That's our main thing that we have right now. Tupelo, Mississippi, by the way, you guys are not under a tornado warning yet. You were under one earlier. There is another storm moving in your general direction that could maybe at some point produce another tornado warning, but right now it's good. That storm's going to stop being tornadic before it gets to you. We're going to hope that's the case anyways, but if there's a new tornado warning issued here soon, we will let you know. But for our folks in Okolna, you are under a tornado warning for the next 33 minutes, and we need you to stay in your safe spots. New storms down here that we continue to watch, just continue to look really, concerning on radar, and then probably our top intense signatures on radar right now still come from our 2 PDS tornado warnings. I guess some slight good news is that I would say that the storm that just went past Carson and is now approaching Collins, there is what looks to me like another cycle happening. That doesn't mean that anybody in Collins should come out of their safe spot, but we're going to hold our breath here and we're going to hope for the best. As we've seen this storm do this before, it undergoes a cycle, and for a moment it doesn't produce a tornado. That could happen as it goes through Collins. We're not going to bet on that. We're not going to say that that's what's happening, but let's hope that that happens, as the velocity signature is a little bit less coupled as it gets closer to Highway 84, but still a violently rotating storm capable of producing a big tornado is crossing over Highway 84 right now, moving into McDonald and Collins. Then it's going to move up towards Salem, Hopewell, and Union, Blackley Creek, and Taylorsville.
A new tornado warning has been
You
issued.
are in the direct path of this dangerous storm. PDS tornado warning continues for Jefferson, Davis, and Lawrence counties in Mississippi. Another cycle is happening here with an occlusion. It looks like this little part of the rotation is going to kind of move up in this general direction, getting sucked up into the parent supercell. And then we're probably going to see a new area of rotation form over here in the form of a handoff if the storm can survive this merger that it's undergoing right now. But still, there's two areas of concern, I would say, around Holly Springs. So that's why everybody in the entire polygon here, from White Bluff and Tilton all the way down to Expose, Emmanuel, and Harmony, needs to be deep underground in a basement, storm cellar preferably, or if you can't do that, in the most interior room of a sturdy building closest to you if you're in a mobile home. We can't be in a mobile home, okay? And then, unfortunately, y'all, this storm is going to go up towards Bassfield again. So it's not time to, come out of our safe spots in Bassfield just yet. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, I'm very glad you just mentioned do not come out of your safe spots in Bassfield. I just learned that Jefferson Davis County, which is the county where Bassfield is at, has ceased search and rescue operations due to this incoming tornado. On the scanner, they were reporting, if anyone calls, tell them we'll be there as soon as we can, but we can't come out until the cell passes. So as of this moment, 911 kind of search and rescue operations and help has ceased in that county due to the incoming tornado.
Okay. Thank you, Elijah. Let's hope that this just dissipates and doesn't do anything else to hinder the operations up there in Jefferson Davis counties. But unfortunately, it is probably for the best that everybody kind of halts any sort of search and rescue for the next little bit, because we don't want our rescuers to need rescued. You know what I'm saying? We've got an occluding tornado here going up past Darbin up towards White Bluff. This is the exact same path that was just hit by a big tornado not too long ago, and we need everybody to understand the danger of that and the severity of it. And then we continue to have a PDS tornado warning for Taylorsville. Let's check out on that most recent scan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's coming through near Collins. It looks to me like the tornado has lifted miraculously right before it gets to Collins. It's going to stop doing damage. Will it start doing damage again as it comes into Collins? It's possible. That's why we want everybody to stay in their safe spots in Collins. The big rotating part of the storm is crossing over Highway 49 right now. It's going to go up towards Blakely Creek, Union, Hopewell, and Shady Oak next. And then, unfortunately, if this thing cycles again, it's going to come back together and try to produce another tornado on its approach to Taylorsville. So you guys are not out of the woods yet. For the next 43 minutes, you need to stay in your safe spot. We do have storm chaser Bryce Shelton on this storm. He is just north of Mize, so we need to be watching Bryce Shelton and Brad Arnold both. They are the ones that are closest to the Taylorsville PDS tornado right now. New tornado warning has been issued for Macomb and Magnolia. This is the one that Andy called out a while ago. Now we've got our official tornado warning here for Tangipahoa Parish in Louisiana, Pike, Amite, and Walthall counties in Mississippi. We've got a pretty convincing looking area of rotation coming together here near Easleyville. That's going to move right on up towards Terry's Creek and Chautauqua. Take shelter now. Tornado warning is also now in effect for St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington parishes in Louisiana, and pretty much exactly lined up with Andy's Y'all Watch here. And as a tornado is probably coming together right now. That right there is not what you want to see. Holy smokes. Tornado is trying to happen right now near Loringer, Osceola, and Husser, and it could potentially touch down anywhere in here. And it looks like it could be a big one. And that's going to go up towards places like Pine Cliff and Franklinton as it goes off to the north and east. Wow. All right, so we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have about 5 or 6 storms that are either producing a tornado or about to produce a tornado right now. We are still in the beginning stages of this tornado outbreak. These storms have got a lot of they've got a lot of warm sector to go. We do expect that these will continue to produce tornadoes as they go over into Alabama. So we've got to start thinking about getting ready in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, York, Demopolis, Butler, Thomasville. This part of Alabama right here is going to be today's tornado alley, it seems. So we've got to be hyper vigilant anywhere inside of that area.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Hey, Ryan, when you got a second, let me know.
Let's go ahead and talk to Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I was going to let you know we are sitting just south of Bay Springs. We are seeing debris falling from the sky from this storm up in the updraft. Violent tornado. Looks like it lifted for just a second, but we're getting debris well out in front of this. It's falling from the sky on us.
Okay. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Look at this. Holy smokes. That's one of the bigger debris fields that I think we've seen off a storm like this. We had a lot of debris picked up between Tylertown and Bassfield, and all that debris was sent up into the sky. It's still there, and now it's raining down where Brad Arnold is. You see where Brad is? He's got little pieces of the of stuff potentially all the way back from near Tylertown falling on him there several miles away. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I am looking at that Decatur storm. That's East Mississippi, there north of I-20. That does have a small correlation coefficient drop now from the Jackson radar as it passes east of Decatur in Newton County. So this is going to head up to the west of Collinsville, Mississippi, and that general area of the northeast corner of Newton County. So confirmed tornado there. More than likely, we'll get the upgrade from the National Weather Service.
Hey, Ryan, we've got pieces of insulation now that are falling from the sky. Man.
All right. Thank you, Andy and Brad, who's now reporting that more substantial pieces of debris are falling from the sky out in front of this tornado that's coming up into the greater Taylorsville area. And that supercell looks like it's going to do it again as it looks quite healthy as it approaches Collins or goes past Collins and towards Taylorville. We also have a tornado down here north of Hickory, between Decatur and Chunky, moving up towards DeKalb. We've got a ton of storm chasers on this one. Chris Jackson is right in the path of this thing. So is Adam Lucio. And then it's just out the driver's side window for Brandon, Caleb Beecham, Chris Hall. So we should have a visual confirmation on that one sooner than later if it stays together. So once again, debris falling out of the sky here, probably in Taylorsville right now as well, as you guys are preparing for potentially a direct hit from whatever comes out of this next big uptick that we're seeing in velocity here. Hopefully it takes a while. Hopefully it doesn't produce a tornado until after Taylorsville, but it's looking to me like it's going to be very capable of doing so as it comes into Taylorsville, so we need everybody to take shelter.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right. Yeah, and we're continuing to watch our confirmed tornado warning here in Hathorne, Society Hill, up towards Ebenezer. Y'all take shelter if you haven't already. We currently have no PDS tornado warnings. We currently have a couple of confirmed tornado warnings. What I'm going to do, Andy, can you give me 5 minutes, you think? Are you good?
I can try, yeah.
If you can't, that's fine. But like, just let me know when you're done audibly, and I'll start something else up over here. I've got to take about 5 minutes.
All right, I got you.
All right, thank you, Andy. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Elijah. I heard that. All right, guys, I'll start by going through our tornado warnings one by one that encompass Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama right now. The top two that have my concern that have not produced a tornado yet are the ones that are currently in Louisiana. Here in Tangipahoa Parish, watching that one closely. Every scan that comes in, we get the first 4 tilts of the radar, and I'm watching to see with each tilt if that velocity couplet comes together. Lets me know that something is going on there in terms of the genesis of a tornado there. Right over Husser, Louisiana, and it headed up towards Franklinton. You guys are in that tornado warning. It extends to the northeast into Washington Parish. In addition to that, I did issue a lot of concern for the Magnolia area in Pike County, Mississippi. The tornadic part of that storm is out of Louisiana, is now on the Mississippi side of the state line, and will cross over I-55 soon. Neither of these storms are producing tornadoes at the moment, from what we can see on radar, but I need you guys to take shelter in Magnolia and Macomb, Mississippi, all along I-55 here. I expect that this supercell has a bit of clearance. There's a bit of a clear inflow for a while, so I think that it's very likely the warning will be extended out in front of this towards the Monticello or Monticello region in Lawrence County, Mississippi as well. If that continues to have clear inflow, I expect that thing to be there in about 35,
Hey Ryan, we just had a
45
tornado
minutes,
back on the
entering
ground on
county
that
from
cell
the
near
southwest.
Bassfield or
So you may
Collins.
get a tornado warning in Monticello, Mississippi, if you guys are up there. Sorry if I talk over any chasers, by the way. There's nothing I can do about that. In addition, our 2 confirmed tornado warnings are, to the best of my ability, they're both cycling right now, but Ryan wisely pointed out a mesocyclone handoff. So if you guys heard what he said earlier with that, that was the storm near Morgantown and Goss, Mississippi, that's headed towards Bassfield rather. Oh man, he got my pronunciation mixed up on that. I think that he is most certainly correct. He noted this increased area of winds that are being sucked up into where the previous tornado was. While that old tornado occludes, it takes a different track off to the north. In this case, yeah, almost directly north. And then the new tornado will form to the south and east of that and likely take on the same intense signatures that we've seen. So this is by no means over for Bassfield. We heard the emergency management teams there are ceasing operations in Jefferson Davis County. That is very wise. I would not be surprised if another tornado forms and goes right over Bassfield. There's no sugarcoating that. There's no anything with that. That is just a simple reality that could occur here with this new cycle of this supercell. So when we say cycle, we mean that the old tornado has mostly died off. It has it's occluded. It is roped out, is a common thing you'd see if you were watching this occur. Your feet are in Bassfield or south of Bassfield here, and you're watching this happen. You'd see an old tornado kind of roping out, becoming more and more wispy, and then this new wall cloud would look a lot more robust, rapidly rising air and clouds going into the base of the storm, and then a tornado may form right there. And it certainly looks like that is exactly what's happening. So I am very concerned about Bassfield. I would not be surprised if we see another PDS, which is particularly dangerous situation, warning for Bassfield, Jefferson Davis County, and areas off to the north and east there into Covington County. So Collins and Seminary, Some of you guys have had a tornado warning already in Covington County for the storm that's passing near Hot Coffee right now. I'll talk about that in a second. But please be prepared for another one. There's no reason why you won't get a tornado warning of an upper tier here into Covington County as I'm watching this occur. The pattern recognition is almost unbelievably accurate here. So watching that very, very closely. I am very concerned about Bassfield, like immensely concerned about Bassfield. Oh boy. So up to our Hot Coffee, Mississippi storm. This is the tornado warning just northeast of that, exiting Covington County right now, heading towards the Taylorsville, Summerland, Mississippi area, and then up into Jasper County. Not currently tornado warned in Jasper County. I think that you will receive a tornado warning there. I'm playing back the last few scans of this. It does look like a new tornado could very well be in progress here near Hot Coffee, and that's exactly what I see. I see a debris signature west of Hot Coffee now as of about 30 seconds ago, or 15 seconds ago. So newest radar scan shows a tornado on the ground here west of Hot Coffee in Mississippi. That's going to head up towards the Taylorsville and Summerland area immediately, and we will see a confirmed warning for Jasper County, Mississippi. The Stringer and Bay Springs areas especially need to be on high alert here, as you've not yet received a tornado warning, but you will. There is a tornado ongoing southwest of where you're at. So I didn't get to talk about the other tornado warnings, Ryan, but these are some very concerning situations, so you can take back over.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. It looks like the storm has come back together here after coming apart near Collins on its approach to Taylorsville. We talked about this. This could happen, and it looks like it is happening. So tornado is coming into Taylorsville. This is going to be a very big tornado, more than likely, and it is going to be a damaging tornado, so we need to do everything we can to protect our lives and our property in Taylorsville. Hopefully we were already in our shelters. We had a lot of lead time. We had a lot of time to prepare here, but if for whatever reason you're just now hearing about this, or you haven't gotten to shelter yet, now's the time to run, not walk, to your safe spot in Taylorsville, Gambrill, and Simpson. Tornado is currently coming back down towards the ground here near Okahay Cemetery, moving towards the New Hopewell MB Church. Could be coming across Highway 37 near the Ponderosa Farms. So get ready for that as it approaches Taylorsville. Brad Arnold is lined up perfectly with this. So Brad Arnold is in the direct path. And you can see his feet above my head there. Additionally, I don't think any of these three chasers over here in the Bassfield area are online, but Chandra, watch Brandon Clement, Matt, and Corey Poppenpole. Watch them very closely, as they are all three very close to the Bassfield storm, which is probably trying to produce a tornado again. If it isn't already. And this is unfortunately the last one just missed Bassfield to the north and west. This one, if this actually is on the ground and this is, if this is the real deal, like this would come right through Bassfield. So let's hope that it doesn't, and let's get everybody into our safe spots just in case. This is a very concerning situation for Bassfield here. Take shelter if you haven't already, and we also need to be ready in Santee, Cantwell Mill, and
Hey Ryan,
Mount
it's Brad.
Horeb.
I just want to let you know they're about to issue a tornado emergency for Bay Springs.
All right, so that's Brad saying it sounds like he's got some insider information here that they might issue a tornado emergency for this storm here in Taylorsville, coming up towards Bay Springs. Once again, if you guys want to keep up with Brad's location, he's right here. You see that red dot? That's where he is. This is where the tornado's going. This is what it looks like outside of his location right now. Can't see a lot, right? And that's going to be the same for anybody else that's in the path of this thing, especially while they're under the forward flank of the supercell. So we're going to keep a close eye on Brad's camera there as
new information. This tornado
they
warning
just
has been
upgraded that warning to a PDS tornado warning, which is the step before the tornado emergency. So now we've got a particularly dangerous situation warning for Taylorsville and Gambrel and Summerland in Mississippi. We've got to get everybody into their safe spots. There's your tornado debris signature. Another tornado doing damage right now just to the east of Gilmore. And once, like I was talking about earlier, this is going to cross the Highway 37 area near Ponderosa Farms. And it could parallel Highway 37 up into Taylorsville. And if it did, it would be on the side where we have stuff like what is that? The Jan Sign Company.
A tornado warning has been issued.
If you know where the Jan Sign Company is, you know about where I'm concerned about a tornado coming through. Also, that's where the Dollar General is on Highway 28 on the east side there. But everybody in the town of Taylorsville, regardless of your proximity to that specific Dollar General, needs to be underground. This is bad. This is bad. And, yeah, this could... yeah. Everybody in Taylorsville needs to be in their safe spots. And hopefully we've done a good job of making that happen. We've been talking about Taylorsville for such a long time. Chandra, what was that? In where? Oh, okay. I just don't see him on my map. Well, Bryce Shelton, by the way, we just talked about a Dollar General, and Bryce Shelton is in Taylorsville, and he is at that Dollar General. So he is also going to be able to give us a view of this storm as it goes near Taylorsville. Yeah, for some reason he's not showing up on my map. So, oh, there he is. Yeah, he was under the town name. There he is. Bryce Shelton's right in the middle of Taylorsville here. So put Bryce in one. We'll switch out him for Brad whenever it gets past him. So we've got a large destructive tornado coming into Taylorsville right now. Everybody needs to be sheltered. Gambrel, Taylorsville, and then up next, this is going to go right towards Bay Springs, which is where Brad Arnold is. Let's talk to Bryce. Let's see if we can see anything. Bryce, are you seeing anything yet? You're awfully close to that debris signature.
Ryan, we are east of Taylorsville now. We have a crazy inflow coming into this storm, probably 85 mile per hour inflow coming into this storm. We do have a lowering through the trees. Can't confirm if it's a tornado or not, though.
All right, so, I mean, Bryce is literally, he's right next to this thing, and he can't see it. So this is a really dangerous situation. This could pop over the trees and surprise people here in Taylorsville. Yeah, I just hope we got the word out and those people are in their safe spots, because it is there and it is coming through right now. Taylorsville, it's in, like, the rotation at least is going over the town of Taylorsville right now. It would be a miracle if there wasn't a tornado going through at least the southeast side of Taylorsville. If it lifted that quickly. But yeah, let's hope for the best for them. We're going to continue to listen to Bryce for updates, and we're going to start talking more about places downstream. Once again, this is going to be happening in Taylorsville for the next 15 minutes or so, and then we've got to be really concerned about our friends in Bay Springs and areas just south of there, between Stringer, Simpson, and Bay Springs. Okay. Right now, the tornado, by my best my best guess is somewhere between the if you know where the FedEx on-site shipping facility is south of Taylorsville, and if you know where the Leaf River is to the east of Taylorsville, somewhere in there, that's where the tornado is. It's anywhere right in this
Brian,
area.
we're about to come out of the core of this. You should have a view of it here pretty shortly.
All right, so yeah, Brad just made an interesting point here. We're going to be able to see this a lot better from his vantage point once he gets out of the core. So you see how we've got the inflow notch here, the clear air. Brad's about to be in that, so he'll be able to look right into it. But yeah, Bryce is right here.
Has been issued.
So it's about to jump scare him. It's about to pop out from behind one of them trees there. Seriously. And this is going to come up in parallel SCR, the State County Road 15, as it goes up towards Brad Arnold's location. Bryce Shelton and Brad Arnold will likely see each other, as Bryce is probably going to take that county road up there towards Highway 15, which is where Brad is right now.
Hey Ryan, it's crossing right in front of us right now. Probably about a mile in front of us.
All right, so Bryce is saying he can see it. I'm guessing it's to his left.
A new PDS tornado warning.
We're not able to see it through the camera just yet. But there, yeah, it's going to be right behind those trees. Wow. Big time circulation, big time tornado going on there. Just to the north and east of Taylorsville. This is a live look at it as it's just crossed Highway 531, I believe. And now that circulation is moving up into the Bay Springs area. By the way, they just issued a new PDS tornado warning for Bay Springs and Stonewall. And we've got a lot of storm chasers back here that are on Interstate 59. Corey Gherkin, Brandon Kopic, Connor, Nick, all of these guys are going to, if this thing continues to come up in this direction, they're going to be right there for it as it approaches them on a highway or Interstate 59. It looks to me like this thing is still doing significant damage now as it's past Taylorsville. I would say that we need to pay attention to the scanners and see if they are see if they're all right down there in Taylorsville, because it looks to me like at least a part of the town took a hit from that tornado there. And once again, it's going to parallel that Highway 531 all the way up towards Bay Springs, which is where Brad Arnold is. What else is there, though, between Brad Arnold and Bryce Shelton, where the tornado is right now? We're talking about Clear Creek Baptist Church. We're talking about New Home Baptist Church, Union Church. And we're talking about Polly's Ponds, Braid's Beauty and Beyond, the Tadlock Stockyard. You know what I'm talking about? These are all things that are in the path of the tornado within the next couple of minutes. We've got a little while longer than that to prepare, though, in places like Enterprise, Mississippi. Enterprise and Stonewall, Mississippi. You guys have got a little bit of time. This supercell has been producing tornadoes now for a long time, and there's no signs of it stopping anytime soon. So you guys should continue. You guys should do everything you can to prepare now for a worst case scenario. By the way, we've got a tornado warning here for Collins. Again, you guys are in the path of this storm that just went past Bassfield. It's going to come up towards Collins again. Could produce a tornado here as it does. So get back into your safe spots. Stay there for at least an hour, all the way up there towards Union, Shady Oak, and Hebron as well. Just waiting on that next frame to come in. There it is. We should be getting pretty close to being able to see it here through Brad Arnold's point of view. He is he's pretty much in the inflow area of the storm now. It should be clearing out a little bit. So Bryce is still probably the closest to that rotation. Actually, I'd say Brad is now. It's getting awfully close to him. I mean, just looking at the if we come over here and we look at the radar, we definitely still have a signature here that supports the idea of a tornado still being down here, paralleling or pretty much riding the road, Highway 531. But it does look maybe slightly less concerning than what it did right before it came into Taylorsville. So maybe we're going to see another recycle here, and hopefully that's what happens before it comes into Bay Springs. Is, you know, we don't want right now. There's not a lot of stuff for it to hit. There's a little bit more stuff for it to hit once it gets up there into Bay Springs, and we don't want to see that. So we're going to hope for the best. But we've seen what this thing can do. It cycles and it tries again and it goes again, and it doesn't take long for that to happen. You know, so stay in your safe spots in Bay Springs. By the way, some people are asking about Bassfield. There is the tornado producing storm has now passed Bassfield. Haven't heard anything about any additional damage reports there or anything. There are storm chasers in the area, so I'm sure we'll hear something. But the tornado warning for Bassfield will be allowed to expire here soon. There is a tornado warning for Macomb, Mississippi for the next 14 minutes. The majority of the circulation is to the south of Macomb.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then we'll probably get a new tornado warning for Sartonville here soon again. We just got a new tornado warning in Mississippi for Kemper County in Mississippi. That's going to be for our folks over here in Scuba and Narkita. Take shelter if you're over here in Kemper County, Mississippi. Look at all of those spotter dots. If this thing produces a tornado around Bay Springs, it's going to be a well-documented tornado, I believe. Even all the way over there towards Enterprise. Hopefully it doesn't. But we definitely got the coverage on the ground to be able to see it if that's a possibility. Also, we're going to be listening to the scanners and trying to figure out what just happened in Taylorsville. Was there a lot of damage? It looks to me like that's a tornado that hit Taylorsville and caused some problems. But hopefully we're wrong about that, and the radar is a little off or something. But my goodness.
Hey, Ryan, we've got a large stovepipe tornado just over the tree line right here.
All right. Brad's saying he can see it. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, yeah, there's a tornado northeast of Bassfield now near Williamsburg. It's clearing out all those showers and it's inflow now, so I think finally this will have a chance to produce another intense cycle here with cleaner inflow once it's done doing so. Currently a tornado ongoing though with this new cycle near Williamsburg, Mississippi.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Chandra, swap Brad and Bryce. And let's come down here and let's analyze the radar. North of Bassfield now, coming back up towards Collins. Collins, you guys dodged a bullet earlier. Tornado cycled right over you, formed back to your north and east. It looks like maybe the opposite is happening this time as the tornado is coming together on its approach towards Collins. We need everybody back into their safe spots if for whatever reason you got out. This is a dangerous situation for our friends in Collins, McDonald, Blakely Creek, Union, Hopewell, and Station Creek, all these places that we were talking about just moments ago with the storm that is now producing this tornado, which Brad Arnold is trying to show us way past them trees there in Bay Springs, Mississippi. So hopefully everybody is sheltered right now in Bay Springs. But the velocity couplet does look a whole lot less powerful than it did. So hopefully that trend continues for the folks there in Bay Springs. But we've obviously still got a big rotating storm coming over the town here soon. So we've got to stay sheltered. Whoa. There's lots of video imagery of some of these tornadoes on Twitter. I'm doing my best to retweet some of them. Yeah, that one that was just west of Hot Coffee, Mississippi, was a pretty big wedge tornado. Wow. Yeah, these are doing big time damage, y'all. I'm just now getting time to look at this.
Ryan, I think it may have lifted for just a second. I think it may be cycling.
All right. Yeah, so Brad Arnold is bringing our attention back over here to the storm that's coming into Bay Springs right now. The tornado looks like it's lifted, but it's certainly trying to recycle here right in front of Brad. As you can see, it's trying to come back together there as it quickly moves off to the northeast once again towards the town of Bay Springs and Turnerville, McNeil, up towards Penalty. And that is a concerning signature on radar, if I've ever seen one. If we come over here to Collins, once again, we were just talking about Collins. Look at this. We have a pretty strong velocity couplet. And then if we come over to correlation coefficient, lined up almost perfectly, is a pretty deep correlation coefficient drop. So, we've known for a minute that this is down, right? We know that we know that this is a tornado on the ground, but now it looks more like it might be a pretty strong tornado getting ready to cross over Highway 84 right next to Collins. This is the same area that would have been hit by the other tornado if it hadn't had recycled right over this area. But here we are again with another tornado probably going over Highway 84 right now near the Methodist Protestant Church. And you guys remember me talking about the Williamsburg United Methodist Church and the Williamsburg Baptist Church? That's where the tornado is right now. And it is on the ground. It is doing damage. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, actually, that new tornado has intersected the path of the old tornado. So there, two tornadoes have hit this area just west of
Ryan, it looks
Williamsburg.
like
However,
lifted,
the old one did
hopefully it's
peter
gonna
out
spare the
right
city of
after
Bay
this
Springs.
point, per our best look at correlation coefficient and debris fallout. So now this one will take the track and then a little bit south and east of where the previous storm tracked of untouched by tornado damage. It's amazing we have to say that, but like, yeah, that now we're going to experience tornado damage in a new area as opposed to these overlapping tracks. So two tornadoes have impacted the same area just west of Williamsburg, and now this new one looks even more significant as it goes off to the north and east.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got a very significant situation on our hands here around Collins in Mississippi. Big tornado on the ground doing damage right now, right near Williamsburg and the Williamsburg churches and the Rogers Bar area here. It's going to cross Highway 84 near Sunny Farms. It's going to go right on up towards places like Sunset Drive, the Forestry Department, and this could... this could get awfully daggone close to Collins. And once again, it's on the same side of town as far as an entry point goes, as I was talking about with that other storm, Taco Bell. The Exxon station on the side of town where the big interchange is between Highway 49 and 84. That's where we've got to be most concerned about a tornado coming into Collins here within the next minute or so. Additionally, the storm up here in Bay Springs, the rotation's going over Bay Springs right now. Brad Arnold's got his eyes on it, and it doesn't look like it's producing a tornado at this moment, but it's trying. Let's listen to that last minute message from him again.
Ryan, it looks like it lifted. Hopefully, it's going to spare the city of Bay Springs.
Okay, so he's seeing the same thing. Thank you, St. Louis Blue. Thank you. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, my attention is now most drawn to Macon, Mississippi from the Columbus radar. South of that, we have a radar indicated warning, and that rotation has done nothing but intensify over the last 15 minutes. Looks especially concerning now. It is going pretty straight north here, really far northeast. But with this sort of look, I would expect a tornado warning to extend into Pickens County in Alabama to cover areas like Macedonia that are going to be quite close to this new, very concerning look here. I'd be surprised if this is not producing a tornado at this point. We're a little far from the radar, so it'll take just a bit of time to reach up that far. But yeah, I would be surprised if this is not producing a tornado north and east of Macon, Mississippi.
All right, thank you, Andy. And Chandra, go ahead and put that in one and swap it out for Brad or Bryce if they see something. Put that the one in Collins. We've got a traffic camera showing us a live view of Collins right now. I'm getting ready to be above my head. In 3, 2, 1. There. Nope, not that one. The one in Collins. Oh, is that the one that's in Collins? Where's the one? What is 570? Number 466. Where's that one at? Anyways, just to continue what Andy was drawing our attention to here is we've got to be concerned about our folks in Pickensville up towards Ethelsville. We've got a tornado warning here for Lowndes and Noxubee counties in Mississippi, but it looks like this is the real deal. It's trying to produce a tornado here as it goes up towards Cliftonville. Take shelter now. All right, and then this is, let's go back real quick to our Collins storm just to give you a very quick update on what's going on here. It does look like we continue to have a tornado coming into the Collins area right now, and this is what it looks like. On the side of Collins where I would be most concerned about a tornado coming in. So we'll either see it here or we'll we'll see it in the distance or something. But yeah, this traffic camera specifically is right next to the Taco Bell I keep talking about. So yeah, the debris ball though looks like it might go off to the in between Sunset and Aura here, right on the northwest side of Collins. So yeah, we need everybody to take shelter. But look at what's happening here. This is in a place that we've been talking about for hours. I mean, they've been under multiple tornado warnings. And this looks like a normal day. We've got traffic driving around. There's a damaging tornado just over the trees, likely coming for this general vicinity right here. So once again, if you can help us get the word out, let people know about the dangerous situation that's unfolding. Hey Ryan, do you copy? That's the goal. That's the whole reason why we're doing this thing. That's James. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead, James. Oh, I think they found it. That's it.
Hey, Ron, I'm with Luke Hatton. We're in position right now for this Collins storm with the debris ball on top of it. We're hoping to get visual of it just right now. It's about to cross the road right in front of us.
All right, make sure you put Luke Hatton up, Chandra. But yeah, the traffic camera. I don't know if they're watching or what, but somebody's moving this around and they've centered us on the rotating part of the storm there. That's now going past Collins between Mish and Aura. You can see it now. It's just about to exit the right side of the screen. We'll need to move it back the other way to continue to be able to see it. Once again, everybody in Collins needs to be in their safe spot. And then everybody in Blakely Creek, Union, and Hopewell also needs to be getting to shelter very quickly. Luke Hatton. And where did they say that Luke was? He's in Jasper County, Mississippi. Let me listen to that again.
Hey, Ron, I'm with Luke Hatton. We're in position right now for this Collins storm with the debris ball on top of it. We're hoping to get visual of it just right now. It's about to cross the road right in front of us.
All right, so this is also a live look from Collins. Chandra, go ahead and put this in one, and then put the Department of Transportation camera back up if they end up seeing anything. But put Luke in number one, and then we're going to continue to watch this on radar here. As I think it's important that we continue to talk about the threats that are unfolding for people downstream. This is going to come for Taylorsville again. As this comes back together here on its approach to Taylorsville, this will try to produce another tornado. So get ready in Taylorsville for a new tornado warning here soon. This is going to be a pretty dangerous situation here for you. Did we did we lose our traffic camera in Collins, Chandra? All right, I just suggested it. So this is once again a live camera in Collins, and then we've also got Luke Hatton there on the ground. Let's get up with him and just ask them if they've seen anything. And they must have very little service. Yeah, I'm not able to get through to him. Anyways, we're going to continue watching that as it moves off to the north and east. And then we're also going to give you an update now on the radar confirmed tornado that is moving past Bay Springs now and up towards Enterprise and Stonewall. Again, this is looking much less impressive than it was when it went past Taylorsville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But it is still capable of producing a tornado as it gets closer to Stonewall. So take shelter in Stonewall. We just got a new tornado warning in Alabama. We're going to fly over there to it. This is associated with the storm that's in Scuba right now, and it's going to cross over into Emile and Geyer and Gainesville in Alabama. So Yeah, there's your rotation. Storm Chaser Jordan Hall is on that storm. Storm Chaser Brett Adair is on that storm. And we're going to keep up with them as they follow it into Alabama. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have just learned that Jeff Davis County with Bassfield is still remaining like in their stations. They are still on standby mode. They cannot go out due to the next storm coming. So we are still going on where basically search and rescue still cannot occur for the safety of the search and rescue personnel due to another tornado potentially incoming.
Nightmare situation in Bassfield right now as a train of tornadoes is just going over this area over and over again. We've got more tornadoes forming, by the way, down here. We've got an unwarned circulation to the south and west of Columbia. It is very broad, but it is just another one of these storms that's likely going to try to produce a big tornado as it comes up past Columbia up towards Sumrall, Ellisville, Laurel. You guys have got to watch out for this one. Additionally, we've got another circulation coming together here near Sartonville and Enon, coming up towards Monticello, Silver Creek, and you guessed it, Bassfield. So stay in your safe spots in Bassfield. This will be over at some point, but it's not gonna be within the next hour. We need you to stay sheltered until then. Here's that traffic camera once again in Collins. I don't know. I wish we had the ability to move them because I'm pretty sure that this would have literally seen the tornado go by if they hadn't have moved it. But anyways, you can see that the conditions are starting to deteriorate here as the wind is picking up as the storm is just now going past Collins. This is where the tornadic circulation is now. It's moving up in this direction towards Gambrell and Taylorsville. This is going to try to come together again right over Taylorsville, and I still haven't heard anything from Taylorsville. Or like, did they get hit by a tornado or not? Because it sure as heck looked like they did. All right, Luke's giving us a view of the Collins storm. That's the base of it. I guess we should start calling this the Taylorsville storm now because it's coming towards you in Taylorsville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning was just issued. We're going to go inspect it. And that is going to be for Alabama, Sumter County, Alabama. You're now under a tornado warning. That's Emile, Geyer, and Gainesville. We've also got a new tornado warning that includes Taylorsville here. Radar confirmed tornado. Get ready. Oh, and here's a damage report from Taylorsville. Reports of extensive tree damage along Highway 37 and damage to the roof of a structure. So we do have damage reports coming in now to Taylorsville. Thankfully, so far, nothing crazy. But now there's another storm coming in that's likely going to cause damage as it comes into Taylorsville. This is a tornado-producing storm, so get ready. Additionally, let's see here. Our northernmost tornado warning up here in Mississippi is continuing for Lowndes and Noxubee counties. And this is going to be trying to produce a tornado if it's not already. This is one that Andy was pointing out earlier. It's like this was producing a tornado at one point. It could likely do the same thing again as it goes up towards Ethelsville, Alabama. So you guys get ready for that. And then if we go and take a look at this storm that is coming together here near Scuba and Emil, this one also looks quite concerning on radar, as this is either producing a tornado now or trying to produce a tornado south of Scuba, moving up towards Geyer. We've got to prepare over there. And then look at this little thing. The big time circulation that likely caused the tornado near Taylorsville is now a tiny, tiny little circulation over here between Montrose and Verba.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. When you have a second.
Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I was going to let you know we are just northeast of Taylorsville. We've got a spot, not a great terrain area, but we did find a spot on top of a mountain, or like a hill or a mountain. So we do have elevation on this. So we will have a very, very good view of it. I think we've got it entering our frame right now.
Okay, let's put Brad in 1. And then we're also going to check in on this y'all watch down here for Columbia, as this is the next storm that caught my eye on velocity here. Andy's watching it. We've got low confidence, but we do believe that this storm's capable of trying to eventually produce a tornado as it goes up towards Columbia. This is going to be a dangerous situation if it does end up coming together like some of our other storms have. This is going to be a big time tornado producer potentially. So get ready in Columbia. There's no warnings right now, but we're giving you an early heads up. Additionally, same thing for you guys down here in Amite City and Roseland, down here in St. Helena Parish in Louisiana. We're watching this storm as well. No warnings, but just an early heads up. This might be something that tries to become a little bit more intense a little bit later down the road, okay? Our most concerning signature on radar right now is the Taylorsville storm. A huge opportunity for this to wrap up and produce a big tornado if it can find its balance. Hopefully it doesn't, but this is going to go in an exact same kind of trajectory as the other storm did. It's going to go up towards Bay Springs and then eventually on up towards Meridian. So that's what's going on there. We've got, okay, yeah, I'm seeing the damage from Taylorsville now. It does look like Taylorsville, at least to an extent, was hit by what seems to be a tornado. So we do have people already kind of dealing with damage and cleanup in Taylorsville, and now another tornado is on the way, potentially. Also, just seeing some of the damage from some of the big tornadoes that we had yesterday around the town of Diaz, Arkansas. You guys remember us talking about Diaz, Arkansas? That looks like a pretty big tornado that happened there, and that's probably going to be one that is rated very high. We're talking about the homes that were slabbed and all that stuff. All right. So we're continuing our coverage here. It is currently 3:41 local, 2:41 central. We've been streaming for 4 hours. We streamed for 11 hours yesterday. We're here for 11 to 12 hours again today during our major tornado outbreak that is ongoing across Alabama and Mississippi. Let me reset my view and I'll show you what we've got going on here. Lots of hail reports coming in from northern Alabama, northern Mississippi, some wind damage reports coming out from up there. We've had multiple tornado reports today as well. And we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 7 tornado warnings. One of those tornado warnings was just issued not too long ago for Florence. Florence, yeah, we've got a lot of good cameras up here. Let's see if we can't see anything from this one, Chandra. I'm gonna suggest it right now. If you don't already have it pulled up, but yeah, we've got a tornado warning for Florence. This includes Muscle Shoals. This includes the town of Florence, Lexington, and Rogersville. This is to the west of Huntsville. This storm is going to move up into Tennessee at some point. So we're watching you guys in Lawrenceburg and Pulaski. It's not looking like a big monster tornado producer or anything, but it is definitely a strong storm that's capable of producing a tornado as it comes up towards Spring Valley, Layton, Hatton, Lock 3, and Anderson. And apparently there was not a tornado, but an earthquake. And we're going to have Elijah explain that one for us. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So, yes, there actually was an earthquake. Based on the timing, it occurred just a few minutes before the Bassfield, the first storms, like the tornado emergency we had. It did occur really close to Taylorsville. It was only a 3.0 earthquake. But yes, several people are seeing that now as roughly at the same time of the tornado emergency, there actually was an earthquake really, really close to where the tornado was.
That's weird. Okay, thank you, Elijah. I wonder if there's any way, I mean, is there a possibility that the tornado somehow made that, provided a false reading or something? That's fascinating. Because if not, that is one heck of a coincidence. This is not an area that receives a lot of earthquakes. You know what I mean? So anyways, yeah, that's what's going on here. We've got a tornado outbreak going on out here in Mississippi and Alabama. And we're just going to continue to cover these tornado warnings as they come out. Right now, we've got one PDS tornado warning, and that's the one that we're kind of focused on here. It's going to be allowed to expire in 15 minutes. And honestly, it could be allowed to expire much sooner than that because the rotation has moved out of that polygon completely. It's now in Taylorsville, and it's moving up towards Bay Springs. So we're just going to hope that it doesn't organize much more as it approaches Bay Springs. But we do have a plethora of storm chasers out here giving us a view of it. Brad Arnold's one of them. Bryce Shelton, Corey Gherkin, all three of them. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Our Lewin, Bay Springs, Montrose warning. I put a new y'all watch on that as that is an ongoing tornado and it's about to move out of that polygon. So we're going to need a new one that encompasses areas of I-20 in eastern Newton County. So that's the Hickory and Newton, Mississippi areas. I wouldn't be surprised if that warning does include Newton itself, because there's a possibility we could see a tornado occlusion here that could bring it somewhat closer to the town. However, I think the most pertinent areas to relay that info for is Hickory and Chunky, Mississippi here in Newton County. So I expect a new confirmed warning to be issued up into there as that tornado is ongoing.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got Brandon Kopic, Luke Hatton, Caleb Beecham. We got all of our guys around this one, but there is a tornado right in here, and Andy's correct in saying that we've got to have a new polygon here so that we sound the sirens out there in Newton and Hickory and Chunky along Highway or Interstate 20, as this is a tornado on the ground, likely right now coming up in that general direction.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second, let me know.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brad.
Turn right.
Hey, I was going to let you know it is not on the ground yet. I think it is going to produce at some point pretty soon. We are going to try to get east on this storm and try to get it as it comes into Bay Springs. But I did not see anything on the ground. There was a large rotating wall cloud with it, but no funnels and no tornado were observed with it. But it's looking a lot better with each scan on radar.
All right. So Brad is talking about the storm back here towards Taylorsville. I do want to emphasize that the storm up here in Andy's Yaw Watch is on the ground, the one that's approaching Garlandville and Mount Vernon. So please take shelter all the way up there towards Hickory. Hopefully we get that warning soon. And then back to the storm that Brad is on. This one is not on the ground, as per Brad's latest observation, but it is continuing to strengthen as it goes over Highway 531 up towards Bay Springs. This is the same path, almost exactly, that the other storm took. That is now, impacting areas up here closer to Mount Vernon. Storm chaser Connor Croft is in Rose Hill. And he is really close to this storm that's trying to produce a tornado as it goes up towards Mount Vernon right now. So he's another chaser that we have right there in that vicinity. All right. So we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go fly over to that real quick. Because I know we got a lot. This is where a lot of our viewers are right here. We got a ton of people that are concerned right now in Florence, Towns Creek, and Elkmont and Rogersville. Just want to let you guys know that the tornado warning that was in effect up here is no longer in effect. It's been allowed to expire, and we are now just dealing with a severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball size hail from Muscle Shoals down to Town Creek, up to Rogersville, and over towards Elkmont, okay? Additionally, Andy has a yaw watch out here for this area. Andy's got an update. Go ahead.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Thanks, Ryan. I was actually going to talk about this storm that's entering Alabama now. Well southwest of Tuscaloosa, and its current track should take it pretty far west of Tuscaloosa. It is definitely clearing out its inflow very successfully here. Previously, it looked like a blob from the Birmingham radar, but now it has a well-defined hook. Even though we're looking pretty far up in the storm, I'd say that this next cycle has the potential to produce a pretty big tornado here in parts of northwestern Greene County, Alabama, and then into southern Pickens County in Alabama here, around the Aliceville area. So those areas should be on high alert here, as there is no tornado warning extending into Greene County, but I imagine that will be issued shortly, and this supercell has a chance to exist for quite some time here, as it's improved its structure and geometry here on reflectivity.
All right. Thank you, Andy. He's bringing our attention over here to Alabama, where we do have a big time rotation coming together. We're probably going to see a new polygon that is pointed in the direction of Tuscaloosa. It will likely include Union. It'll likely include places like Morrow's Grove and Jenna. So y'all get ready for that. Additionally, I want to make sure we go back and we check in on our tornado warned storm out here for Hickory and Chunky now, which this is an official warning. Take shelter in Hickory, Chunky, and Meridian, as this part of the rotating part of the storm is getting ready to come into Garlandville and Mount Vernon. We do have several storm chasers on this one, so if anything is visible, we will let you know. Additionally, we just got a new tornado warning. Well, that was one of them. We got another new one, and there it is. There's the one that we were just talking about, the one that's pointed towards Tuscaloosa. It almost makes it to Tuscaloosa, but not quite. It goes up towards Gordo, and it does include Morrow's Grove, Jenna, Pleasant Grove, and all these places, and that's for Greene and Pickens County in Alabama. Take shelter now. And then another new tornado warning is in effect for Columbia. Mississippi, as a pretty impressive area of rotation is coming together here right over Columbia. Let's see here. What does this camera look like here? This is what it looks like in Columbia right now. You can see the low-level clouds getting sucked up into the base of the storm there. We probably just missed the lowering as it went by Columbia. But now that is going up towards Harmony and Improve and Hickory Grove. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, just to add some context onto that one, I think that was maybe the Y'all Watch or one of the two Y'all Watches you were referring to. That one is our storm that was previously all the way back in Louisiana, that third one in a line. So that's that same supercell, the third one in a row that has tracked along this same corridor, is now looking the most concerning it has so far. I believe it has the best chance to produce a tornado shortly here as it exits the Columbia region and once again approaches areas south and east of Bassfield, closer to the Seminary area once it gets to Covington County in Mississippi. I do think it has a chance to do that. You may see all of that convection off to its west, all those showers that may look like they're going to try to interrupt it or something. But actually, I think that increases the chance of this storm producing a tornado. And the reason why is because there's a few ways to look at this, but the reason why is this supercell is deep convection. It's a very tall storm. And then there's a couple of cues to the west, especially like infrared satellite or maybe vertically integrated liquid products that you can look at. This is all shallow convection. So when that moves into it, it's not necessarily going to interfere with the bulk of the supercell. And it may actually serve to perhaps nudge the storm, as you are familiar with nudgers, Ryan, or just otherwise, not be destructive interference for a tornado to form here. So I think that this has quite some time here as it moves into these same stricken areas of Covington County in Mississippi. So we should pay the utmost attention to it coming up.
Thank you, Andy. So yeah, we're watching this storm down here near Columbia. It is another storm in our long line of storms that is traveling down this corridor of tornadoes that have been traveling the same path over and over again. This one is on a slightly different path, but a very similar path. It's going to be coming close to Bassfield and Sumrall and Seminary as it comes up in the general direction of Collins as well. And then let's see here. This is a live view right now from Hattiesburg. Speaking of those showers and stuff that are popping up out in front of this, you can also just see the strong winds, the surface backed winds that are coming into these storms. The dynamics for tornadoes are only increasing right now as these storms continue to move off to the north and east. So just wanted to show you what it looks like in Hattiesburg. I know we got a lot of people in Hattiesburg that are watching right now, and you're probably going outside and you could probably literally feel it. This feels like a tornado kind of day. And what you're feeling right now is the tornado juice that's getting sucked into the storm over here in Columbia that's likely going to try to produce a big tornado as it goes up towards Sumrall. So, okay, we can put Luke or somebody back in slot number 1 there as we continue to track the latest severe thunderstorm warning that just came in. This one's going to be for a large area up here from Murfreesboro all the way down to Shelbyville. We've got about an hour of 60-mile-per-hour winds and small hail coming in. We've also got some potential problem zones down here near Cornersville and Lewisburg, where we are going to have strong winds and maybe even a very, very small chance of some of these trying to produce a tornado at some point. We're going to watch this very closely as it moves through. But right now, just severe thunderstorm warnings, and we will let you know if there's anything else to worry about as these storms get closer to McMinnville, Sparta, Crossville. We're going to start talking about Tennessee a little bit more here as you are under a tornado watch. Nashville, we got a pretty strong storm coming through Nashville right now, but nothing severe. The good news is I think that once this is past Nashville, there's going to be a period of time today where we're not going to have to worry about severe weather at all in Nashville. So we're doing all right up there in most of Middle Tennessee for right now. We are doing less ideal in Alabama as our storm that's approaching Tuscaloosa from the west is continuing to get stronger, continues to look more concerning on radar. We've got a big hook here. And we're worried about our friends in Warsaw, Ridge, Pleasant Ridge, and Lewiston. And we're encouraging everyone to take shelter if they haven't already. Additionally, we are concerned about Meridian, Mississippi, as there is a tornado warning in effect right now. For you, the rotation has really let up a lot, but this storm has produced several tornadoes today. We believe that it could continue to do so as it moves off to the east and northeast. So stay in your safe spots at least for the next hour or so in Meridian. You've got this storm, and then you've got another one coming. That this Meridian, you're going to have the same problem that all of our people down here to the south and west have had, where we've just got a train of storms coming through.
Hey, Ryan, we got rotation coming into Bay Springs right now.
All right, let's hear from Andy, and then we're going to look at Brad's camera as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, Brad's probably on that Bay Springs storm or going to get close to it. I believe that's close to producing a new tornado here, cycling just as the lead storm did there. But mostly after you look at that, I just want to direct your attention back down to Columbia. It does look like, yeah, we're going to have another one of these signatures perhaps produce another intense tornado in this region, especially as it approaches Seminary. So this tornado warning in Seminary, it ends right now, so there's going to be no tornado warning in Seminary and Covington County. However, very soon there's going to be one, and more than likely one of the considerable tag ones, which is the particularly dangerous situation, just due to the velocity signature we see here, despite not having a debris signature with this one yet that we've detected with the radar. So I would imagine that once again, these areas are going to be in another PDS tornado warning, and this one's going to pass very close to Seminary. So advance heads up there for a new warning coming. And this one, I know you've had several already, which is why I want to keep relaying this. This is the most current one, and it will be headed towards you.
All right. Thank you, Andy. We've got another serious situation developing here between Bassfield and Sumrall, coming up towards Seminary, Bethel, Melba, and Collins even might have to be a place that has to potentially take shelter again as this storm rapidly intensifies. I would say we'll get that new polygon here within the next couple of seconds, maybe, as they are likely drawing the coordinates right now. But we've got Seminary potentially in the line of fire here. We've also, I want to talk to our folks in Taylorsville. There is a tornado warning right now in Taylorsville, but it's going to be allowed to expire really soon. Okay. We've had a lot of tornado damage reports coming out of Taylorsville. Looks like there's actually quite a bit of damage today in Taylorsville. When that warning is allowed to expire and they start allowing the research or the search and rescue people to go out and do their job and stuff, we are going to find ourselves maybe in another situation here where there will be another tornado warning in the future here. There's a chance that this goes more to the south and east, and that's what we're going to hope for. But I just want everybody up there in Taylorsville to know that I know it's going to feel like it's time to move on and like start doing the stuff that you do after a tornado, but we're not quite there yet in Taylorsville. Additionally, in Bay Springs right now, this velocity couplet is coming together more significantly. We've got a bunch of storm chasers on this. If this drops a tornado, like we should see it. We've got Brandon Kopic, Bryce Shelton, Brad Arnold, Corey Gherkin, Chris Jackson. All of them are right on top of this thing. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, there's a y'all watch that I put out for north of Macedonia, Alabama here from the Columbus, Mississippi radar. We could see that is unwarned, was previously warned, but is now rapidly up, increasing in velocity here as it heads toward the Millport, Alabama area into southern Lamar County. So I expect a new warning for this shortly, especially with its presentation aloft and confirmation of that mesocyclone from the Birmingham radar as well. So cross-checking all the sources here, this looks like we'll get a tornado warning shortly, and thus there's a medium, probably high confidence. Y'all watch out here into southern Lamar County, Alabama.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for taking us up here to Millport. This is Lamar, Pickens, Fayette counties in Alabama. Not warned yet, but y'all watch out up there in Millport, Kennedy, and Fayette.
A new PDS tornado warning.
And now
has
we've
been
got
issued.
ourselves another PDS tornado warning. This one is unfortunately for Taylorsville. So we just talked about this. Yeah, we've got another PDS tornado warning now for Taylorsville. This is Covington, Jasper, Jefferson County. This is Jones, Lamar, and Smith County in Mississippi. It's time to take shelter again. In this also includes Bassfield, Collins, and Taylorsville. This area has been worked over so many times today, but here we go again. And then also, for the first time today, Laurel, Mississippi. You are under this tornado warning as well. We need you to get to your safe spot. Sandersville, and of course Seminary most immediately. You guys have got to get down there. So we've had a tornado today go just to the west of Bassfield. We had one come really close to Bassfield. Now we're going to have one go just to the south and east of Bassfield, it looks like, between Bethel and Morris. Right now, we've got a tornado, a radar indicated PDS tornado warning
has been upgraded.
So we believe that there could be a tornado on the ground right here, right around Bethel, coming up towards Morris. Let me show you, or let me tell you, some landmarks around here, just in case that helps ring a bell for anybody, and makes you take shelter. If you know where the Nelson Septic Tank Services is, then you know where this tornado is, generally. If you know where the Sure Anchor Baptist Church is, that's another place that could be potentially taking on damage from this tornado right now. It's going off to the north and east. It's going to go up towards Davis Transportation. On its approach to Seminary, it will come very close to the Holy Temple Cemetery and the Smyrna Landmark Missionary Baptist Church. All these places are in a very dangerous situation where there is a big tornado on the ground right now coming towards them. This is a big, bad signature here, and it's just going to be another one that produces very significant damage, it seems like. And this goes all the way out over an hour for, once again, Taylorsville, almost to Bay Springs. This includes Stringer, Blue Ridge, Moss, Shady Grove, and the entire town of Laurel. My goodness. So, take shelter now. We'll probably have a good view of this from a storm chaser here soon, as it does seem like they're all on their way down towards Laurel. Nick Smigo is in Laurel right now. And then, a lot of these guys are also on our storm that we've got to pay attention to up here near Lowen as well, or Lewin, however you say that. Connor Croft is in front of that one, and it's not producing a tornado right now from what I can tell, but it's awfully close to it as it moves up towards Penalty and New Fellowship. Let's check back in on our Tuscaloosa storm, or the storm to the west of Tuscaloosa, I should say. It continues to look more and more strong, I guess you could say, on radar. This is a pretty isolated supercell. A lot of this stuff down here in Mississippi is becoming a little messier. It's you can see that the cold front's getting closer. Stuff's getting a little bit more congealed and messy here.
new tornado
It doesn't look
warning
like
has been
this
issued.
Tuscaloosa cell is having that problem yet. So that could be a problem for the residents of places like Gordo and areas just to the west of Tuscaloosa. New tornado warning includes Meridian, Mississippi. Take shelter in Meridian, Mississippi. And then we've also got a new one in Alabama. And this is way up north, near Elkmont and Ardmore, Alabama. Tornado warning has been issued for Athens, Elkmont, and Ardmore. This is Limestone County. This is to the south of, this is right on the Tennessee, Alabama state line here. The rotation, not very much of it. There's not very much of it. However, on a day like today, every tornado warning we've got to take seriously. Interstate 65 is going to be a dangerous place to be between Ardmore and Athens over the next hour or so. Take shelter if you're out here, especially if you're in Elkmont. It's going to be a big storm. We're still watching Tennessee, by the way, for some strong winds about to come into Chapel Hill, Shelbyville, Wartrace. Get ready. It's coming up there towards you in Murfreesboro as well. Strongest storms, at least for the next little bit, are past Nashville and Clarksville. You guys are just dealing with some heavy rain right now. Back down to the south. What's crazy is we've got even more cells forming out in front of the frontal boundary down south of New Orleans. But thankfully, I think that these are going to get swept up before they cause too much of a problem. But we are going to have to watch these in the meantime. As they eventually do cross over Lake Pontchartrain up towards extreme southern portions of Mississippi here. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Mississippi. This is going to be for Alcorn, Itawamba, and Lee counties in Mississippi. Get ready. And we've got an update from Andy. Go ahead.
Hi, Ryan. In our radar indicated PDS warning that we have down in Covington, Mississippi, there's now debris signature there on the correlation coefficient east of Bassfield, headed up towards the area right between Seminary and Collins here. So a very close call incoming for Collins and Seminary and areas further to the northeast in this warning. There is a tornado ongoing within this radar indicated PDS warning.
Thank you so much, Andy. This is getting really concerning looking here on radar. We've got a damage that's been done likely here between Bethel and Melba by a big tornado that's going to continue to do damage as it goes up towards Seminary. So right now, the specific location where this tornado is, or its approximate location, is going to be near Sumrall. Specifically close to Sumrall Road and Roach Creek. It's going to continue to move off to the north and east towards Seminary on its approach. It's going to parallel Smyrna Road, past the Smyrna Landmark Missionary Baptist Church, past all of these little communities. There's actually quite a bit of households in the path that this tornado will take here. And they're all kind of along Smyrna Road. So if you know anybody that lives on Smyrna Road or Mike's Corner Road, they're in a very dangerous situation right now as a big tornado is coming through. PDS tornado warning now in effect for, still in effect, I should say, for Taylorsville and Laurel as this is getting dangerously close to Seminary. There's a chance, something that we've talked about a lot over the past couple of days is we've talked about occlusions. Now, I don't think that this storm is necessarily, close to the stage where it would occlude, but one of the things that we do have to watch out for here in Collins is to not let our guard down as we see the parent supercell motion is in this direction right here. There's always a chance at the last moment these things can curl up and do some deviant motion like this, so we need Collins to be underground, taking shelter. Same thing for you guys back there in Taylorsville. If we see this thing move in the same direction, it might go to your southeast, but there's always a chance that it could curl back up towards you. Connor Croft has got something interesting on his feed here. He's up on this storm What is this? This is the one up there in Jasper County, Mississippi. So this is the not our PDS warned storm, but our tornado warning for Jasper County, the one that's getting ready to move up towards Garlandville, Mount Vernon, and eventually up there towards Hickory and Chunky. So yeah, he's got a great view of the base of that storm. You can see that this is a storm that wants to produce a tornado, but it is not right now, as far as we can tell. But it's honestly, it's close. It looks a lot more impressive in person than it does on radar.
Hey, Ron, you copy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, we're on this southern cell that's just southwest of Seminary. We're going to try and get visual on it right now.
Oh, really? Luke Hatton. Is that James? Is Luke and James on the one in Seminary? Is that what he just said? All right, so we're going to keep an eye on Luke's feed, and we're also going to keep an eye on Connor's feed, as he's got a great view of the tornado trying to come together there in Lowen, Mississippi. So yeah, get ready in Seminary for a tornado. This is a big one. And it is still producing damage as it comes up into the general Seminary area. It's over a very, I mean, like, there's not a lot here other than the road that I was talking about, Smyrna Road. There's a lot of houses along that road, but there's really not much else until we get to Seminary. So hopefully everybody in Seminary is in their safe spots. Very dangerous storm coming towards Seminary, and then eventually up towards Taylorsville and Laurel once again. It's pronounced Lewin, my bad. Let's check back in on our Alabama cell. This is the storm that's west of Tuscaloosa. Continues to look really wacky, kind of crazy on radar. That is a big hook there, and then you can see the velocity is just going nuts here. So we can't really tell you what's going on via radar, but what we can tell you is that this is almost certainly a storm that is capable of producing a tornado, and it could happen very soon. And we need you to take shelter if you live out here in Benevola, Morrows Grove, Lewiston, Pleasant Grove, Pioneer, and Jenna. That looks like it could be a pretty dangerous one. As it continues to move towards Tuscaloosa, but it does look like the bulk of that cell might miss Tuscaloosa to the west. Let's hope for the best there. By the way, the storm that Connor and all these guys on, they have allowed the tornado warning to expire for that storm. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I have just a quick update, actually partially from yesterday. The National Weather Service of Little Rock has rated the Cave City, Arkansas tornado an EF3 with 165 mile per hour winds. That is a high-end EF3 is what they have found damage-wise. They released that post on Twitter just a few minutes ago.
All right. Thank you. So yeah, we've already got confirmation of some significant tornadoes that happened yesterday. I think we will hear of a couple of those. Honestly, I don't even know. Yesterday is a blur still to me at this moment. With it, that was absolutely nuts. And we're going to be taking our time to assess the damage on our own end for the All Squad starting as soon as tomorrow or Monday. But yeah, it's wild what we've been going through here over the past couple of days. Go ahead, Andy.
Agreed, Ryan. The storm I'm looking at is the one west of Tuscaloosa, bring it over to the Birmingham radar, and now you can see there is a velocity couplet within where the hook is of the storm is. So that would be a verifiable
A new
attempt at
tornado
producing a
warning has been
tornado here
issued.
for the first time since entering Alabama. So this looks like we may have a concerning situation, in particular within this tornado warning coming up as it approaches areas particularly west of Tuscaloosa, so the western end of Tuscaloosa County here.
All right, thank you, Andy. Yeah, this is looking more and more concerning here for our friends.
Hey, Ryan, when you grab a second.
Greene and Pickens counties in Alabama. Get ready. This is coming together right now. This is a strong storm, and it is trying to produce a tornado here if it's not already. So get ready specifically in Morrows Grove, Mantua, Jenna, and Pleasant Grove as this is coming together quite quickly. And then Chandler, keep an eye on Ryan Carty. I know he's not online right now, but he's our closest chaser to that storm. Now let's hear from Caleb. Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm just on this storm to the south of Hickory right now, and within the last little bit, it kind of it looked like it was going through a cycle. Obviously, they dropped that tornado warning and then reissued it, and for the last little bit, it's looked way more impressive visually than it has on radar, but obviously within the last scan or two, we're kind of seeing
I think we lost him. He must be in a pretty low service area. So, yeah, that was an update from Caleb. And we're going to continue to, get updates from him as he goes between McNeil and Gridley and all these places. And he's pretty much in that same spot where Brad Arnold is, Chris Jackson, and all of our storm chasers. So we'll keep up with him, and we're going to continue to track our big time tornado warning, our PDS tornado warning, which is now going through Seminary. Now the damage signature, the TDS, doesn't look as bad. So this might be another situation where we've got a cycle happening right as it goes over the most populated area. Let's hope that that's the case. But, while we're hoping for that, we're staying in our safe spots, right? So, yeah, that's what's happening here. And then we're going to continue to focus on making sure our people in Taylorsville and Laurel get into their safe spots as well. And then our newest tornado warning in Mississippi, which I don't think we've talked about yet a whole lot anyways, is the one that all of our storm chasers had descended on this storm. They just allowed that warning to expire. Now they've reissued it, and it goes all the way up past Meridian into the KNMM Meridian station there. So get ready and take shelter if you're in Jasper, Lauderdale, or Newton counties in Mississippi. And then our northernmost tornado warning right now, well, actually not our northernmost. One of our northernmost tornado warnings is the one to the west of Tuscaloosa. We're still watching this one. We're going to keep you updated on that. Once we get a little bit more fine details, we'll let you know what's going on. And we do expect that might get an upgrade to an observed tornado warning at some point. And then we actually do have a tornado warning right now in Limestone County, Alabama, for the next 9 minutes. The rotation is, I can't tell exactly where it is, but we're going to go ahead and assume that we've got some rotation here in Elkmont and Ardmore, and we're going to take shelter at least for the next 9 minutes until they allow that warning to expire. That storm that sparked this warning is going to be moving over towards the Hazel Green and Park City area, right there between Tennessee and Alabama. We'll see if they issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for that, which I'm betting that they probably will. Murfreesboro, you guys are getting ready to get in on some strong winds. In fact, just to the south of that, there's probably some really strong winds happening right now in between the Fosterville and Unionville area. We do have a kind of a bowing segment coming out of the line here, so get ready for some strong damaging winds, maybe around Longview over to Fosterville. That is a strong storm. The storms go all the way up into Kentucky, but nothing severe. Nothing severe up here. We've got some heavy rain coming down in Glasgow. The farther east these storms go, maybe we'll have some special weather statements and stuff around Monticello and Somerset, but for now, nothing going on in Kentucky nothing very interesting anyways. And there it is. That's the severe thunderstorm warning that we were looking for. That now includes Fayetteville and Lynchburg. 60-mile-per-hour winds for Franklin, Lincoln, and more counties in Tennessee. Get ready for it. Radar confirmed PDS tornado warning continues for areas between Collins and Seminary, moving up towards So-So. All right, the velocity just continues to look quite nasty here. We probably got a continued, damaging situation going on here. It looks like let's hope anyways that the biggest part of our storm, which it does look like this on radar, the biggest part of our tornado-producing storm went just to the west of Seminary, but now it's going directly towards Moscow's, Eminence, Speedtown, Willowtown, and Bethel. This tornado, if it's still on the ground, is currently
new tornado warning has been
near Evergreen Paws Rescue. If you're from Seminary, you probably know where that is. And then it's going up towards Willowtown and Eminence. And on its approach to Willowtown and Eminence, it will be very close to the GBCC campground, which is a large campground full of RVs. So hopefully we've gotten the word out to them. One second, I got to refresh something again. I'll be right back. All right. So if you are just now tuning in, we do now have a tornado warning, actually, that was just issued for Murfreesboro. This is Bedford and Rutherford counties in Tennessee. This is to the south and east of Nashville. This is one of the areas that we were just talking about having a severe thunderstorm warning. Now we also have a tornado warning. Let's inspect the velocities here to the south of Murfreesboro. And yeah, I agree. There's a good call by the National Weather Service. This is a potential tornado between Newtown and Midland, moving up towards Steeplechase Meadows, Gum, Pleasant View, and Floriton. This is south and east of Murfreesboro, but you guys in Murfreesboro might as well go ahead and take shelter as that little blip there. This is a little tiny hook, but you see that right there? That's about where the tornado likely was. I don't know if it's still there or if it's still capable of being there. A lot of times these kinds of tornadoes are very fast and they don't they don't last very long. But if this one does last a little while, it's going to eventually go up towards Christiana, Barfield, Tulip Estates, and Cottrell. So y'all take shelter out there in Rutherford and Bedford counties in Tennessee, okay? We also got a new tornado warning for Alabama. Well, it's a continued. Actually, no, this is a new tornado warning that goes just to the north of Tuscaloosa. As our cell continues to gain strength over here to the west of Tuscaloosa. We've got Storm Chaser Beading Barry on this one. So we'll probably need to pull him up whenever we get a chance, as he's going to have a good view of that as it goes to the north of Tuscaloosa. We're starting to watch in Birmingham now, potentially for this storm to come interact with you guys. So let's go back to our PDS warning, where we have still a very stout mesocyclone, a very strong area of rotation here, but maybe not as much connection. With our rotation, it doesn't look like we have a tornado debris signature to the same level as we did, but we're going to assume that it's still down, and we're going to respect the PDS tornado warning in Taylorsville and Laurel, because we've seen what happens today. This can cycle. This can very quickly become a problem for us again. Crazy view from atop, what is this, a mountain, a tower on top of a mountain in Woodbury, Tennessee, giving us a 360-degree view of the storms coming in way up high. God, that is that is a big tower, or that's just on top of a hill, isn't it? That doesn't look like very much of a short mountain to me. All right. Continuing our coverage of these tornado warnings here. We now have, no tornado warnings to the south of Hattiesburg. Everything's happening north of Hattiesburg now. Just to kind of point out that we don't have another cell immediately back here that we are terribly concerned about. It doesn't mean that we're not concerned at all with any of these. There's a little bit of rotation to the west of Franklinton, and we've got to watch these storms as they move farther east. But there's not another rogue supercell that is looking like it's going to take the same path as all these other ones at the moment. So that's good news. Looks like there's pretty significant damage near Bassfield. I'm seeing pictures of some pretty significant vegetation damage. I'm not seeing any structures that were hit, but this looks like it was in an area where there were no structures. So yeah, very strong tornado that went right past Bassfield. And also, there's a video of the tornado near Kentwood earlier. So yeah, that's what's going on there. We've got a lot of damage reports coming in, so I'm just trying to look over as many of them as I can. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So over the scanners, we just heard that a garbage dump is on fire in Jasper County, Mississippi. That is the county with Bay Springs, Mississippi. And I heard this was heard over the scanners of, I don't know how it's burning, but it's burning. This is the area that tornadoes crossed over. So lots of rain, lots of storms. So I don't know how it's on fire either. But a garbage dump is apparently on fire in Jasper County.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. Crazy day in Jasper County. We've had countless tornado warnings. And now this, whatever's going on there. And also just the biggest storm chaser meetup ever. I think this is Jasper County here. Where literally every storm chaser is right now. All right, so we're about to see the next stage, the next phase of our storm here, as it looks like it's going to try again to produce a tornado. Who'd have thunk it? It's going to try again as it goes between Laurel and Taylorsville, right towards Bryce Shelton. Bryce Shelton's in the direct path. He was in the direct path of a bunch of tornadoes last night, and he is today. I don't know. He's in a completely different part of the country. But, here he is, always sneaking out in front of him. So we're going to keep up with him, and we're also going to keep up with Corey Gherkin as this storm approaches places like Soso and Sandersville, Heidelberg, and Bay Springs once again. Let's go check in on the Tuscaloosa storm again. Definitely continues to
Ryan,
look concerning. We don't have a confirmed tornado warning or anything like that yet from the National Weather Service. We will be watching for that. And also, there's a ton of storm chasers over here as well. Brett Adair is one of them. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But right now, no confirmed tornadoes, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if we got something like that as it goes up past Gordo. Now let's hear from Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, Ryan, we're dropping south right now on Interstate 55. We're going to get off at the Heidelberg exit. Yeah, Interstate 55. This one's ramping up. It just went confirmed west of Soso, and it looks like it's going to cross somewhere in between Paulding and Heidelberg. So we should have a good view of it right here. So we're going to give it a little bit of space, but we're going to get pretty close to it.
All right, so Brad Arnold is another one who's really close to our storm here that we need to keep an eye on as he gets close to Soso. So once again, the tornado warning no longer includes Laurel. Okay, so Laurel, you guys are no longer under a tornado warning. However, you are still under a tornado warning in Taylorsville. Once again, we've got to worry about that deviant motion potentially. But if this gets past Highway 28, I think we're good in Taylorsville. And then we're going to be mostly concerned about Simpson, Stringer, Moss, and Blue Ridge over here in Jasper, Jones, and Moore in Covington counties. It is currently 4:30 local, 3:30 central. We've been streaming now for 5 hours. This is our 16th hour of coverage during this multi-day tornado outbreak. Gosh, some of the damage from Cave City in daylight is pretty wild to see. I'm retweeting some of that as well. By the way, if you guys want to see any of this media, I can't share it on the air. But I can repost it. And you guys can go follow the original creators and all that good stuff over on Twitter and X. At Ryan Hall, y'all, is my handle. Also, Ryan Hall, y'all, on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, all this social media stuff. If you want to follow us over there, that's the way to do it. There's a lot.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. Let's go check it out. Guess what? It's in Tennessee. This is for Franklin, Lincoln, and Moore counties in Tennessee. A very small but robust area of rotation there. North of Mulberry, moving over towards Lynchburg, Ridgeville, Center Grove, and Estill Springs. This tornado warning does not include Tullahoma. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning, and I would say that you should take shelter if you're out here, but just know that we're going to have a strong line of straight-line damaging winds coming through, and also a potential for a tornado in there as well. So get to shelter now. Additionally, we have a tornado warning on the southeast side of Murfreesboro right now, and that's going to continue to be a problem for our friends as it goes towards Readyville. So take shelter in Pleasant View, Florence, Caston, and Curley in Tennessee. 38 minutes left on that Rutherford County, Tennessee tornado warning. Let's go talk to Andy. Go ahead.
Hey Ryan, we have the most concerning scan on that western Tuscaloosa County tornado warning so far. So I believe that we probably have a tornado ongoing with that. If we haven't had one already, that's definitely the most pertinent it's looked, or the closest it's looked to producing one. So I will be watching closely for debris signature, but we should treat this, even though it's a radar indicated warning, we should treat it as a confirmed warning, as we always do, and be taking shelter in areas, especially like Samantha in Tuscaloosa County in Alabama.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill bringing us back over here to Tuscaloosa County, Alabama, who's under a tornado warning. It does look like we can now more confidently say that there's likely a tornado down in around Holman, coming up towards Arnerda subdivision, Shirley, Northwind, North Riviera, Skeleton Bend Estates, Wyndham Springs, Whiston, and Three Forks. Very dangerous storm coming together here west of Tuscaloosa. This is going to be a supercell that is capable of producing a tornado for a long time. So we expect that it goes all the way over here towards Mulberry Fork Wildlife Management Area. We might even have to be dealing with this by the time it gets over there closer to Birmingham. So if you live downstream from this storm, remember, all these storms today are pretty much going in this direction. Make sure you are ready for that. New severe thunderstorm warning. A large one. Let's go check that out. This is for a huge area in Tennessee. This is for Murfreesboro. This is for Woodbury, McMinnville, Morrison, and Manchester. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds. I also want to zoom in here on our tornado warning. There's a slight uptick in the rotation here, and a little bit of a concerning looking area between Gum, Big Springs, and Pleasant View. Nothing more than, you're already under a tornado warning, but just another like, hey, looks like this, is a good idea that you got in your shelter, just in case. And then might even, if that continues to look like that, we might see a new polygon that goes up towards Readyville and Woodbury, and just get ready to take shelter just in case. Otherwise, we're dealing with 60-mile-per-hour winds, and maybe some small hail all the way over towards McMinnville over the next hour or so. These storms are eventually going to make their way over towards Cookeville, Sparta, Crossville as well. So y'all get ready. New severe thunderstorm warning for Covington, Forest, and Jefferson, Davis counties. So this is an area that has some tornado damage. And now we've got to deal with some 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds coming in. Also, these storms are kind of training over the same areas over and over again. Tylertown, it's been downpouring back here for a long time. And so we're starting to see some flash flooding problems. We've got large flash flood warnings in effect for very large areas out here. And we're going to continue to see that as time goes on. Continuing our coverage of the PDS tornado warning. Still have a concerning signature, a big time velocity signature indicating rotation here between Simpson and Gitano. Moving up towards Stringer. Bryce Shelton is our closest storm chaser to this from what I can tell. So we are going to keep an eye on him. We've also got Corey Gherkin and Brad Arnold nearby.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they did decide to expand that tornado warning in Tennessee now to include Readyville, Woodbury, Sugar Tree Knob, and Auburntown. So yeah, honestly, not a bad signature. Like this is a pretty concerning look here on the storm south and east of Murfreesboro. So hopefully everybody's getting to shelter over here in Readyville, Curley, Caston, Sunny Slope, Woodbury, Pleasant Ridge, Mount Ararat, I think I said that right. This is a pretty populated area in Tennessee. You now have a radar indicated tornado warning in Cannon County, Tennessee. Yeah, we've got an update from Andy. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, as about 20 seconds ago, we now have the
This
debris
tornado
signature
warning
west
has
of
been
Elrod,
upgraded.
Alabama, headed into Tuscaloosa County right now, and there's the warning upgrade for it right on cue. Coming in.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've now got a confirmed tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County, Alabama. And this is what that looks like on radar right now, and it's a very concerning signature. It does look like it's doing damage now near Holman, moving up towards Ecola, Shirley, and then Arnerda subdivision as it moves off to the north and east. Just in case there's anything nearby, let me see if there's anything, any like mesoscale features that we can point out here. Tornadoes crossing Highway 82. Right now, near the Holman Church. It's going to continue to move off to the north and east. It's north and east of Tuscaloosa. It's going to stay north and east of Tuscaloosa, but it is going to go over Highway 171 somewhere after it gets past the Sipsey River Swamp near Tabernacle Church. And if you know where the Ashton Lewis Sullivan Lumber Facility is, that's around where I would assume that the tornado is going to cross Highway 171 here near Brownville. Now, more, kind of zooming out a little bit, north wind, rising tide, Skeleton Bend, and then areas down here like Whiston and Three Forks need to be taking shelter as well as this storm is coming towards you.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have confirmation now that a tornado is down. We've got a new tornado warning for Kemper and Noxubee counties in Mississippi. We've got a really, impressive area of rotation down here. Storm chaser Jordan Hall is in the path, and now we need to get to shelter in Scuba. We need to get to shelter up here in Prairie Point, Dinsmore, and McLeod, and Cooksville in
Ryan,
Mississippi.
Brad, when you have a second.
Storm chaser Brad Arnold is wanting to send an update. Let's listen to Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, we just took the exit, the Heidelberg exit. We are heading west right now, and then we're going to head up to Paulding. We have been giving these storms space all day that they deserve, but we are going to kind of force the issue and get uncomfortably close to this one. So just be prepared that we're heading west right into this, where we're gonna cross the path of it, and then we're gonna have to get north really fast towards Paulding.
Okay. All right. So there's an update from Brad, who is over here. He's gonna cut off. Oh, let me come back over here. He's gonna cut off to the west, try to get in front of this. And he's going to get right up close and personal with it as it's getting very close to Stringer. Another person that we have that is very close to this right now is Bryce Shelton. I'm assuming that his feed is down as he probably doesn't have very good service over here. Actually, it is up. There it is. Okay. Bryce Shelton is near this storm, very close near Stringer right now. So we'll keep monitoring him and bring us back to it whenever we get his picture back. But Brandon Kopix in Jasper County, he's in the same area as Brad Arnold, and then also as Corey Gherkin.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
All right, PDS tornado warning now in effect. For the storm that all of our storm chasers are after right now. Big time, tornado coming together here near Stringer, moving up towards Vernon, Acme, and Waldrop. So storm chasers got to be careful as they come out in front of this thing. This is going to be a big nasty tornado as it crosses the tree line between Bay Springs and Heidelberg. Then we've got to be concerned about Enterprise, Stonewall, and eventually Meridian. This storm is making a beeline for Meridian, Mississippi. You guys are under a PDS tornado warning. Take it seriously. Dang, dude. Every time I reload Twitter, it's just another unbelievable photo from yesterday. Some of the incredible damage that's been done out there. Yesterday and today put together is going to be one of the biggest tornado outbreaks we've ever had. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have some good news finally. So me and Jared behind the scenes have been really working to find the location for something we heard on the scanners about 20 minutes ago. Really close to the community of Society Hill, Mississippi, which is southwest of Bassfield. A woman was thrown a quarter of a mile by one of the Bassfield tornadoes and survived. She had broken shoulder, broken ribs, internal bleeding, and cracked skull. They called an ambulance immediately, and there was also another person missing in that area, and they're doing drone-based search and rescue. The reason it took us so long to find this is the dispatcher has a heavy accent, so we were really struggling to find where it was. But we did find the exact road and area where they are, so I can confirm that a person was thrown roughly a quarter mile by the tornado and survived. If that actually is really what it was, if like the distance she was thrown is real, that could actually be the Guinness World Record for distance thrown. The Guinness World Record marks that the farthest person who was thrown by a tornado was 398 meters, which is just shy of a quarter mile. So that is kind of a good news thing. Someone did survive the tornado being thrown a quarter of a mile.
Unbelievable. Thank you, Elijah, for... yeah, I mean, just there's going to be a lot of incredible stories like that coming out of an event like this. There's been tons of big-time tornadoes. I mean, looking at them on radar and seeing the colors and all that stuff is one thing. But I'm realizing now, hearing that story and also just seeing some of the photos from last night. I mean, this has been a big deal, and we've got a lot of people who are, who have amazingly survived the situation, more than likely. And there's also probably a lot of sad stories too that have unfolded as a result of, everything that's been happening here. The good news is, for our friends in Jackson, Mississippi, for example, it's done. You're done. The storms are over for you. I can say the same for Tupelo. I can say the same for Greenwood and Grenada and Winona. This storm sequence is over for you. I can say the same for Brookhaven, Macomb, Kentwood, Baton Rouge. This is done. We're only focused on areas to your east. I can say the same for Clarksville, Tennessee, Memphis, Jackson, and it never really was a big problem for you in Louisville, Kentucky, but it's also pretty much over for you as well. Here's where it's not over. Here's where we're still concerned as the day goes on. Latest update from the Storm Prediction Center continues the high risk of severe weather from south central Mississippi up into Alabama. So Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Demopolis, Montgomery, Selma, Marion, Calera, Alabaster, this area, we are still concerned about significant severe weather tonight. And then even all the way over into western Georgia and southeastern Alabama, closer to Troy and Andalusia, we are, continuing to be concerned about you guys tonight. Storms are going to continue tomorrow into Sunday, but right now it looks like it's not going to be that big of a deal. Well, let's hope that continues to be the trend. But right now we've got a slight risk of severe weather for tomorrow from Maryland down into the Florida Panhandle, Big Bend area. Probably some damaging winds, probably a tornado or two, but nothing like what we've seen over the past couple of days. And we're not done yet. We've still got probably half of this outbreak to go. At least today's leg. So we're going to continue to monitor these storms as they move off to the east and to the northeast. Dang. Tylertown, Mississippi. I'm retweeting a video now of very significant damage there. Real quick, before we dive back down into the radar coverage here, I do want to also say that obviously this is something that our nonprofit's going to respond to. And thanks to you guys, yesterday alone we raised $33,000. Every single penny of that's going to go straight to people who have been impacted by tornadoes in some way over the past couple of days. And if you want to help us do even more and help us do more in the future, then I would encourage you to go over, if you can, not required, it's not that big of a deal. If you can't do it, it's no big deal. But if you can, go over to the y'allsquad.org, make a contribution to our nonprofit organization where we go and we help people who have been hit by tornadoes and stuff, and we fill the gap where insurance won't help you. If FEMA doesn't help, what can we do? We get in there and we solve as many problems as we can with the resources that we have. Thanks to you, we've been able to do a lot. Go over to the y'allsquad.org, hit donate. You can do a monthly contribution or a one-time contribution. We really appreciate it. If everybody here right now did $1, we'd be able to make a huge dent. All right. Continuing our coverage of this outbreak, let's go through the warnings one by one. Starting up here in the northern side, we do have a tornado warning continuing for Cannon County in Tennessee. This is affecting Woodbury right now. The rotation is still there. It's actually right over Woodbury, and now it's going up towards Sugar Tree Knob. Some places in the path here include Cannon County Playhouse and the St. Thomas Jones River Hospital. Those places are in the path of a dangerous storm. Take shelter if you are in that area. Additionally, we still have about 20 minutes left on our tornado warning over here in Franklin and Moore counties in Tennessee. The Montana Drive-In is in the path here. Winchester Springs School is in the path, and Moore County Sheriff's Department is in the path of this dangerous storm. Moving farther south, we have a radar-indicated tornado warning now for the Tuscaloosa storm. So, wow, that was fast. This was producing a big tornado just moments ago, and look at how quickly it kind of just stopped. So it produced some damage here near Holman. Numerous trees snapped, a few trees uprooted, and at least one house with the roof damage. Spotter saw the tornado cross US 82 near Minna's Road. So yeah, tornado crossed right here, and then it just disappeared, thankfully. Is this going to come together and try to produce another tornado? It is possible. So we are still concerned about our friends in places like Rising Tide, Carrollwood Estates, Appling Bend, North Riviera, Wyndham Springs, and Three Forks. Take shelter if you haven't already. We do have a tornado warning for Scuba. This is Kemper and Noxubee counties in Mississippi. This is going to cause maybe some damage here between Millington, Bennsville, and Cooksville. Please take shelter out here, okay? And actually, you know what? Looking at this from a more distant radar, you can see that new circulation trying to come together here northwest of Tuscaloosa. So we're looking higher into the atmosphere here, and you can see a different story as a new mesocyclone is likely trying to form on that supercell, and we'll see that maybe try to produce another big tornado as it goes over Lake Tuscaloosa and eventually over towards places like Providence. So get ready over there. And then we continue to have a PDS tornado warning for Jasper, Clark, Lauderdale, Smith, and Newton counties in Mississippi. The rotation here is quite broad, but it is strong. And we've got a good, confidence that this is going to be capable of producing a tornado here if it's not already. Brad Arnold's in the path. Brad Arnold's right in front of the part of the storm that would have a tornado, so he needs to be in slot 1. You can see his his image above my head there, and literally it's going to go right over him here in just a moment. Let's see here. Bryce Shelton is also in the path, and he's got something going on there. I guess he's come across some damage in Stringer. Yeah, so Bryce is down here where the tornado would have been, I would say, what was that? 18 minutes ago. And it does look like there's enough damage up there to stop him. So people are turning around here because they can't go any farther, confirming significant damage here along Highway 15 near Stringer. Yeah, it looks like the tornado might have crossed the road right there. And now it's continuing to try to produce damage as it goes up towards Waldrop, Acme, Gridley, Rose Hill, Enterprise, and Meridian. Meridian, Mississippi. You are still in the path of this thing, okay? And now Brad Arnold is the next in line to see this thing if it comes towards him. All right, and then we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Sumrall. This is Covington, Forest, and Jefferson counties. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds in Seminary and these areas that have received some damage for the next hour or so, unfortunately. Where is this? We're currently zoomed in on Mississippi. We're going back and forth between Tennessee. We've got tornado warnings in Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee right now. That's where we are focused mostly. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, some more analysis on this Tuscaloosa County supercell and tornado producer. From what I can tell, it keeps looking impressive on the lowest levels, but every time I go up in tilts, I don't see as much support from a strong, robust mesocyclone aloft. So what I think is happening here is that we're going to continue to see several tornadoes from this storm. However, I don't see them being that long-tracked sort of nature, sort of like we were seeing in southern Mississippi. I think that this is still a very dangerous storm, producing several tornadoes, and it will continue to act that way as it passes into southern Walker County and Alabama out ahead of this that isn't warned yet. But I don't know if we're quite going to get a long track tornado without that upper level support that I was really really look for, that we saw yesterday, numerous cases in the past, and in some of the storms today in southern Mississippi. So hopefully that's the case. If this is going to produce tornadoes, we don't exactly get that long track violent tornado that is a part of the Storm Prediction Center's discussion, but more so several of the hopefully weaker variety, and that since they would be short-lived, hopefully they don't impact any structures.
Thank you, Andy. Taking us back up here to Tuscaloosa County, where we continue to track an area of rotation that's now coming up towards North Riviera, Wyndham Springs, and Whiston. Tornado warning here lasts for the next 29 minutes. And guess what? We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. And I just sat here and talked about all the states that we're concerned about. And, of course, this one's in Michigan. Let's go up there to Michigan, where we've got some storms that are producing some strong winds up here around Ann Arbor. We got a wind gust report of 66-mile-per-hour winds near Adrian, Michigan, not too long ago, and now those storms are moving up towards Ann Arbor and eventually will make it into the greater Detroit area. So, yeah, there you go. Michigan is also on the board here for some strong storms. Let's go back down to Alabama, and Tennessee, though, where we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for Winchester and Meridianville, High Top, Suwanee, and all these areas. 60-mile-per-hour winds with a tornado possible tag on this warning, by the way, for the next 43 minutes. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I am drawing a y'all watch right now, but the other y'all watch that I want you to focus on is in Tennessee. It is south of the tornado warning, the northern tornado warning, and it's going to impact areas near McMinnville, Tennessee. I see a similar area of punching forward in that QLCS, and thus I have a low to medium confidence that we'll receive a tornado warning there, and perhaps something will happen immediately in the McMinnville area. So this other one that I'm sending to you is a supercell in Louisiana. That's actually over northern Lake Pontchartrain right now. And that one has begun to look rather good here in the last few scans in the lowest levels for some rotation here. Perhaps the lake surface here will enhance
Hey, Ryan,
its ability to spin efficiently without friction in the area. But I would be on the lookout. Y'all watch out over in Mandeville, Madisonville on the north shores of Lake Pontchartrain here. We could see a special marine warning followed by a tornado warning as the storm approaches I-12 from the southwest.
All right. Thank you, Andy. We've also got an update here from Brad. Let's hear that.
Hey, Ryan, extremely large bowl funnel headed right towards us right here. We're going to get really close to it.
All right, so Brad's in our tornado warning over here in Jasper and Lauderdale counties. He's saying he's got a large bowl lowering in front of him. So if we can get his feed to load up here, we'll pull him up. And also just want to kind of update you guys. This is tornado warning continues for the next 41 minutes for Clark, Jasper, Lauderdale, and Smith and Newton counties. This does still include Meridian. All right, so we are concerned about our folks in Meridian, and we'll come back down to this just right here in a moment. But let's go back up here to Tennessee. I think every time I look at chat, people are inquiring about Tennessee. McMinnville is one of the places where I know we got a lot of people watching, so I just want to keep you guys updated. There is a strong storm coming through, and we've got a slight, indication that there might be enough rotation here for there to be a tornado warning from the National Weather Service at some time in the near future. So get ready to take shelter potentially if that comes through. Otherwise, just know that we've got, you're very close to receiving the strong winds from the severe thunderstorm that's coming through, and that's going to be happening in the next little bit. Okay, so let's keep that in mind, and then let's also update us on the tornado warning over here in Woodbury. That's going to be allowed to expire pretty soon, actually. So the tornado warning in Woodbury is going to be allowed to expire, and then I would say that we got to be close to seeing a new warning being issued for the Morrison and Oldwell crossing area for the part of the storm that's coming into McMinnville. So yeah, everybody in McMinnville, y'all watch out. Dangerous situation coming together here. We're going to come back to you when and if that warning is issued. Coming back down to Andy's other y'all watch, we'll start at the south and we'll work our way back north. How about that? They just issued a special marine warning, and it literally almost exactly lines up with Andy's y'all watch box here. As you know,
a new tornado warning
they were watching that same exact area, but what we've got going on here is a hazard for water spouts, wind gusts up to 40 knots, and small hail coming up over Lake Pontchartrain, and that will transverse into at least a severe thunderstorm warning, or maybe even a tornado warning in Madisonville and Mandeville and Covington as the storm moves off to the north and east. So we're watching that one very closely as it moves on. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for 24 minutes in Forest, Jefferson, Davis, and Covington counties in Mississippi. This is bringing some large hail and some damaging winds into Summerall and some of these places that have just been worked over today by damaging tornadoes. It's finally moving out of Bassfield for a period of time. I don't know how long that's going to last. These storms are kind of training down here. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think we're completely done yet in Bassfield with the severe weather, but this one storm here is moving out right now. New tornado warning in Tennessee, and that's the one that includes McMinnville, that includes Midway, that includes Doyle. So take shelter now in DeKalb, Van Buren, Warren, and White counties in Tennessee. This is the one that Andy was calling out to us earlier, and now we've got the full warning here. Take shelter, as this is a dangerous storm coming in, even all the way up here towards Shady Grove, Sparta, Cedar Grove, Spencer, and all of these small places around McMinnville. We need you to take shelter. I'm trying to see if we got anything that sees that. So we'll check back in on that here in a moment. But yeah, take shelter now. Let's go back down to Mississippi for a moment. If it will. There it goes. Okay, yeah. A severe thunderstorm warning is about to expire for places like Collins, but there is an area of rotation that's increasingly concerning. Once again, right over Seminary. Look at that. This is a place that was impacted earlier. We've got a concerning area of rotation now popping up there. Over Seminary, now moving up towards Kelly. So we might see a new tornado warning issued for Oak Bowery, Bethel, Pleasant Ridge, maybe even Laurel, Mississippi, as this is coming together as a system, or a part of this system that's going to try to produce another tornado, it seems. Let's go back to Tuscaloosa. Tuscaloosa County, Alabama. We've got a tornado warning continuing to be in effect. We've got a large area of rotation going over State Road 69. This warning is going to be in effect for the next 29 minutes. And then we're going to keep on our Tennessee warning here for a moment. No confirmation of a tornado or anything like that, but a very convincing radar signature. And it's one of those situations where these kinds of tornadoes can appear very quickly and disappear very quickly. So it's a really good move from the National Weather Service to issue such a large tornado warning box. Hopefully the sirens are going off in all these towns right now, prompting people to take shelter. Retweeting more damage from some of these storms today. I just want you guys to see some of the stuff, just so you can kind of understand what's going on the ground. Sometimes, if you're in the path and you see us talking about these colors and warning polygons and stuff all day, and you can kind of become desensitized to the words like PDS, take shelter now, this is a life-threatening situation. If you hear that 500 times, it might wear off on you. You might not care. You know what I mean? But I want to remind you that this is a big deal.
That's going into the town of Paulding right
Brad.
now. Maybe a quick tornado.
And there are
Also,
communities
we're right behind it and can't see a thing.
And several neighborhoods that are completely torn apart today as a result of some of these blobs that we've been looking at on radar. So if you see one coming for you, take it seriously. All right, that was Brad. We're going to go back down and check on the Meridian storm, which is where Brad is. Says that we might have something coming together near Brad. Let's pull Brad up in one of our slots here. Okay, we don't have Brad right now. But yeah, the storm is still looking quite robust here in Jasper and Lauderdale counties, but it is no longer a PDS tornado warning. So I am going to take this moment where we don't have a PDS warning, and I'm very quickly going to go get myself a new water. I'll be right back. It literally won't take 5 seconds. Maybe 10 or 20. I don't know. Hold on. Let me push one more button. My button's not working fast enough. New severe thunderstorm warning for Chickasaw, Itawamba, Lee, and Monroe counties in Mississippi.
Good spots are taken.
Latest scan, the couplet even got more intense.
Yeah, didn't that set it right for us? Maybe a little bit north?
Yeah, I'm still going north a little ways. Let's see if I can find it. There's a big field right up here. Oh, big CG. Yeah, Connor, there's a big field right up here on the road. You'll see it when you come up, but I'm going to keep going further to see if there's any other things. Because I still think it's going to pass north of where I'm at now.
I'm going to pull off for that probably. Looks like maybe up towards Florence.
Up towards what?
Orange.
Yeah, it's going straight through Paulding right now, which is right where we were.
$33 seconds. Somebody was counting. Took 33 seconds. My bad. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, new debris signature
New
on our
information. This
Tuscaloosa
tornado
County
warning
storm
has
in
been
Alabama.
upgraded.
So we have one of our small tornadoes here that hopefully won't continue for more than a few minutes. As I mentioned, does still look like that's the case where aloft we don't quite have that strong of a mesocyclone driving this thing forward. So we're seeing low-level dynamics push some tornadoes out here in this county. So I have that y'all watch out in front of this for Walker County that expect it to be extended into and maybe just clip portions of Jefferson County here, northwestern Jefferson County in Alabama. So there's the upgrade to that warning, and we'll see an extension into Walker County. Areas near Gorgas, Cordova, and Sumiton in Alabama should be most paying attention here with this warning extension once it comes out.
All right, thank you, Andy. We did.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. We do have
get...
debris on the road right here. There's a tornado on the ground. It is now showing up on correlation coefficient just northeast of Paulding.
We did just get an upgrade to that warning, and now we're probably going to see an expansion of it here soon. Let's also go check in on Brad and his storm down here.
Hey, Ryan, whenever you have a second.
So Brad is near this storm that's coming up between Stonewall and Enterprise west of Pachuta. And yeah, it does look like this is, producing again. Brad... Yeah, it's still showing offline on mine too. So we're gonna, look at Corey Gherkin's feed. Brandon Kopic's also out there, and then we're also going to talk to Caleb Beecham. Go ahead, Caleb. He's right here.
Yeah, Ryan, just really quick, I'm trying to get my feed back up so I can get you guys a video here shortly. But we are coming in from the north side right now on I-59, dropping in towards that velocity couplet that you can see on radar. It looks like it's starting to pick up. So if it's going to have a threat of passing the highway or crossing the highway anytime soon, obviously we will have that within the next couple of minutes here.
All right, so that's Caleb. And then our tornado, which is on the ground, doing damage now, is right here, north and east of Paulding, moving up towards Orange. Get ready in Orange. Potential tornado. Well, quite confident there's a tornado there coming right up towards Orange right now. It's going to cross Highway 18 between Orange and Rhodes Hill.
New information. This tornado warning has been
there's
upgraded.
The upgrade. Yep, they just upgraded it to a PDS tornado warning. So welcome back to PDS tornado warning in Meridian. This includes you now. Again, so get to shelter. We've got a PDS tornado warning for Clark, Jasper, Lauderdale, and Newton counties in Mississippi. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, looking up a couple tilts here, and are y'all watching Louisiana?
A new tornado warning
This
has
storm
been
is
issued.
definitely about to produce a tornado right as it lands onshore in Madisonville, Louisiana. So it doesn't look as good in the low levels. However, just going up a couple tilts verifies that this is a strong area of rotation, quite concise here to drop a tornado. Thankfully, we got the warning on that very quickly right as I was bringing it up again. But yeah, the upper levels, especially the tilts 2 through 4, are the reason why the storm is tornado warned and why I believe we may have a dangerous situation here right near Madisonville and also Covington, Louisiana, going into St. Tammany Parish.
Thank you, Andy. Madisonville, Covington, and everywhere in between, including the Lakeview Regional Medical Center and the Interstate 12 corridor between Goodby and Abita Springs needs to be sheltered here. We've got a water spout potentially coming onto shore near Madisonville, potentially doing damage here soon. Take shelter. And we'll see how long this lasts once it gets onto land. But we could even be talking about you guys a little bit farther downstream in Waldheim and Talasheek as well. So you guys need to be getting into your safe spots, okay? Additionally, we just got another severe thunderstorm warning for our friends up here in Tennessee. And I know we got a lot of you watching in Cookeville, so I wanted to update you on this. Cookeville, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming in. We've got, a tornado warning to your south. And we've got a tornado warning to your south. Let me pull up the details on that right here in a second and see how much longer we've got on it. This is going to continue for the next 25 minutes for Shady Grove and Sparta. All right, so tornado warning out here between, this is now north of McMinnville. McMinnville, you are not under a tornado warning anymore.
A new tornado
we are
warning
most concerned about this area of rotation near Midway. It's broad, but it's enough to potentially produce a tornado between Midway and Belk, moving up towards Center Point, Darky Springs, Shady Grove, and Sparta. New tornado warning for Laurel. This is for Laurel and Heidelberg in Mississippi. Radar indicated rotation. This is Clark, Jasper, and Jones counties in Mississippi. Take shelter now. This is going to be for the next hour or so. Goes all the way up to Quitman. So yeah, you're under a tornado warning again in Laurel. We do have a tower camera in Laurel.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And now we just got another new tornado warning in Alabama. And that lines up pretty perfectly with Andy's Y'all Watch for the expected extension of the tornado warning now into Walker County from Tuscaloosa County. This is an observed tornado warning that now includes places like Littleton's, Good Springs, Gorgas, Browntown, Barney, Dora, Sloss, Empire, Sipsey, and Coon Creek in Alabama. Take shelter now. This is an observed tornado warning. Once again, we believe a tornado's on the ground. You're going to want to take shelter immediately. Here's what it looks like way above the, not above the sky. What in the heck am I saying? Above the ground in Clay County, Tennessee, ahead of our severe thunderstorm. And then we've got another camera way up high here in Cookeville, Tennessee. So we'll show some of these damaging winds as they move in. All right, back to the PDS. Tornado warning, which is still in effect for Meridian. This is Clark, Jasper, Lauderdale, and Newton counties. And this is right where all of our storm chasers are. Brandon Kopic is, I mean, he's right in the thick of it. Theoretically, I mean, he's in the velocity couplet, so there might be something going on near him here soon. This is a live look of inside of a tornado-warned storm in, well, really close to Orange, the community of Orange in Mississippi. Yeah, it's going over Highway 18, right? I mean, like the tornado is crossing the highway that Brandon's on right now. So it's either in front of him or behind him. Looks to me like it's probably behind him. Another one that's right next to this is Connor Croft. I don't know if we have access to his stream, but we should be looking at it. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so right where Brandon is, Jasper County, Mississippi, they have once again ceased search and rescue operations due to the upcoming storms. This seems to be a recurring thing I keep having to mention during the stream today, is that the EMS is having to literally stop search and rescue all the time because of all these storms just trailing each other.
Thank you, Elijah. Unfortunate situation out here where we've got a train of tornadoes continuing to do damage up and down portions of Alabama and Tennessee. We've got a storm chaser here, Brandon Kopic, who is really close to the tornado. But like the visibility is so low out here, you really can't see it. Even if it's right in front of him, you can't really see it. Connor Croft is really close as well. Caleb Beecham is really close. I believe Brad Arnold is. I mean, like all of our chasers in this little area right here are technically right next to the tornado. Okay, Connor's getting stopped. I guess the tornado crossed in front of Connor here, which Connor is behind Brandon. So that part of the road that Brandon was on just now is what's being hit by the tornado right now in front of us through Connor's stream. So I can pretty much pinpoint exactly where the tornado's crossing the highway there on Highway 15, just to the northwest of Orange, and right before you can turn off onto County Road 22. And then that means it's going to continue to go over up towards Interstate 59. It'll cross Interstate 59 now to the west of Enterprise. Dangerous situation, by the way. A bunch of, oh my gosh, look at the chaser convergence on a 2-lane highway in the forests of Mississippi. That's something you never want to have to deal with there, but my goodness. So Brandon Kopic was able to continue. Connor had to turn around, and Connor was on that same road. So we can see our severe storm moving into Salina, Tennessee, from the Clay County EMA. And these are Cyclone Port cameras here. Putnam County EMA from Cookeville, Tennessee, also able to see the severe thunderstorm moving in here as well. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for our friends over here in and around Florence, Muscle Shoals, and Russellville. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And yes, tornado possible is listed on that warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning was just issued for our storm that Andy pointed out forever ago as it was over Lake Pontchartrain. It is now no longer over the lake, and it's potentially producing a tornado to the north and east of Madisonville, south of Covington, and it's expected to continue all the way up past Abita Springs towards Waldheim, up past Talasheek, Bush, Sun, all the way up to Lees Creek. This is a pretty long tornado warning, so the National Weather Service is quite confident that this is going to be capable of producing a tornado at least for the next 30 to 40 minutes or so. All right, let's go back to our Alabama warning here. Which is starting to look a lot more concerning now with that latest scan. Look at that. Whoa. Likely a big tornado near Browntown and Fairview just, 10 minutes ago. And then as of 1 minute ago, it's to the north and east of Fairview. This is pretty concerning looking scan, and I think with this, we can probably consider this as a tornado debris signature as long as we get one more frame here that shows that continued up here. But yeah, big time circulation, big time potential for a tornado here coming up towards Pleasant Field. This is ramped up significantly just in the past little bit. And once again, this is for Walker County, Alabama. Currently, the tornado, if it's down, is going to be to the south of Lost Creek, moving up towards the Indian Creek Youth Camp, and then Southern Rustic Flame, if you know where those are, or the Pleasant Field Community Center, you know about where the tornado is. The next, population area that this is going to go towards is Good Springs. And on its approach to Good Springs, it'll go right over the Tut Huts RV Park. So if we got a tornado down here, which I think we do, we've got to let those people at the Tut Huts RV Park that we got to let them know that there's a dangerous situation unfolding here. This is also going to go past Dora High School, Sipsey Junior High School, and of course, this is going towards Sipsey. So everybody in Sipsey needs to take shelter now. Another severe thunderstorm warning in Michigan. This one is to the north and west of Detroit. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds in Geneva Township and Rochester Hills over the next hour. PDS tornado warning continues for Clark, Jasper, Lauderdale counties in Mississippi. Caleb Beecham is in the thick of it over there in Clark County. As a lot of these guys are now in the rear flank downdraft of the storm if it's past them. I would say Caleb's probably the closest to the actual tornado at this point, if there's still a tornado down with this. But the rotation is now going between Enterprise and Stonewall, moving up in the general direction of Meridian, So get ready. In Marion, Mississippi, you are still under a PDS tornado warning, at least for the next 14 minutes. What in the world's going on here? Connor Croft is in Pachuta, Mississippi, an area that was just either hit by a tornado or there was a close call there, and I don't know what was going on, but I guess we lost his feed. Chandra, we was watching Connor there. If you get him back, put him back up. Mm-hmm. And here is a view from the Clay County EMA of the severe storm coming into Tennessee.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then we just got a new tornado warning. Guess where? In Tennessee. And it does look like Andy had he was watching this area. We got a y'all watch right here. And now this is an official tornado warning for Sparta. Sparta, this is Cumberland, Putnam, and White counties in Tennessee. We've got a pretty, concerning area of rotation here between Shady Grove and Sparta right now. This could try to produce a tornado as it approaches Yankeetown, Ravenscroft, all the way up to Monterey. And of course, Mineral Springs and Drowning Creek. Strong storm, capable of producing a tornado coming in right now. The Cumberland EMA camera. I don't know if we're already looking at that one, but we should be. I'm requesting it. Chandra, and then let's see here. Not storm reports, traffic cameras. Maybe also monitor this one as well. Okay, so yeah, we're keeping an eye on you guys over here in Tennessee. We've got a tornado warning for the next hour for Yankeetown and Pleasant Hill and Monterey. Take shelter now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I just put out a y'all watch for Aliceville from the previous scan, which looked like nothing, and now suddenly it looks like it's about to generate a tornado here east of Aliceville, Alabama. So this is not a warned storm right now from the National Weather Service. Y'all watch out. I just increased my confidence from low to high in one radar scan. So that should tell you something for areas here in Pickens County, Alabama. Another tornadic storm is going through your area, and I expect a warning soon. May include areas that were previously in a tornado warning, like Gordo, Alabama, here in Reform, Alabama. So the storm's going to travel northeast as per that y'all watch. Prepare for a warning and take shelter accordingly.
All right, thank you, Andy, for bringing this over here. Once again, no warning on this right now, but one could come soon for our friends. One should come soon for our friends over here in Noland and Gordo. This is Pickens and Tuscaloosa counties in Alabama. Get ready. We've got a big one coming together here, it looks like, and there it is.
Tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Pickens County, Alabama. This does include Aliceville. It includes Hickory. It includes Noland, Bostic, and Gordo. Take shelter immediately because this is one of the more impressive looking velocity signatures that we've seen in a little bit. So this is over here to the west of Tuscaloosa, and it's going to go up towards Gordo. Take shelter now. Let's check back in on our storm northwest of Birmingham now, where we continue to have a strong storm capable or that is likely producing a tornado down here between Parrish and Good Springs. This is going to continue to move past Bradleytown up towards Deason Hill, Cordova, Barney, Sipsey, Coon Creek, and then this might even make it up there towards Arkadelphia. So you guys should prepare to take shelter here over the next little bit. And then there's that latest tornado warning in Alabama, we just talked about that. PDS tornado warning continues for Clark and Lauderdale counties in Mississippi for the next 9 minutes. I think they'll it's hard to tell if they're going to continue this or not. Well, I guess we need a couple more frames here to really analyze what's going on, with that most recent velocity scan. Could be redevelopment here, a strengthening of our tornado signature, and that would be coming up towards Basic, Stinson, and Pleasant Hill. Overall, though, this is still a dangerous storm, very much capable of producing a tornado coming into Meridian and Marion, Mississippi. So y'all take shelter over there, okay? We got another update from Andy. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, just another contextual information here. The latest scan from the Birmingham radar puts this Aliceville storm at radar indicated PDS criteria, so we may see an upgrade of this warning before we even see a debris signature confirmed. So that's one thing. And then I forgot what the other one was, but that was probably the most important information. I'll try to think of what I was going to say there.
All right, thank you, Andy. We've got a really incredible looking velocity couplet here, right past Hickory, right to the east of Dilberg, and it's moving up towards Noland, Bostic, and Gordo. The town of Gordo is in an incredibly dangerous situation if this, holds together. We've seen some tornadoes last a long time today. We've seen some storms, dissipate quickly. We're going to hope that this dissipates quickly, but we can't count on that. But this is a big one. This is likely going to produce a huge tornado here, and it's coming up towards Gordo. Please take shelter now if you haven't already. There's a new tornado warning now in Mississippi. This is going to be for Meridian and Marion. So this is our continuation of the once PDS tornado warning. This is now a radar confirmed tornado warning, where we do have what looks to me like a continuing tornadic circulation there, and that's coming up. It's getting ready to cross over Highway 145 near Pleasant Hill, and then it's going to go up towards Tuscaloosa. So if you live in Meridian, Marion, or Tuscaloosa, anywhere in Clark, Kemper, or Lauderdale counties in Mississippi, you're in a dangerous situation. You got to take shelter immediately. Let's go back to our tornado warning in Alabama, and we're going to, or our other tornado warning in Alabama, northwest of Birmingham, where we still have a radar confirmed tornado warning. The good news is I don't see a huge debris signature with this one anymore, but there is still a very large area of rotation here. I believe that this could be continuing to or about to produce a tornado as it comes right into Cordova. So this is a pretty dangerous situation for our folks in Cordova. We need you all to be in your safe spots, anywhere between Deason Hill and Barney, all the way up to Sipsey and Coon Creek. We need you to be getting into your safe spots if you haven't gotten there already. And my goodness, look at that. From the Birmingham radar, just an absolute monster of a rotation
New
here.
information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Radar confirmed tornado warning now for Pickens County, Alabama. And once again, we know now that we have a tornado on the ground, and we can see that via radar. There it is, big time a debris signature. This tornado is doing damage right now just to the north and east of Hickory, moving up towards Gordo. Once again, it is thankfully right now, it's in the literal middle of nowhere. I want to show you something real quick. This is the best situation we've ever had, I think, in a Dixie tornado, because I can't even find something for this to hit. This right here is about where the tornado is. All right. And then this is where it's going. All right. So hopefully this thing is probably going to eat a bunch of trees in through here, but hopefully before it gets up there closer to Gordo, it has time to kind of fizzle out. If it makes it up there closer to Salem, there's going to be some more structures for it to hit. But man, this is just a wide open forest. There's nothing right in this one area here where that tornado is right now. So let's root for it. Hey, go ahead, get it all out of your system before you get up there towards Noland and Bostic and Gordo, because we really don't want a tornado of this magnitude to interact with any sort of structures, because those structures will not fare well. This is a major tornado going on now over here between, once again, Hickory and Noland in Alabama right now. Brett Adair is about to be in Gordo. And man, we've got a big debris ball now.
New information, this tornado
and they've upgraded this
has
to
been
a
upgraded.
PDS tornado warning. And once again, from my best estimation, this thing is, I mean, there's plenty of debris for it to pick up. I mean, it's literally in a forest. So we're going to see that. We're gonna see a ton of debris getting lifted up here, and we're just gonna hope that it stops before it gets to Gordo. But if it doesn't, this is the kind of tornado that I'm telling y'all right now. If this hits Gordo, this will be the kind of tornado that people in Gordo will talk about for years and years and potentially generations. You know what I'm saying? I remember back in 2025 when we had that big tornado. That is the kind of situation that we're talking about here. I'm not saying that to scare you. I'm telling you that to make sure you take it seriously as this massive tornado comes right towards you. Please take shelter if you're in Gordo, Bostic, Notland, and Fairview, as you've got a few minutes. This is moving kind of fast. You've got a few minutes to get into that most sturdy room and at the lowest floor of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Put on a helmet. If you can, you got a bicycle helmet, baseball helmet. Do the kids at least put one on them? Bring something to cover your head, whether it's pillows, mattress, whatever it is that you can do into that most interior room. Preferably it's a basement or a underground cellar. If you don't have that, interior closet, bathroom will do. And then, put on closed-toed shoes. There's a chance that you might have to. Evacuate your home, walk over glass, splintered wood, nails, and things like that. You don't want to be in your Crocs or flip-flops or bare feet in that situation. Additionally, you want to bring a charged phone and tablet or both with you so you can contact people and so that you can continue to get information as the storm, as you deal with the aftermath of this situation. But once again, we're going to hope that this is another one of those tornadoes that gets really strong for a short period of time and then just kind of fizzles out. We've seen that happen a couple of times today, so that's what I'm hoping for. We're not sure that that's going to happen, though. Chandra, have you been able to get Brett Adair? He's offline, isn't he? Yeah. Okay. Let's. Okay. All right. So we're going to continue to try to pull up Brett.
Hey, Ryan, whenever you have a second.
But he is in Gordo. Another one that's really close is B. Dean Berry, who is online. He is online. We got a new tornado warning for Cullman, Alabama. This is going to be for Cullman County, Alabama. And this is going to go on for the next hour or so, and it's just a continuation of our warned area for the storm that's currently happening northwest of Birmingham. So this is now including Dodge City, Huntsville, Garden City, Good Hope, Cullman, Baileyton, and Holly Pond. You're going to want to take shelter now. We also got an update from Caleb. Go ahead, Caleb. Oh. Go ahead, Caleb.
A new PDS tornado warning.
Hey, Ryan, I just want to give you a quick update. I am still on that tornado warning cell to the south and east of Meridian, obviously including Meridian. Multiple times we've come across a few areas with light damage, so obviously looks like there was potentially a small tornado on the ground as it crossed the road. We're trying to catch back up to it. It looks like it may be cycling or dying out at this point, but we're going to continue to monitor it and follow it up as it moves in towards Alabama.
All right. Thank you. That's an update from Caleb. And now we've got an update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, I thought of the other thing I was going to say about this PDS storm in Alabama now. It is the fact that it's surrounded by that moderate rain. This is a verification of what I talked about earlier, where these storms are, surrounded by all this rain, and you're like, oh, that may impact their ability to produce a tornado. But it's all about how deep this convection is versus all these shallow rain-filled clouds. They're all shallow stratus clouds essentially, and then we have the deep cumulonimbus in the middle of them. So all of that structure of the storm is not necessarily being impacted as much by all the rain around it. And here we go, a possible intense tornado signature eating up these forests here in Alabama in the middle of all the rain. So just verification is one of the most important things that in radar analysis like this and tornado events that you're not going to find many other people doing. They're going to be preoccupied with the oohs and ahs of what we're looking at, right? But I want to make sure that the science is sound, and I'll always do my best to verify everything that we talk about here such that you can trust us even more.
All right, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, who's given us an update here, and they did go ahead and extend that PDS tornado warning all the way out to Berry, including Fayette and Tuscaloosa counties in Alabama. We've got places such as Moores Bridge, Brownville, New Hope, New Lexington, Bowley Springs, and Pea Ridge, all in the path of this dangerous storm as it now gets dangerously close to Gordo. I'm hoping now that it doesn't look like it's it doesn't look like it's dissipating necessarily. So it is going to go into the greater Gordo area, but now let's hope that it goes just off to the west. But just in case it doesn't, hopefully everybody in Gordo is sheltered and ready, bracing for impact. We're talking about a minute to 3 minutes before this will come into the area, likely somewhere between the Great White Roll-Off Recycling Center and the Piggly Wiggly on Highway 82. This will cross over Highway 82 somewhere between those two areas, and it will continue its trek towards Foxwood, Crossroads Church. It'll go into the Red Barn Antiques area. If you know where the Brown family farm is, those are all in the direct path of this very dangerous storm. This is one of the deepest debris signatures that we've seen today. So this is still a powerful tornado doing damage as it comes into the Gordo area now. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I just want to issue immense concern for that area because the north and west side of Gordo, where it's marked on the map, is populated. It's a whole neighborhood up on that side of the town as well, and that's right where the tornado is going to track through. If we look at it closely on the velocity scan from the Columbus, Mississippi radar, the actual tornado is on that southeastern side of all of what looks like this broad circulation here. In addition to that, we can see a debris ejection, which is from that core debris ball there. All the debris is going up through the storm and is starting to enter the forward flank of the storm, where it'll fan out and essentially be rained out on areas out ahead of this, like Moores Bridge and Berry, and into that county up there, Fayette County. Will be raining trees and tree branches, and essentially, and anything that this storm might pick up in the Gordo area. So we really need everyone to be sheltered there. This is indicative of the power of the storm in general.
Thank you so much, Andy. You can tell just by looking at this incredible, return that we're getting here on the correlation coefficient that this is a very powerful tornado, rocketing trees up into the sky. And this is something, with really powerful tornadoes, you can get pretty large debris that carries for a while in the air. Whenever we went to Rolling Fork, after the Rolling Fork tornado, we were 60 miles away from Rolling Fork when we started seeing big pieces of sheet metal rolled up in fields that were carried in the debris field like this, in the forward flank of the storm. that far away. So like we are going to see lots of debris coming down probably in the future here between Fayette and Carbon Hill, and then hopefully this doesn't hit any structures, but with a really powerful tornado, you can also get some dangerous debris coming out of the forward flank as well. So anyways, the tornado crossing Highway 82 now, once again, Gordo, the northwest side, right near that Piggly Wiggly, there's the Emmanuel Baptist Church. This whole side of town is mostly residential. Austell Forest Products, if you guys know where that is, that's one of the next places that's in line. Additionally, if it continues on its trajectory, it's going to go up and also cross Highway 159 near the Red Barn Antiques area, go up towards Brown Family Farm, and then it's going to enter another relatively rural area. There's not a lot of stuff out here, and then it's going to go up towards Highway 171 and get close to the Mayfield Volunteer Fire Department and the Moores Bridge Cemetery. So zooming out, let's also talk about not just what's going to happen minutes from now, but what about several minutes from now. If this continues, this is going to go right up towards Moores Bridge, Brownville, Wynwood. We got to take shelter in these places, okay? Concord, Gorgas, New Lexington, Sandtown, and Bowley Springs. All of us are under a tornado PDS tornado warning, which stands for particularly dangerous situation. This is not something that you want to play around with here. Wow. Yeah, so we could see the debris starting to get picked up by the tornado here. And then you can continue to see the debris getting picked up. And then here's the beginning stages of that debris getting lofted up into the atmosphere. And then now that's continuing. This is going to be an incredible sight here. Once this gets, even if the tornado stops, let's hope it does, once the center circulation gets up there closer to Highway 43, you're going to see a big debris fallout area as a result of this.
New information. This tornado
Cullman, Alabama, that tornado warning just got upgraded. So Cullman County, you're now under a observed tornado warning. Thanks to this, we've got another one of these correlation coefficient drops, another marker on our map telling us that there's something in the sky that shouldn't be there. And on a day like today, we can confer that is likely because of a tornado. This one's happening to the north of Campbellville, and it's eventually going to be working up towards Wilburn and Arkadelphia. Let me give you some closer indications of where this could be as well. The specific area where the tornado is near right now is close to the Rice Chapel Baptist Church. It's going to go up past the Malden Cemetery, and then thankfully it's in a very rural area, but it could head right towards Highway 91 where the Corinth Church of Christ is. And then also it could cross Highway 91 somewhere between Wilburn and Arkadelphia, specifically near Dorsey Creek. All right. So you guys need to be taking shelter, and then zooming out a little bit and talking about farther down. Dodge City, Cullman, Hanceville, Holly Pond, and Baileyton are all in the path of this dangerous storm. Let's see here. Our closest storm chaser right now is Kevin. I'm going to suggest that for you, Chandra, and we'll put him in 2 maybe, and we'll keep Dean where he is. All right, back to our PDS tornado warning here. Still an incredibly strong circulation now past Gordo. We've got, I'm sure Elijah is listening to the scanners, and our team is listening to the scanners, waiting to see if we hear any, damage reports coming out of Gordo. I would be very surprised if we didn't. At least 18,000 feet debris signature on the Gordo storm. We're thinking that This is sending some of those tree debris up in the air up to 20,000 feet, which only happens with really strong tornadoes. And it does look like it's continuing. You can see the debris field starting to expand here, but you can still see that very tight circle of lower correlation coefficient values here approaching Fairview. This means that the tornado is still doing damage right now as it goes up towards Moore's Bridge. Right now, this tornado is very close to Crossroads Church Road near the Brown family farm. And it's going to continue up towards Highway 171, pretty much riding the Crossroads Church Creek Road until it gets there. It's going to get to the Highway 171 area near the Moore's Bridge Cemetery. Then it's going to go up towards Phillip Chapel Free Will Baptist Church. And then we'll see what happens from there. But for the most part, we just need to be aware that Barry is under the gun here and needs to be taken shelter. Here's B. Dean Barry, who's near Gordo right now, and I think he's come across some damage here. Yeah, this is a live look at Gordo, Alabama, which I can't tell if he's in the main tornado damage path or if he's in the rear flank downdraft or what, but he's definitely come across some damaged houses. And it looks like the damage gets worse the farther down the road you get there, and you can see that guy up in front of him is flashing his lights. So this is a live look at the damage that has been done near Gordo, Alabama. And once again, I think that the downtown area, I'm hoping anyways, the actual town of Gordo, I'm hoping that we dodged a bullet there and we didn't take a direct hit, but it does look like some parts of Gordo were hit, and we're going to keep listening for updates there. Let's keep Dean in the number one spot. And let's go back to the Cullman, Alabama storm. And velocity signature continues to look concerning here. We've got a tornado likely between Wilburn and Arkadelphia about to cross over Highway 91. Next in line, we've got Bremen, Colony, Misty Harbor, and Dodge City. This will likely get to the I-65 corridor around Dodge City. So let's keep that in mind, and let's make sure everybody up there is in their safe spots. I do want to real quickly go check on this latest severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee. As we just got a tornado possible tag on a severe thunderstorm warning for Marion County, Tennessee. This includes places like Oak Grove and Greentown. So you guys get ready. It's going to be a strong storm, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and potentially a tornado. We do also continue to have a tornado warning for Cumberland, Putnam, and White counties in Tennessee. The rotation here is not as robust as it was when this warning was issued closer to Sparta, but it is still there, and it is still something that we should take seriously in Monterey and Mineral Springs. We'll see if they issue a new warning, and if they do, it'll likely include or it'll encompass Clark Range, Crawford, and Grimsley. We've got some cameras out here, and we're going to try to show this one to you as it comes in. All right, so let's go back down to the PDS tornado warning in Alabama. Once again, we definitely have seen and evidence that there was damage in Gordo. Didn't seem like anything overly extensive, but I don't know which part exactly he went through. Oh my gosh, there's a traffic camera right in the middle of the of Gordo. I don't know if we saw anything on that or not. But we got a drone view now from Kevin. If that can get reloaded, we'll throw it up. Kevin Henderson there, and it looks like B. Dean Barry has come across some more significant damage now near Gordo. And by the way, this is a live look at our Cullman storm. This is a live look via drone of the storm producing the tornado warning for Cullman, Alabama. I don't know if I see anything making contact with the ground. Obviously, it's a little choppy here, but you definitely see the big lowering. You see the mesocyclone. You see the part of the storm that would, produce the tornado. Definitely enough there to suggest there's something going on right there. Potentially a tornado on the ground here, as it is radar confirmed. That we still have a radar confirmed tornado warning, and this is moving on up towards Dodge City. And this is a live look from Kevin Henderson in, he's closer to Hayden, Alabama right now, but he's got a drone up in the air. Which is honestly, hey, if there's any storm chasers listening to me right now, this is the game. This. Go somewhere and park, put a drone up, drive for 30 minutes, put a drone up. The through the windshield thing, it doesn't work out here in Alabama and Mississippi, I don't think. This is a live look at the storm that's coming up towards Dodge City and Good Hope and Cullman, Alabama right now. And let's go ahead and put that in the number 1 slot, Chandra. And let's go check in on that latest severe thunderstorm warning that just came in for portions of northeastern Tennessee. And this is actually an area that Andy's watching. As well, for maybe we've got low confidence that they might find reason to issue a tornado warning here between Alpine and Alfred at some point. But for the most part, we are concerned about the 60-mile-per-hour winds and the the big hail that could be coming into Jamestown here, Grimsley and Clark Range. We do have a tower camera here in Clark Range that we're monitoring, and if that shows a big shelf cloud or something coming in, we will pull that up for you. But right now, we're definitely kind of invested in Kevin's feed, which is continuing to show us what looks to be like a storm that really wants to produce a tornado here to the north of Birmingham. Once again, this is a live look at our radar-confirmed tornado warning for Good Hope, Dodge City, and Cullman in Cullman County, Alabama right now. And it's a little choppy, but we're going to keep him in the number 1 spot. And we're also going to check in with B. Dean Barry. I think I've got the ability to talk to him on the radio. Actually, I might not. Yeah, I don't anymore. Okay, that's fine. We'll check in with Dean here soon, and we'll talk with Elijah right now. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So I have 2 updates. The first one is that the Tallahassee NOAA weather radios are no longer working right now. Signal has been lost to them. So if you live in Tallahassee, Florida, at the present exact moment, do not just rely on your weather radio to give you any weather alerts, because they will not receive input at this moment. So it doesn't apply at this moment, but they're going to probably try to fix that before the storms get there, but they may not. So make sure you have other ways to receive warnings if northern Florida receives them. The second thing is I do have a very brief update on the Gordo tornado. Per the forest fire scanner, multiple structures were damaged. Trees and power lines were downed along the road near Gordo. So I don't have anything else yet. Signal is a little choppy on some of these scanners, so I will try to get you some information when I can.
All right, thank you, Elijah, for keeping us updated on the developing situation out there across Mississippi and Alabama. Lots of reports coming in, including this one. It's been a while since Y'allbot's talked, so let's let Y'allbot say something. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. A new storm report just came in. A confirmed tornado was reported by a storm chaser at 5:45 p.m. near Gordo in Pickens County, Alabama. Numerous trees have been snapped along US 82 near the northwest city limits of Gordo. Anyone in the path should take shelter immediately.
And that path includes Barry, where we do have a radar-confirmed tornado warning continuing now for the next 38 minutes. But thankfully, the rotation signature has calmed down quite significantly. Let's hope that trend continues. Hasn't calmed down as much with our Cullman storm, though. This one is still trying very hard to produce a tornado as it goes up towards Dodge City and Good Hope. And you can see through the drone footage that's coming in above my head that it is, it's close to succeeding, but it's not quite there yet. All tornado warnings have been allowed to expire in Tennessee. We no longer have any tornado warnings in Tennessee, but we are watching a little area here between Alfred and Alpine that might warrant one in the near future, but right now we've just got a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail. This might actually make it up into Kentucky. Some of these stronger winds might make it up towards Williamsburg and Pikeville later, so you all get ready for that. Also, we're a couple hours out from these storms making it to Knoxville. About an hour or so for Chattanooga. Not expecting anything crazy, but it'll get loud. We're going to have a good storm in Chattanooga. Get ready. Let's go back to our tornado warning down here in Clark and Jasper County, Mississippi, which will be allowed to expire in 7 minutes. So you guys just stay in your safe spots for the next 7 minutes and we should be good to go. And now let's talk to Elijah again. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. The storm that is near Birmingham is still on the ground. The National Weather Service of Birmingham, Alabama, or not Birmingham, sorry, Tuscaloosa. They just reported that it did just cross State Route 171 near Moore's Bridge, moving northeast. So it is still on the ground and it is still moving.
Okay, thank you so much, Elijah, for pulling us back down here. It doesn't look, honestly, if you were just asking me based off of radar, it doesn't look like it's still going. But we've got confirmation now, visual confirmation that it is. So we've got to make sure we're staying in our safe spots in Newtonville, Concord, and New Hope. We do have some storm chasers out here. I know we're having some trouble with the service. Like this area must have like 0 cell service or something. But we've got Ryan, Carty out here, and Joseph as well. Yeah, we're going to continue to show you as best as we can what's going on out here with these storms. But get to shelter in Barry, Bankston, New Lexington, Bowley Springs, and Pea Ridge, as this is still a confirmed tornado on the ground. Now, let's check in with the storm north of Birmingham. This is also a confirmed tornado via radar. As of a few minutes ago. As of right now, this is another one that doesn't look quite as convincing to me as some of our other storms today. But as we just saw, sometimes radar doesn't tell the full story. So this could be trying to produce a tornado still here as it crosses over Interstate 65 near Dodge City in Alabama. It looks like something's going on right there. I don't know if that's a SLC, a dangly bit, scary looking cloud, or if we've got something legit going on there. We're getting about 2 frames per minute. So we're trying to decipher what's going on. I think that was just some rising scud coming up into the storm there, but still, we've got a rotating storm and a dangerous storm coming up into the southern side of Cullman. This includes Dodge City and Good Hope. It's crossing over Interstate 65 right now. So at this moment, we have, for the first time in a long time, we have no PDS tornado warnings, but we do have 2 observed tornado warnings. Actually, they just turned the Cullman County storm. They downgraded it to a radar indicated tornado warning. So we still want to treat this with respect. We still want to be in our shelters, but this is no longer. We can no longer confirm that this is on the ground via radar. We're depending now solely on Kevin Henderson's live drone footage. That's all we've got. And so far, from what I can tell, we don't have a tornado right now, but we are still going to stay in our safe spots in Cullman County, Alabama for the next 19 minutes. And then Ryan Carty is out here as well in Berry, Alabama. Look at the very fast-moving clouds up there. That's ahead of the rotating part of the storm that's about to cross Highway 43, right there where Ryan is. If you're just now tuning in, we are in the middle of a tornado outbreak. We've got several tornado warnings in effect across Mississippi and Alabama. And we've also got some storms up here in Tennessee that we're paying attention to. In fact, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for portions of Bledsoe and Sequatchie County in Tennessee. This includes Pikeville, Tennessee. This includes Cagle, Lee Station, Paleo, and Brush Creek. So get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and we do have a tornado possible tag on there, meaning that some of these little areas of rotation might result in a tornado if everything goes just right or wrong, however you look at it. So be prepared to take shelter and at least get indoors and away from windows as this storm comes through. We've got a big-time severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued as well for portions of St. Tammany, Washington, Hancock, and Pearl River County in Mississippi, and then all those other places are parishes in Louisiana. Get ready for 1-inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds up there towards Picayune, down towards Pearl River, Sun, and the I-12 corridor down here between Mandeville and Slidell. Severe thunderstorm warning. We've got this tornado warning for Heidelberg and Quitman's about to be allowed to expire. The tornado warning over here for Kemper and Lauderdale, Mississippi is also about to be allowed to expire. We might have a moment here where we only have tornado warnings in Alabama. So here's the rotation in our Fayette County, Alabama storm. Still looks, concerning there north of Newtonville. It's coming up towards Bankston, Cleveland, Pea Ridge, and Studdard's Crossroads. And then we continue to see the rotation come together here in Cullman. So I'm not terribly concerned about our friends in Cullman, but I really do hope that everybody's in their safe spots just in case this thing decides to plant a tornado. We saw the drone footage earlier. It's got a portion of that storm that is capable of producing a tornado. It's not going to take much for that to actually happen. So please get in your safe spots and Cullman just in case. We do have a tornado warning, so that's what you're supposed to do, Andy, do you want to tell us about some of these yaw watches in Tennessee here?
Yeah, I can do that.
Go ahead.
All right. I have 2 yaw watches in Tennessee, both of
Hey,
low
Ryan, it's Brad. When you have a
confidence,
second.
particularly for tornadoes. We already have severe thunderstorm warnings spanning both of their regions, but the one is to the north is near Livingston in Overton County in Tennessee, and that's headed into parts of Pickett County in Tennessee. That's a very small county there, and Fentress County. That is on the north side of a part of the line that's sort of bowed forward. So when you push a body of water forward on the left side, aka the north side, because this one's moving east, the water is going to spin counterclockwise. It's going to create that vortex there, and that's exactly what we see here. This is called a bookend vortex in the case of looking at it here in the atmosphere in the middle of a storm. So we have some rotation there, and it's broad. Bookend vortices can produce tornadoes, but this one does not look like it's going to immediately. So I just have an area of concern there in case it does wrap up in any future radar scans. The one to the south, if you have the Nashville radar open, it did have I think a side lobe contaminated mesocyclone there near Altamont. So it made it appear ghastly for a couple of frames here. But now it looks a little bit less scary, essentially. And it's got a severe thunderstorm warning on it. So I have low confidence on that one doing anything tornadic as well. But those are the two areas I'm watching.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, keeping an eye on Tennessee. Now let's go back down to Alabama, where we've got a new tornado warning that was just issued for Sumter County. We've got an area of rotation right here south of York, east of Cuba, crossing over Highway 80 near Scratch Hill, Standard, and Intercourse. This is moving up towards Brewersville.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. Let me know when you got a second.
Moortown, and Forkland. And guess what? Brad, I believe he's on this storm, and he's got an update for us. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, we're sitting here at a gas station, and a guy named Caleb Beecham just drove up to me. I thought he was a storm chaser, but he said he's a little scared, so he's going to hang back. We're going to drop south because we do chase storms, and we're going to go get on some of these cells. They're going to be going through southern Mississippi and south Alabama. So we're going to leave this mess in Alabama. It looks like it's kind of cold pooling in that area, and the better area to me looks like it's going to be South Mississippi and South Alabama. But I just want to let you know that Caleb Beecham is not chasing.
All right. Thank you, Brad. This is a live look from extreme storm chaser Caleb Beecham at a gas station. And this is a live look at extreme storm chaser Brad Arnold, also at the same gas station. Extreme. All right. We do have that new tornado warning out here between York and Cuba. And, you know, there are some storm chasers who are on this, so we probably should be monitoring Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin and Connor Croft. Let's put Brandon in slot 1. And we will also be monitoring Brad Arnold as he goes down and tries to intercept that next storm as well. So, yeah, this is a brand new tornado warning that's going to go up towards Livingston. Take shelter now. And by the way, all of the tornado warnings, in in Mississippi have been allowed to expire for now. We only have 2 tornado warnings, and they are both in Alabama. This is the first time for a long time that we've had only 2 tornado warnings. So hopefully that trend continues. But we, of course, continue to have a tornado watch over here in Alabama for a while. Let me actually see when some of our watches end here. We do have a tornado watch for...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
For Tennessee until 1 a.m., and that's actually where that most recent tornado warning just came from. Tornado warning for Fentress and Overton and Pickett counties in Tennessee, right there in that area that Andy was highlighting earlier. We've got a decent area of rotation coming together here between Cooktown and Cooper, moving up towards Squirrel Flat, Helena, Sharp Place, and Pall Mall. This is my kind of place. I can pronounce all of these places great. Cooktown, Pall Mall, Squirrel Flat, and daggone sharp place.
new
You guys are
tornado
under a
warning
tornado
has
warning,
been
so we do
issued.
want to take this seriously. But that's one of the first times I think I've ever went through a list of towns and was confident about every place that I was saying. Let's go back down to Alabama, where we do have a new tornado warning now for Florence. We've got an area of rotation coming together down here between Rock Creek and Newsom Springs, moving up towards Hawk Pride, Cedar Hill Estates. This is coming up towards Muscle Shoals and Florence, which is a very populated area. So we want to we want to make sure we are paying attention and taking shelter here, especially between the 7 Mile Island Wildlife Management Area and the Camp Westmoreland area. So I'm about to suggest a bunch of cameras. Chandra, you just pick which ones you think are best, and then any of the traffic cameras around this one. All right, so that's what's going on. We got a tornado warning for Florence. Please take shelter now. We've seen what these things are capable of today. The good news is this is not a supercell. Well, I mean, it's not like the same kind of cell that we've been seeing farther to the south, but it does have a pretty, concerning-looking rotating part of the storm. So we want to take it seriously. Some of the places in the path here include the Earl Trent Assembly Campground, the Heritage Acres RV Park, and the McFarland Park Parkground, and the Tuscumbia RV Park. All those places are vulnerable areas for tornadoes, so we need to let those people know what's coming. We also have the Chad's Payless Pharmacy, and then the El Reposo Nursing Facility in the path, as well as the Marion Conference Center, and the Center Star Fire Department. Take shelter now if you're in any of those places. New severe thunderstorm warning in Alabama. This one's going to be for Cullman, Madison, Marshall, and Morgan counties. For the next 37 minutes, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds, and we do have a tornado possible tag on here, as that is one of the storms that's produced some of our tornadoes today that we've been tracking. Andy's watching this area right here in Winston, Walker, in Cullman County in Alabama. Low confidence in a tornado here, but we are watching it. Get ready in Arley and Addison, potentially, for some sort of warning here soon. Just an early heads up, just in case. Let's go check back in on our Tennessee tornado warning. In Fentress, Overton, and Pickett County, Tennessee, broad area of rotation continues to move east towards Jamestown. And what in the world do we got going on here? Is this I guess this is supposed to be a 360-degree camera. I don't think that this is real. I don't think that that's, I don't know what in the world that is, honestly. All right, yeah, take that down. I don't think that's in our correct area. So yeah, this is the tornado warning now in Florence. And we're going to keep an eye on this as it comes up into the Muscle Shoals area. I'm not seeing a huge area of rotation here, but it is it's enough to be concerned about for such a large area. Here's a live look at storm chaser Brandon Kopic, who's in Sumter County, Alabama. This is one of our tornado warnings that we have. Radar indicated tornado warning for Livingston. Brandon Kopic is in the rainy side of the storm, right? He's up here in the Interstate 59 corridor near Livingston. The tornado is probably pretty far south from where he is right now, but he is going to be paralleling this on Interstate 55 there, all the way 59, sorry, all the way up towards Bluffport. And if this continues, it'll eventually get up there towards Bulagie. What was that, Chandra? All right, and we've also got Corey Gherkin in Livingston as well. Corey and Brandon are pretty close to each other in terms of being on the road there. We've also got a traffic camera in Livingston. We might tune into three of them actually. So yeah, this is honestly out of all of our tornado signatures, this is the one that I'm most curious about. So we're trying to investigate what's going on here actually on the surface near Livingston, Alabama. Let's check back in though with our tornado warning in Cullman County. And this one's going to be allowed to expire in the next couple of minutes. All right, they pretty much replaced it with the severe thunderstorm warning here that goes out towards New Hope. So hopefully that continues. But I mean, I still see a decent amount of rotation here near Fairview. So they've got that tornado possible tag on here, and they might actually, want to issue a new tornado warning at some point if the rotation holds together once it leaves that polygon. So let's stay in our safe spots in Fairview, County Line, and places like Pleasant View in this warning. And then there it is. Yeah,
has been issued.
They issued a new tornado warning now, pretty much in line with the severe thunderstorm warning. And this is actually this is an observed tornado warning. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado. And this is likely happening somewhere over here near Fairview. So we've got potentially a tornado on the ground moving into or through Fairview right now. So let's, you were already under a tornado warning. So hopefully everybody in Fairview was in their safe spots. But now we're continuing this tornado warning all the way up well into Cullman, Madison, Marshall, and Morgan counties in Alabama. Tornado currently, if it's in that spot there where the suspected debris signature is, it's right near the Fairview Elementary School. If it rockets off to the north and east, along with the velocity couplet, it'll be going off towards the Rasco Cattle Company, and then eventually up there towards Hullico. On its approach to Hullico, it will pass the West Welcome Baptist Church. So yeah, get ready if you're out here. This is a dangerous storm, and it potentially has a tornado on the ground right now, moving up towards Hullico and Pine Lake Village. Pretty populated area over there between Pine Lake Village and Union Hill, Friendship, and Grassy. So hopefully this dissipates before it gets over there. But you are under a tornado warning all the way out to New Hope, Alabama. This is all happening close to Huntsville, but it's all happening south of Huntsville. Huntsville is not currently under any sort of warning at the moment. Here's Corey. Once again, out here in Livingston, Alabama. And then we've got a live shot of Jamestown, Tennessee, as a severe thunderstorm is coming through this area. Yeah, this is Jamestown, Tennessee, as honestly a tornado-warned storm is. We're right where the rotation would be. So if there was a tornado, we would probably see it in this shot here, even though we've got limited visibility, so it's a good thing we don't see anything right now. But definitely a strong storm that's capable of producing a tornado, continuing to go up over towards Pine Haven and Squirrel Flat, and then over towards Wolf River and the Pickett State Forest. So the rotation is coming right over Jamestown now, and this is Radar Omega Jamestown, Tennessee camera. Winds are picking up. The rotating part of the storm is going right over this camera, so we'll watch it and see. Regardless of whether or not there's a tornado in there, we're definitely going to have some, isolated incidents where we've got trees down and stuff like that. And the conditions that you're seeing here will continue to be felt in places like East Jamestown and Sharp Place over the next, I would say, 29 minutes or so. Winds are getting stronger. Here's the velocity couplet literally going right over Jamestown right now. And we should see a shift in the winds as the winds change direction as the center of the storm goes by. You can see that happening right now. So this is happening in Jamestown, Tennessee, where there is a tornado warning right now. Get ready. This is right here is what's coming for you in Squirrel Flat, Pine Haven, and East Jamestown. This is a very intense storm. Dang. Holy smokes. Holy, yeah, that's a little bit more intense than what I was expecting to see here out of this storm. But we can tell now why we've got that tornado warning and the severe thunderstorm warning at the same time. Once again, I think we might have lost power on that camera, but that is exactly what's coming for you up there in Sharp Place and Zenith, and eventually over there towards the Big South Fork National River Recreation Area. All right, so Jamestown, this is another place we need to be listening to the scanners for, just in case there was some damage out there. That definitely looks like damaging winds to me. Okay, so let's go back down and let's check out some of our other storms that we are continuing to watch here. Got a little storm over here between Arley and Addison. We're watching, no warnings yet, but y'all watch out just in case. We are also continuing to watch the tornado warned storm out here that is past Cullman now and is moving towards Cherokee Ridge, Alabama, New Hope, Alabama, and up there towards Woodville, Alabama. This is all happening to the south of Huntsville. No warnings in Huntsville just yet. And then we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning here in Village at Indian Rock Lake and Spencer up towards Crossville. Very strong storm coming through right now. Get ready for that. And then Louisiana and Mississippi, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning down there. This is for a large area between New Orleans, just to the northeast of New Orleans, all the way up into southern portions of Mississippi. This includes Cathula. This includes Santa Rosa. This includes Slidell. And yeah, strong, severe thunderstorm capable of producing quarter-size hail and damaging winds as it comes through.
Hey Ryan, a new storm report just came in confirming a tornado at 5:52 p.m. northeast of Sipsey in Walker County, Alabama. Several houses along Campbellville Road have significant damage, and there are possible injuries reported. Radar also showed a tornado debris signature at that time.
All right, thank you, Y'allbot. And here's an update on our Colbert and Lauderdale County, Alabama tornado warning. Florence and Muscle Shoals, you guys are under a tornado warning still, at least for the next 25 minutes. I'm not seeing a whole lot on velocities, but this is going to be a strong storm, and you're going to want to get indoors and away from windows and take shelter for the next 24 minutes, and then we should be done for a while in Florence. New severe thunderstorm warning was just issued in Tennessee. This is downstream from our big storm that we just saw go past Jamestown. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible as it comes up into north central Tennessee here near Oneida. Got our first, our first special weather statement for the system in Kentucky. Some severe thunderstorm warnings might be issued in Kentucky here soon as these really strong storms make it up there closer to places like, Williamsburg.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued. And this is the one that Andy has been tracking forever now. You see both of his y'all watches leading up to this. We've seen this one coming, and now we've got the official warning from the National Weather Service here as the rotation is tightening up right there near Addison. Tornado warning now in effect for Cullman, Limestone, and Morgan counties in Alabama. Take shelter if you're in Falkville, Brookmead, and Priceville. And we got another part of the warning polygon there that includes Winston County, Alabama. And that completes our polygon there. Once again, a rotation coming together right here near Addison. It's going to go up past Nesmith. And that last frame definitely looks concerning here between Addison and Nesmith as it goes up towards Clifty, Thomas Place, Lebanon, Leedsdale, Tanner Heights, and then eventually Priceville and Brookmead. So get ready in Decatur, Alabama. This does include Decatur. And we do have some views of this thanks to the Alabama traffic camera system. We've got a really nice view of the Falkville, Alabama area from high up. Same thing over here near Harsdale, Alabama. And then we're going to be able to keep you updated on what's going on the ground here in Addison, Alabama as the storm comes through. Yeah, Andy's batting average today is very high. We're going to have to keep up with that. I think that's a stat that we would all love to see. Right next to the weather intensity score. Oh, man. There it is, our first severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. By the way, those of you who don't know, this is my neck of the woods. This is where I'm broadcasting from, way up here in eastern Kentucky. That's where the Weather House headquarters is. Storms are still pretty far away from us, but severe thunderstorm warning now for McCreary and Wayne, Kentucky. Wayne counties in Kentucky. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds and tornado possible. That impressive storm that we just saw go through Jamestown, that's the one that's coming up towards southern Kentucky here, so get ready for it. Yeah, we love the Yolligons. We've been working on getting that working for a while, and I'm glad we finally got it figured out. Yep, there's a tornado possible tag on that latest severe thunderstorm warning for Kentucky. No tornado warnings right now, though, in Kentucky. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning that was issued recently for Marion and Sequatchie counties in Tennessee. This has got a tornado possible tag on it as well. Get ready in Dunlap for that. And then we've got another severe thunderstorm warning for Chattanooga with a tornado possible tag on it. This is a little bit more of an interesting situation where it's not necessarily a part of the line. This is kind of a prefrontal cell that's just went through downtown Chattanooga, and now it's likely producing 60-mile-per-hour winds as it goes up towards Soddy Daisy. Velocity on this one is not incredibly impressive, but you can see there it is rotating. This is a supercell coming up towards Soddy Daisy. It'll be interesting to see how this interacts with the mountains as it goes up towards Dayton and Spring City. The foothills, I should say.
A new tornado warning has been
A
issued.
new tornado warning was just issued in Tennessee. Where's it at? Cumberland, Van Buren, and White counties in Tennessee. You guys are now under a tornado warning. And probably somewhat side-lobed, but definitely an
A new tornado
eye-catching
warning has
velocity
been issued.
couplet here coming up into Herbert Domain. Take shelter now if you're in Cumberland, Van Buren, or White counties. We've got a camera out here inside this polygon. I just suggested it. And then we just got a new tornado warning in Tennessee. Okay, that's actually that's the same thing. That's for the same warning. Okay, so we've got a concerning storm producing a pretty broad and large area of rotation near Herbert Domain, moving up towards Village at Indian Lake, Oneida Subdivision, Shiloh, and Crossville. Take shelter now if you're in Crossville. This is Bledsoe County, Tennessee, and Cumberland, Van Buren, and White counties in Tennessee. This is, I will say that out of all the signatures that we've seen in Tennessee today, this is the one that gets my attention the most. Mostly just because it's big and bright and colorful, which isn't always the most important thing. But still, definitely a concerning situation for our folks in Midway, up towards Crossville. We do have a camera up on a tower, up on a building somewhere in Cumberland, in Crossville, Tennessee. So we'll keep an eye on the sky for you, thanks to Cyclone Port, as the storm comes in. Man, Brett Adair had a live view of the tornado as it went through Gordo. Me and him are going to have to have a talk, man. He's always offline. Right when we need to have him, he's always offline. Yeah, I'd say that it was really hard to maintain service over there. I retweeted his video. Yeah, that tornado near Gordo was huge. And Brett Adair did have it on his drone feed there. I'm retweeting some imagery over there on Twitter. If you want to follow me on X, that's at Ryan Hall Y'all. At Ryan Hall Y'all. You can also, if you can do so safely, anytime you want to send us pictures and videos of your own, Maybe you've got damage that you'd like to report. If you got snow in the winter, if you want to share snow measurements, send those in over there on Twitter. We appreciate it. Obviously, only if you can do it safely, and also please tag your local National Weather Service office as well whenever you do that. If you're just now tuning in, we are zoomed in on a tornado warning that includes Crossville, Tennessee. This is Cumberland, Van Buren, and White counties. We are monitoring the skies here via some of these cameras, and we also have tornado warnings continuing down here in Alabama. Where we're gonna, kind of
A new
get an
tornado
update
warning
on.
has been issued.
Tornado warning continues out here for Falkville and Priceville and Decatur for the next 29 minutes. And then we also have a new tornado warning for that storm that we were just talking about in Chattanooga. Andy's got a y'all watch on it there, and now we've got an official tornado warning for Bradley, Hamilton, and Megas counties in Tennessee. And this is it. This is the area of rotation that we're concerned about. And this is in a very, very populated area. So hopefully this doesn't produce a tornado, but it does look quite possible. Lake Dweller, Lake Site, Shady Grove, all the way up there towards Shore Acres, Bluffview, and Birchwood. You guys are all in the path of a dangerous storm. You need to take shelter now. Many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And protect your head. Skull Island Recreational Area, that campground. First, let's see here, the Colonial RV Park. Those are some places that are in the path of this storm north and east of Chattanooga. Additionally, we have the Bessette Family Dentistry Office and the Express Care and Fast-Paced Urgent Care. Lots of, it seems like there's a lot of stuff in the path of this, including Howell Farms, the event venue, the Birchwood Community Center, and a bunch of fire departments, including the Bonnie Oaks Fire Station. These are all in the path of the rotating part of this storm that could try to produce a tornado near Lake Site and Birchwood in the next 30 to 40 minutes. You might as well go ahead and put one of those in one, Chandra, as that's what we're paying attention to now. Anything close to this, one of our Tennessee storms. So yeah, take shelter if you haven't already, and we're going to monitor these cameras for you. Yeah, maybe we'll just switch numbers 1, 2, and 3. Like, keep those the same, but move them into 4, 5, and 6, and you know what I'm saying. Tornado warning continues for Crossville, by the way. 26 minutes left on this storm. The velocity continues to promote the idea that there could be a tornado trying to happen here. There's no confirmation. We don't know for sure. This is a very populated area as well, so if there was a tornado between Thomas Springs and Village at Indian Lake, I think that we would know. So that's good news that we haven't heard anything yet, but it could change, and we need you to take shelter just in case. As this gets closer to Crossville. Checking in on our tornado warning to the northwest of Cullman, Alabama. Rotation is still somewhat impressive over here between Addison and Falkville. We've got to get ready, or we got to get to shelter in Clifty, Thomas Price, Lebanon, and Tanner Heights. Hey, thank you, Eric. It's currently 6:50 local time, 5:50 Central. We've been streaming here for 7 hours. We are on our 18th hour of coverage on this major tornado outbreak. How many of you guys have been here for all 18 hours? Some of you have. I know you have. A lot of you have. I appreciate y'all being here with me, and I hope we've been able to be of service, and I hope we've been able to help you and guide you through this crazy couple days of severe weather. It's not over, but yeah, I just wanted to take a brief moment and thank y'all for being here. This is from about an hour ago. Look at that. Giant mesocyclone, likely a tornado in there somewhere when the storm was near Sipsey. Huge. Is there any way that we can download that? Or screen record it or something, because I can't show it in embedded like that. If you're just now tuning in, we are in the middle of a pretty big severe weather outbreak. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings right now. We're monitoring one of them that's just north of Chattanooga. We've got an area of rotation that's concerning here, approaching Shore Acres, but we've got no confirmation of a tornado. We've got another area of rotation approaching Crossville, Tennessee. Same deal, no confirmation of a tornado over there. So we're flying by radar here, and we're encouraging everybody to take shelter just in case. And then over here towards Decatur, we've got another tornado warning, radar indicated rotation. This is the rotating part of the storm is now approaching Falkville. I do think that yeah, we can probably monitor this from this camera if it's available. But yeah, as this gets closer to Priceville, we'll have more, viewing angles. And then we've also got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings back here to the north and east of New Orleans. We've got some large hail and some damaging winds moving up between Slidell and Cthulhu and Standard and Picayune. So you guys get ready for that. This is likely going to continue up towards Wiggins as the night goes on. Most of these storms that are happening right now between Picayune, Lumberton, Hattiesburg, and Laurel are below severe limits right now, but they are producing flash flooding. We've got large flash flood warnings in effect. In fact, this one here for Meridian up towards Laurel and Newton is a considerable flash flood warning. If you live in a flood-prone area, understand that the rain's going to continue for a while and the water is going to continue to rise. Checking back in on Crossville, Tennessee. The storm's moving in now. We're starting to see some of the winds starting to pick up here from the Crossville camera. Thankfully, nothing yet like we saw in Jamestown earlier, but still a strong storm coming through, and we'll see it pick up as the storm gets closer. Now I'm just looking at some information that's coming in here. And also, yeah, we can just mute it. That's fine, Elijah and Kinsey, we can just mute it. All right, so let's go ahead and check in on the other tornado warning. All of our tornado warnings right now, by the way, are in Alabama except for the Decatur. Or in Tennessee except for the Decatur, Alabama warning. And by the way, most of the town of Decatur is not included in that warning. But it is on the southeastern side. Brookmead, Priceville, Somerville, you guys are all included in this tornado warning. So take shelter and stay in your safe spot for the next 18 minutes. We've got a strong storm coming through, but honestly, the rotation is it's depleting. So that's great news. But yeah, we've got a tornado warning that's going to last for 17 more minutes, and we want you to stay in your safe spots. Checking back in with our tornado warning to the north and east of Chattanooga. 32 minutes left on this one, but they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning that takes us all the way up to Spring City. So I don't know if they'll continue the tornado warning up here, but if they don't, they do at least have that severe thunderstorm warning with the a tornado possible tag on it there for us between Dayton and Spring City over the next 1 hour. Crossville, continuing to watch the storm come into Crossville. It is not, we're not seeing any signs of a tornado just yet, but definitely a strong storm coming in. And then we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Well, this is the same one that we were just looking at, but it is our newest severe thunderstorm warning right now over here on the eastern side of Tennessee. Our new severe thunderstorm warning. What in the world? I heard the ding. Anyways, our newest severe thunderstorm warning is over here for Hamilton, McMinn, and Meigs County in Tennessee. It's going to last for an hour here. We're trying to work out our camera situation here too. I don't know if you got the suggestion for virtual railfan number 35, Chandra, but if it's not working, that's fine. Also, I can't hear you. I don't know if you've been talking or not. A huge shout out to you, Eric. Thank you for that. Eric says, if we got storms, if we got to have storms, at least we have y'all to ride with. That's a good way to look at it. Thank you, Eric, for the support. And thank you, Badger Mushrooms, for the very generous super chat. Thanks for helping everyone. We're hunkering down in Chattanooga. Thank you, Badger. Chattanooga, you guys have, the biggest part of that storm that just went by Chattanooga is now causing some problems to your north. But there are more storms coming to Chattanooga later tonight. I do want to make that clear. We're nowhere near done with the storms. It's going to be a stormy evening for quite some time. Even whenever we get past the main part of the outbreak here, the storms will not stop until tomorrow night over on the East Coast. So there's going to be nonstop severe thunderstorm warnings, et cetera, going forward. The Crossville tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire in 13 minutes. Everyone stay sheltered in Crossville just in case, but let's hope that that expiration comes sooner rather than later. A huge shout out to you, Andrew. Big shout out to Andrew. Thank you. Jason says, what's the outlook for Birmingham this afternoon? A lot of the same of what we're experiencing right now, man. We're going to have storms sliding off to your west until that front comes through, and it's going to push them through. It's going to be stormy for the next 3 or 4 hours or so. Stay tuned.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad when you have a second.
And then huge shout out to Gabrielle for the 10 gifted. Now we've got an update from Brad Arnold. Let's hear from him. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, so we are about to enter Waynesboro, Mississippi, watching a cell that is south of Laurel. I'm not watching your stream, so I'm not sure if you talked about it, but there is solid rotation there with that. So we're going to stop in Waynesboro and kind of wait and look at that. We may even go west into it just to take a look at it, but solid rotation on that. So maybe today's not done.
Brad's down here watching this storm, the storms that are south of Laurel that are coming together here between Slidell, Biloxi, coming up into southern portions of Mississippi and Alabama. He's paying attention to these. He might continue chasing down here, and I agree. These storms are definitely something to watch as they come up into the southern Mississippi and Alabama area. Eventually, they're also going to make it over there towards Mobile. We'll be watching them for you guys just in case something comes out of that. Additionally, we are watching very closely an area over here near Choctaw, Marengo, and Sumter counties in Alabama, where we are we potentially have a tornado maybe trying to come together in the near future. We've got a y'all watch out for you in Pittington, Myrtlewood, Linden, up there towards Demopolis. This is something that the National Weather Service might issue a tornado warning for in the future. So we're going to watch this storm very closely. As it goes off to the north and east. And we're also going to watch this storm, which we have lower confidence in down here in Jones, Wayne, and Perry counties in Mississippi. But still something to watch here, as this might be warranting of a tornado warning in the future south and east of Laurel. This is actually specifically what Brad Arnold was talking about there, the one that's coming up towards Waynesboro. So that's why he is positioning himself in Waynesboro right now. All right, checking back in on Crossville. This tornado warning should be allowed to expire soon. It's over. It's got 10 minutes left on it. Stay sheltered for the next 10 minutes just in case. Additionally, we got 25 minutes left on our tornado warning for Birchwood. This is Bradley, Hamilton, and Meigs County in Tennessee. This is also going to be allowed to expire soon, but stay sheltered just in case for the next 25 minutes. Hail report. 1-inch hail was falling between Saudi Daisy and Lakeside. That was about 8 or 9 minutes ago. All tornado warnings in Alabama have been allowed to expire. We've got 2 in Tennessee, about to have 1 in Tennessee. So that's great. We also have a video that I'd like to share with you. What is some information about that? Where is that again? Can somebody tell me where the video's from? Tylertown. So this is a video from Tylertown earlier of the tornado going through. We don't have audio on it, but we do have a dramatic video from Tylertown as one of the big tornadoes was going through that we were talking about live on the air. Obviously, this is incredible video, and I'm glad that we have it here to show you, but at the same time, this is exactly what you don't want to do during a tornado. You don't want to be standing in the doorway. You don't want to be filming it. You don't want to be near windows.
Hey, Ryan, we've got gate-to-gate shear on that storm just to the west of us in Waynesburg. You're going to want to check that out.
But, man, that went by fast. And they got lucky. They obviously didn't take a direct hit there, or that could have been a lot worse. But, yeah, that's a video from the Tylertown tornado from earlier. All right, let's go check in on the storm. And by the way, that was sent in from Montana Lane. That was taken by Montana Lane. Let's check in on the storm that, Andy highlighted down here in Wayne County, Mississippi, Jones County, and a little bit of Perry County. This is coming up towards Waynesboro. Brad Arnold's positioning himself to intercept a tornado if it decides to produce one. And it is looking like it's trying to near Fox. We've got some rotation here between Fox and Monarch that's going to come up towards Strangford. Y'all watch out. Our 2 tornado warnings in Tennessee should be allowed to expire. Still holding on to this tiny little piece of this one up here near Crossville. Want everybody to stay in their safe spots in Crossville for at least the next 6 minutes, and then you should be good to go. A huge shout out to Not My Name for the 10 gifted, and congratulations to all the people who are now members. Daphne, thank you for the kind words. Picket Fence Karate Chop, thank you for the support. I really do appreciate everybody. And Timothy Photography, thanks for becoming a member. I appreciate y'all for being here and trusting us with this weather coverage. And you all did a great job of sharing us out there. I've seen us on Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, everywhere. People are spreading the word, helping us getting life-saving information out to people for free. That's an amazing thing, and we wouldn't be able to do it at all without the power of everybody sharing it. So thank you. Through the power of our combined efforts here, sharing the streams over the past 18 hours, we've been able to reach a staggering 6 million people. So, once again, couldn't do that without you. Also, before we go over the tornado, the continued tornado situation here, I want to say a huge shout out to you guys again, because I'm just now being told that we have raised $45,000 over at the y'allsquad.org, our nonprofit organization, and all that's going to go towards helping us help people that have been hit by tornadoes. We've got warehouses and box trucks full of supplies strategically placed around the United States, and we're going to use those resources to replenish those warehouses and send out supplies to as many people as possible. And then also we're going to do our other stuff as well that we do with the Y'all Squad, like direct assistance to people who need it. So thank you for going over to the y'allsquad.org and making contributions to our nonprofit organization. That's a big part of why we do what we do here. Our rotation is increasing with our storm over here near Fox and Monarch, and it's coming up towards Strengthford. No warning yet, but y'all watch out.
Ryan, we do have a CC drop on that tornado. It's unwarned, not even a tornado warning. It is got a CC drop southwest of Waynesboro.
Yeah, this is actually quite surprising that we don't have a warning for it, that we've definitely seen warnings for less. But right here, we've got a tightening velocity couplet between Ovett and Monarch. We may have a tornado down here coming up towards Strengthford. This is a very dangerous situation, so please take shelter now. We're about, if they don't issue a tornado warning for this, which they probably should, we're about to have no tornado warnings. In exactly 3 minutes, the final Tennessee tornado warning will be allowed to expire. Will we have at least 1 minute with no tornado warning? I doubt it. I'd say a new warning is coming soon here for the storm here south and east of Laurel, Mississippi. Sheila, Adam, and Loretta, thank y'all. What's a CC drop? CC drops refer to the lower levels of correlation coefficient whenever we show this map. Whenever we talk about a tornado debris signature. Earlier today, we saw some much better examples of this, but if you were to see an area of yellow and blue here in the middle of this solid red, and it's perfectly aligned with a velocity couplet like this, where we've got rotation, then that is how we can confirm that there's a tornado there with radar. And there's the tornado warning. We've got ourselves a tornado warning now for Jones County, Mississippi, for the next 32 minutes. So take shelter if you're in Jones County. And I'm surprised that this doesn't go on to Waynesboro, but I'm sure this is just a CWA thing, and we'll get the rest of that polygon here within the next couple of minutes. So get ready in Waynesboro for the sirens to go off. A tornado warning is coming soon. No, we didn't even get to go a minute without a warning. The Tennessee tornado warning still has a couple seconds left before it expires. So we didn't make it, y'all. We now have, I mean, it's better than 30 or however many we had yesterday, but we now only have
tornado warning.
Well, we have one tornado warning essentially, but two technically, because they had to split up this warning between the two different warning offices here in Mississippi. So Waynesboro, you are now under a tornado warning. It's time to take shelter, as unfortunately this does look quite significant. We've got a tornado down here, more than likely, or it's about to be, as it comes up into the greater Strengthford, Mississippi area. Brad Arnold's going to be able to give us a great view of this as it comes up towards Waynesboro. Hopefully he doesn't see anything, but if he does, we'll be able to tell you street by street where the thing is. Waynesboro, please take shelter.
Hey, Ryan, I will mention, I don't mean to interrupt you, I will mention, don't look too much at the reflectivity of it. This is a low precipitation supercell. It could be a significant tornado along with that. The velocity is really impressive.
Absolutely. I agree with Brad there. This is a concerning situation for our folks in Waynesboro, and also in places like Strangford, Whistler, and West King. So let's make sure we're getting everybody into their shelters, and let's go. We've got a little bit of time in Waynesboro to make those preparations. Once again, closed-toed shoes, helmets in your safe spots. You want to get to a basement sturdy shelter if you're on a mobile home. Probably best that you're not in a mobile home. So if you can very quickly get to somewhere where you're in a more substantial shelter, we would recommend you doing that. And then we also want to make sure we have closed-toed shoes and a charged tablet phone and all that good stuff to be able to contact people in the event of a disaster. So that's what's going on here. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Take shelter, and we'll be with you through the whole thing. Hopefully it's over here soon, but it does look like it's ramping up into a pretty significant circulation there to the south and east of Laurel, moving up towards Waynesboro now. And Brad Arnold, he is getting closer. And you can see his feed above me there. I've got another video sent in from a viewer. Oh man, we need an easier way to keep up with who's sending this stuff in. This is James Kuhn, and he's from Oakland City, Indiana. This is from the storm last night. He sent a video of his trampoline. I don't know if this is his trampoline or a trampoline, but it is on the loose here in Indianola last night, or Oakland City, sorry, in Indiana last night. This is one of the many places that was under one of the mini tornado warnings that we had. So James, thanks for sending that in. If you're just now tuning in, we do have one storm that we're watching right now that has a has a tornado warning. So that's why we're kind of hyper focused on this one. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that we should draw some attention to because it has a tornado possible tag on it. This is over here to the east of Huntsville, Alabama. You've been dodging a lot of bullets today. This storm is, causing some problems to your east. It's moving up towards High Top and eventually up there towards Sewanee. In Sherwood in Tennessee. We're going to keep an eye on this one for you through the Franklin County EMA camera as it comes up towards Winchester and Sewanee. This is an area that was hit earlier, and we got a damage report near Tracy City of a few trees down. Looks like some similar stuff could happen here as 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail comes in over the next little bit. Going back to our tornado warning here, we've got to make sure we're properly communicating the risks associated with this circulation that's coming up towards Strangford. Really need you guys to take shelter if you haven't already. Oh, was it Swanee? All right. Here's a new update from the Storm Prediction Center. We're not done yet. The environment remains quite capable of producing strong tornadoes, conditional on storm mode for south central Alabama all the way down to the Gulf Coast, Mobile, Selma, Alexander City, all the way up towards Birmingham and back down towards Biloxi and Wiggins. This is an area that we are concerned about potentially continuing to be supportive for strong tornadoes tonight. Now, obviously, when we started the stream, we had a lot going on, and then right now we've got a little bit of a lull, but that doesn't mean that it's over. It doesn't mean that we're not going to have another burst of activity as we go into the overnight period. So I want everybody to know, especially if they're in that red outlined area, that we could have strong tornadoes still as the storms come through it. It's mostly depending
tornado warning has
on
been issued.
our storm mode. Like, are we going to have supercells, or is everything going to kind of congeal together? That's what we've got to pay attention to as we go forward. We got another tornado warning in Tennessee, and a good spot out from the National Weather Service there. Decent area of rotation near Deerwood. All right, and that's going to be moving up in the direction of Catoosa. This is Cumberland County in Tennessee. Take shelter if you haven't already up there in Cumberland County. If they expand that polygon, that might include Wartburg and Lansing. So we want you guys to get ready to potentially take shelter if you need to. It's a radar indicated tornado warning. We don't have any sort of confirmation that there is a tornado here, but we are, we're suspicious. And we want to let you know that so that you have the ability to take shelter. Tornado possible. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Bledsoe, Ray, and Sequatchie counties in Tennessee. This includes Pikeville, Tennessee. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds.
A new tornado
and there is a
warning
tornado
has been issued.
possible tag on that as well. And here's the rest of that tornado warning. So they went ahead and issued this one all the way up past Wartburg, Sunbright, and up towards Huntsville, Tennessee. So, yeah, this is going to go, the circulation is going to go up towards Wartburg. It's going to cross over the Obed, Wild, and Scenic River. It's going to cross over Highway 27, go towards Brimstone ATV, and then eventually make it to Winona and Huntsville in Tennessee. This is now, this tornado warning now includes Morgan and Scott counties in Tennessee. Take shelter now. Back to Mississippi. In Jones County and Wayne County, we've got a tornado with a much more convincing signature here for potential tornado genesis. So we're really concerned about our friends in Strengthford, and we're hoping that this falls apart as it approaches Waynesboro, because this could be a stronger tornado if it does come together. Right now, not able to see anything specifically through Brad's stream, but we are keeping an eye on this as things come together.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I wonder if Y'allbot can you guys remember, did it work? Did it find cameras for me? Take me to Corey Gherkin camera.
Looks like I struck out finding that Corey Gherkin camera. Maybe try another camera or...
Chandra, we need to find a way for you to do the opposite. Like I can send you like notifications. You need to be able to send me so I can see where exactly Corey is. I found him though. He's over here near Allenville. I wanted to throw him up, but I guess we just lost the feed there. No, there we go. So Corey Gherkin is live right now, and he's giving us a view of what's going on in Hale County, Alabama, which is just out in front of an area that we are watching for potential new severe thunderstorm or tornado warning. So I just wanted to give you a look at that. We're also watching Brandon Kopic, who's still in Tuscaloosa County, watching some of the storms that are going on up there. Nothing severe really in any of Alabama right now, where it's pretty quiet relatively in Alabama. All of our tornado warnings are currently in Tennessee and Mississippi. And by the way, Bledsoe and Ray counties in Mississippi, you guys are under a tornado warning for the next hour or so. This now includes Pikeville, Tennessee. This is a tornado warning now, as we do have some rotation down here near Palo and Lusk. So make sure you guys are taking shelter in Bledsoe, Ray, and Sequatchie counties in Tennessee. This is a pretty significant storm, and it is capable of producing a tornado, specifically right in here as it goes up towards Lee Station, New Harmony, Pikeville, and Melvine. Yeah, sirens are probably going off in Pikeville, Tennessee right now. Some places in the path here include the Mountain Heights event venue, the Pikeville, Erlanger, Bledsoe Hospital. If you know where those places are, those are in the path of a potential tornado. Take shelter now and then stay there for at least the next hour as we watch this storm come together here. We've also got a continued tornado warning for Morgan and Scott counties in Tennessee. Rotation's a little bit less concerning looking there, but we're still concerned about our friends in Wartburg and Sunbright. Make sure you guys are staying in your safe spots for the next 32 minutes. And then also for the next 32 minutes, we need you to be in your safe spots in Waynesboro. And out of all of our tornado warnings, this is the one that's got us most concerned, I guess, about an imminent tornado. But even so, like, it's not, it's nothing like what we've seen in some of these other warnings that we've seen earlier today. So that's good news. But let's just go ahead and assume that it's going to get bigger like all the other ones have. And we need, let's respect it and get into our safe spots across Wayne County and Mississippi. Still seeing lots of new, just lots of new imagery around all the damage that's happened today and yesterday. This is this has been a crazy outbreak of severe weather, and I don't think that any of us really understand the total impact of it yet. One thing that's great about this so far, and I probably shouldn't say this, I should knock on wood afterwards. This event has been crazy. We've had lots of tornadoes. This will be up there in one of our biggest tornado outbreaks as far as tornadoes go. But we haven't had a rolling fork. We haven't had a Mayfield. We haven't had a storm like that really stands out amongst the rest, right? And I think that makes people not understand the impact of it, because it's mostly affected smaller communities. It's been in between these highway roads, in between the smaller communities and stuff like that. But man, we've had some widespread damage out there, and there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people right now that are homeless as a result of these storms. So I hope that the world doesn't forget about them, and just because there's no big headline making storm that's happened yet so far. And I also hope that doesn't happen because that wouldn't be worth it. Yeah, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for London, McMinn, and Meigs County in Tennessee again. And we've got a actually pretty interesting area of rotation right here near Spring Creek. Surprised they didn't go with a tornado warning on that one. But we'll see what happens here over the next little bit. Mount Verde, get ready. There's a strong storm coming in. It's going to ride Interstate 75 all the way up plumb near Leonard City and Cedar Grove in Tennessee. A thank you to everybody that's being so supportive in the chat. Really appreciate you, Elizabeth, for becoming a member. And H. Martin, thanks for the support. Justin says, hey, Ryan, I love watching your channel. I trust you more than the locals. What about Lafayette, Georgia? We will talk about Georgia here in just a moment. I know there's lots of people anticipating this coming, towards them in Georgia. It does look like it'll be a while before most of Georgia has to worry about any of this. And it also looks like things are going to, be less significant once they get over there. I know that you guys hear that a lot in these situations. Yeah, we'll talk about the progression of the rest of this storm. That's actually the next thing that I was going to do if we hit 0 tornado warnings. So if we ever get close to that again, we'll do that during the break. But right now we're going to focus on this storm coming into Waynesboro and see if Brad sees anything as he is really close. Go ahead,
A new tornado
Elijah.
warning has been issued.
Hey, Ryan. So I had a very quick update. The Poplar Bluff, Missouri tornado that we covered yesterday has actually been rated EF3 by the National Weather Service. EF3 with 138 mile per hour winds for their estimation.
All right. Thank you, Elijah, for the update. 2, if I'm not mistaken, that's 2 EF3s now confirmed. Already. So, yeah, and there's a lot of different damage paths that they're going to have to, comb over, especially after last night. There were so many over such a large area. But we just got a new tornado warning. Let's see here. This one's going to be for Marion, New Bern, in Greensboro. This is Hale, Marengo, and Perry counties in Alabama. Decent area of rotation coming together here between Dayton and Demopolis. This is getting ready to go over Highway 80, right here where Connor Croft is. Let's pull Connor up. And let's also monitor Corey Gherkin. Connor and Corey are our 2 guys on this storm right now as it goes up towards Marion. So take shelter in Hale, Marengo, and Perry counties in Alabama. Checking in on our Tennessee warnings. Morgan and Scott County, you're still under a tornado warning, but the rotation that inspired or prompted the warning is gone. So hopefully they will also get rid of the warning. If not, though, as a precaution, let's stay in our safe spots, at least for the next 26 minutes until that warning is allowed to expire. Additionally, we've got another tornado warning over here in Tennessee for Bledsoe and Ray counties. This one's going to go on for the next 40 minutes. It's, the rotation with this one's a little bit more evident. I guess you could say it's happening here near Lee Station. It's nothing terribly concerning, but it is probably going to cause a very strong storm and probably some damaging winds in the Pikeville area. And then, of course, we have to understand that there could even be a tornado that happens here. So take shelter in Pikeville and Melvine in Bledsoe and Ray counties in Tennessee. This is a dangerous storm. Let's treat it as such. Back down to the tornado warning for Hale, Marengo, and Perry counties in Alabama. Connor Croft has given us a great view of this as it barrels down on the Uniontown area. Lightning is increasing, and the tornado, if there is a tornado with this, it's going to be coming towards the Hunters Camp area. Additionally, if you know where Perry School is, the Marion Baptist Academy, or the Fonsdale Junior High School, those are all in the path of this storm, which is getting stronger and is producing a ton of lightning over here in Hale, Marengo, and Perry counties in Alabama. Julie Ellis, thanks for becoming a member. Up 2, thanks for becoming a member. And Ellie Kane, thanks for becoming a member of the channel. And Whoosh, thanks for the support. I really, really appreciate it. Seeing some very significant damage from Seminary, Mississippi. I'm retweeting some stuff about that. One thing that we have to consider is, you know, we're in what feels like a little bit of a lull period right now. Like we started off with a bang. We had some PDS tornado warnings earlier. We had tornado emergencies. We had some big tornadoes earlier. It's been a while since we had one of those. I think, you know, we've had a strong low-level jet this entire time, but as the sun sets, that is going to increase. And there's probably going to be another uptick here soon over the next couple of hours in activity. So I want everybody to understand that this is not over, and we've still got several hours left before we can start, you know, breathing and saying like, okay, it's over. If you're out in front of these storms, it's still very much a very dangerous day, and the atmosphere is very volatile. There still could be. I talked earlier about how there hasn't been a Mayfield today. There hasn't been a Rolling Fork. That could still happen tonight. Okay, I want to make sure everybody understands that we're not done here yet. Yeah, let's take shelter in New Bern and Marion. Rhonda Ann, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Shout out to Taylor Grace, Khalees Price, Christopher Harrell. I really appreciate y'all. Song Production says, my 89-year-old grandma, Shirley, wants you to know that you are doing a great job. She enjoys watching you. Shirley, thank you. I appreciate it. That means a lot coming from you. Billy Bob, thanks for becoming a member. If you are just now tuning in, let's go through all these tornado warnings one by one, shall we? We'll start with the northernmost one, and we'll go down one by one. Tornado warning is currently in effect for the next 21 minutes for Scott and Morgan counties. The Sunbright, Montgomery, and Winona areas in Tennessee are included in that. Hopefully everybody's in their safe spots. Additionally, Pikeville, Tennessee, is currently under a tornado warning for radar-indicated rotation for the next 36 minutes. Let's hope everybody's in their safe spots here. There's no confirmed tornadoes. There's no big, scary-looking areas on the velocity or correlation coefficient or anything. There's just some rotation, and we're watching it, and we're being precautious by taking shelter, and we're hoping for the best. Down farther to the south, we've got a really big storm east of Demopolis moving up towards Marion that has a tornado warning on it. That is rotating a little bit more. It's got a huge area of inflow coming into it. This is the kind of storm that could produce a big tornado if it got balanced enough, if it was able to strike a balance here. But so far, it hasn't been able to. It is a powerful storm, though, and it's the one that Connor Croft is on. Let's swap 3 and 1, Chandra, so we can see that above us. As that's definitely the most impressive storm that we've got on the air right now. This is moving up towards New Bern, Marion, and Greensboro. you gotta take shelter, because out of all the storms we have right now, this is the one that looks the most concerning to me, whether it's from the potential tornado that's trying to form here or just the general size of the storm. We've got cloud to ground lightning, large hail, damaging winds moving into the greater New Bern and Marion area over the next hour. And then we've got the tornado sniffer himself, Brad Arnold, right underneath this storm, north of Waynesboro, inspecting this velocity couplet here for us. As this is another area of concern. It definitely looks like there's something going on here near West King with this storm, but so far nothing confirmed. No tornadoes on the ground as far as we know, and that's what's happened with that one. That's for Wayne County, Mississippi. It's going to last for the next 19 minutes. Stay in your safe spots until that's been allowed to expire. Brandon Kopix in Moundville, Alabama, giving us a view of inside of that big supercell storm. So this is a pretty severe storm. I'm surprised there's not a severe warning on it. And now we've got an update from Elijah and Chandra. Go ahead and switch 4 and 3, and then go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I just sent you 2 photos. One of the members of our Discord server, his name is Joshua Evans. He is chasing today. He gave us permission to share these. There is a multiple vortex tornado on the ground west of Waynesboro right now. I did talk to Andy, and it seems like it probably is real. So
okay.
There is a tornado on the ground.
All right. So thank you, Elijah. This is what we're looking at here. From somebody in our Discord server. This is a pretty dangerous situation. And it lines up with, what we were just looking at there through the radar. We've got a very concerning area of rotation down here near West King and Boyce. We do have Brad Arnold out there, and he's very close to this, so he should see something soon. If it's out there, he will holler at us and let us know. But we've got to assume that there's a tornado here coming up towards West King. So take shelter in Hilwany, West King, Boyce, all the way up towards Matherville in Wayne County, Mississippi. And then, we've got to look at this nasty storm that Connor Croft's in right now. This is insane. This is the big, beefy chonker of a supercell that's coming through east of Demopolis right now. Connor's got himself right smack dab in the middle of it, and it's hard to see anything.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. I was going to let you know that we I accidentally sent it to Caleb. We did not observe any tornadoes on the ground, and we didn't have any funnels. There were a couple lowerings that we were looking at. I think radar may be. I'm not sure if we should trust velocity too much with that one. It didn't look overly impressive, but we'll see. We're going to keep heading east and try to see what if we can find out if this is going to do anything.
All right, so that's an update from Brad, who is on the Waynesboro, Mississippi storm. Still, I would say just take shelter. We're getting reports in. We've got a tornado warning, so let's respect the polygon there. And we really need to be watching this storm up here that's coming up into New Bern. This is an incredibly powerful storm that is coming up into New Bern here, Marion, and all you folks up there towards Heiberger and Bethlehem in Alabama. You're about to get into an extremely dangerous storm, and there is a very good possibility that this is going to try to produce a tornado at some point. This is what it looks like from inside of that storm. From Brandon Kopix's point of view, he's way up there near Moundville, Alabama. Really crazy stuff working over there into central Alabama. Let's check in on our new tornado warning in Tennessee that we hadn't got a chance to look at yet. This is for Sweetwater, Loudoun, McMinnville, and Monroe County, and Rowan County. This is a live look from Sweetwater right now, which is in the path of the storm. It looks like we can see the lowering there from Virtual Railfan. There's definitely some rotation here just to the west of Sweetwater, which is, I believe, what we're looking at here. So let's take shelter if we're in Erie, Cook Mill, Bucci, Adolphus, Paint Rock Farm Lake Estates or Cedar Grove, as this is a very dangerous storm coming in. This is a severe storm capable of producing large hail and damaging winds. And you see that little bit hanging down there in the middle of your screen could be trying to produce a tornado as well. It's not successful yet, I would say, but it is trying. I can't hear you. And you can see the storm, from Connor's point of view there, over there in Alabama, is just absolutely insane. I would say that this is one of the more powerful storms that we've seen today, and just in terms of the overall storm. A huge amount of lightning, probably some large hail in there, strong winds, and then we've also got the possibility of it trying to produce a tornado as it comes into New Bern here. Hopefully everybody's taking shelter. As that is a wild look for sure. A huge shout out to Tamara Sandy. Purina Farms was hit last night. According to recent posts, all employees and animals accounted for. No RVs on site. Visitor center, pet center, dog arena were significantly damaged. You know what's crazy is I remember Purina Farms was one of the places that we were calling out quite significantly as a reference point in one of the warnings. So, hopefully, I don't know if that was pretty late when that happened. So hopefully nobody was there. Not a lot of people was there, but if they were, hopefully they got the warning. But yeah, thank you, Tamara, for that very generous contribution. Sophia says, I'm an EF5 tornado survivor in Guin, Alabama, in 1974. Thank you with all my heart for you helping keeping people prepared. Sophia, thank you so much for that. And you've been through a lot down there. This is the heart of Dixie Alley here, and I know that one specifically was one of the craziest days that you guys have had, but I appreciate you for being here, and I thank you for the support. Checking in on our Tennessee tornado warning. That looks quite ominous over there on the right side of your screen, but I don't think that's a big tornado. I think what we're looking at there is the part of the storm that could produce a tornado if it wanted to. And that's the part of the storm that could be rotating maybe. And that's over here between Erie and Cook Mill. And that's the part of the storm that is prompting us to take shelter just in case it does decide that it's going to produce a tornado here along Interstate 75 up towards Leonard City. So take shelter in Adolphus, Sugar Limb, Leonard City, Highland Park, and Eaton, as this is a very dangerous storm coming towards you right now. We've got another small area of rotation coming together here near Decatur, Tennessee. They might issue a new warning for that even. The big rotation that was coming through Pikeville is now past Pikeville, Tennessee, and now that's moving off to the north. We'll see if they reissue a warning. If they do, it'll include Crossville again, but maybe not. Maybe not. We'll see what happens. We're watching it, and we will let you know the moment we know. Rotation in Waynesboro has let up significantly. So if this did produce a tornado, hopefully it was brief, and now as the rotation approaches Matherville, it is letting up a lot. So hopefully that downtrend and the look of that storm continues, and we won't have to worry about it much longer. We've got an area of interest highlighted by Andy, a y'all watch for Carthersville, White, Waleska, Canton. for a severe thunderstorm. This is a storm that's forming pretty rapidly over here in the warm sector west and north of Atlanta. So get ready, and y'all watch out for some, maybe some severe impacts as this grows in strength as it goes up towards Waleska. We do have several little storms popping up out here in Atlanta that we'll keep a close eye on over the next little bit. They are very much just blips right now, and we'll see what happens. Annoyed Siren, thanks for joining. Anna says, Ryan, drink some water. Hey, thanks for the reminder. I needed that. Thank you, seriously. I appreciate it. You're just now tuning in. We're watching a tornado warning here in Hale and Perry County, Alabama. Nothing's confirmed right now. We got 4 tornado, radar indicated tornado warnings that we're keeping an eye on, but nothing crazy. Vintage, thank you for that. Corinna, thanks for being here for 33 months. Just now I'm getting to go through some more information that's coming in. Sharing as much of this stuff as I can over there on Twitter. Hey, Renee Milligan, thank you. Jimmy Howell says SNS Roofing appreciates everything you do, Ryan. Prayers for all affected by the storm. So we have crews on standby for anybody needing assistance. Jimmy, thank you for that. And you'll probably be pretty busy, honestly. Jason, thanks for joining. I'm just now getting a chance to look at chat for the first time in forever, so I'm trying to respond to everybody. We do have ongoing tornado warnings. We're going to have to get back into our radar analysis here soon, but I really do appreciate everybody for being here. And it is currently 7:53 local, 6:53 central. We are on hour 8 of our live coverage here. This is our 19th hour of severe weather coverage in the past 2 days. Yeah, we've been going for a while here, and we're going to keep on keeping on. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I just got a bunch of information in. Media outlets were posting stuff, it seems like, in the last 10 minutes. Unfortunately, I have a sad report. This whole storm system has now killed, we have a death toll of 30. 10 people were killed in Missouri. Or 12, sorry, were killed in Missouri from tornadoes. 8 people were killed in Kansas from the dust storm. 4 people were killed in Texas from the dust storms. 4 people were killed in Mississippi today from the tornadoes. 3 people were killed in Arkansas from either straight line winds or tornadoes. I'm not sure yet. And 1 person was killed in Oklahoma from the wildfires. So this whole storm system has killed 30 people. It is a really deadly storm system now.
Okay, thank you, Elijah, for the update. Just kind of showing us once again how significant of a storm system it is that we've been dealing with here. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and we hope that number doesn't increase. But as we learn more about what's happened in some of these communities over the next little bit, we will continue to share with you the news of what's happening as a result of the storm system as it's come through. Yeah, right now, though, at this very moment, the things that I have to report to you are there are still 4 tornado warnings. Actually, there's 4 tornado warnings. We just got a continuation on this one over here in New Bern. This goes up towards Ironville and Heiberger. And we got a new severe thunderstorm warning up here for Florence. Again, you guys have been getting hit a lot by storms today. This one right here is going to potentially bring about some 60-mile-per-hour winds over the next 34 minutes. Get ready in Florence, Cherokee, Smithsonia, Grape Valley, Springs, and Cloverdale. That's Colbert, Franklin, and Lauderdale counties in Alabama. We also got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin and Moore counties in Tennessee. Get ready in Winchester and Tullahoma. Some strong winds are coming in. And then same thing for you guys down here in Loosedale and Leakesville. Maybe some 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are coming in over the next hour. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it coming up there towards La Follette in Tennessee. This is for Anderson, Campbell, Morgan, and Scott counties in Tennessee. Get indoors and away from windows, and preferably avoid Interstate 75, as that's going to be a treacherous drive there, I believe, as that significant severe storm comes through. Now, all of our storm chasers that we're monitoring here are on this storm in Alabama, and that's in Hale and Perry counties. La Follette? How did I say it? Did I say it wrong? La Follette. Oh, yeah, La Follette, right? All right. I'll remember that, I think. If you're just now tuning in, tornado warning continues for Hale and Perry counties in Alabama. Our tornado warning that we were tracking back there in Mississippi is going to be allowed to expire in 2 minutes. And then we also have a couple of tornado warnings in Tennessee we should probably get updated on. This one up here in McMinn County, Tennessee, is still producing some rotation here past Philadelphia, moving up towards Pine Grove, but it's about to exit the polygon. They might allow that to expire here soon. And then we still have some rotation over here between Pikeville and Melvine in Tennessee. Stay in your safe spots for the next 10 minutes or so in Pikeville, and then they will probably allow this warning to expire for you. Nothing confirmed, just radar indicated rotation right now. Stay sheltered, and we'll be fine. I'll keep you updated on that. And then this is the warning here in Mississippi that's going to be allowed to expire here soon, within a couple of seconds, actually. And then we're just going to have 3 tornado warnings for a moment. I do want to check in on Andy's Y'all watch again as that storm's looking a little bit more robust. Andy's been watching this area over here near Cartersville, Georgia, moving up towards White. This will eventually also impact Fairmount. This might be a storm that's capable of producing severe weather, strong winds, damaging winds, and maybe some large hails that comes up towards Fairmount and Ranger. And then, of course, we've got to watch it as it gets closer to the, we've got to watch it maybe to spin as well. Currently, nowhere near worried about that. Oops. Any updates on the Knoxville area? These storms are moving towards you. But specifically in Knoxville, there's nothing to report on right now. There likely will be a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning at some point tonight in Knoxville. It's probably about an hour or two away. But we will keep you updated, and we'll let you know. We will be here at least until the storms get past Knoxville. So yeah, stay with us, and we'll let you know. Right now, there's no reason to talk about Knoxville. You're under a tornado watch till 1 a.m. But outside of that, things are all right for the time being. Strong winds are starting to move through my neck of the woods here. We're still probably a couple hours away from it getting to the weather house as well. Preston, thank you for becoming a member. JW Vlogs, let me ask y'all about. Take me to Troy, Alabama.
All right, we're checking out Troy, Alabama. What's on your mind?
Why was it so slow? Hey, JW Vlogs, Troy, Alabama is outside of the tornado watch. And you're very far away from the storms right now. However, there will be storms tonight and into the morning hours tomorrow, and they could be severe. We are going to, watch out for your area. I don't think that you're completely out of the woods, but yeah, you're under a moderate risk of severe weather tonight. So definitely make sure you have a way of getting warnings, as it'll likely be around the you're going to want to be asleep when the storms get to Troy. The good news is I don't believe they'll be quite as intense of storms as what we're dealing with right now to your west. So you've probably slept through similar storms, but I wouldn't do it tonight without making sure I had a way of getting warnings. Know it with a radio, phone alerts, somebody's going to call you, something like that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning in Tennessee. This one's going to be observed. This is an observed tornado warning for Anderson, Knox, Loudoun, and and Rowan counties in Tennessee. I keep doing that where I read plus one more county as Moore County. This is this is an area of rotation that we've been watching here go past Cedar Grove, but apparently weather spotters confirmed a tornado. So we might have we've got reason to believe there's a tornado down here somewhere around Ridge, Rogers Ridge, Buttermilk Shores, Lakeland Estates, moving up past Woodlawn. And this is also going to go up there towards Oak Ridge. So we need everybody in the Oak Ridge area to take shelter now. Some of the places that are in the path here include Mount Moriah Camp, the Raccoon Valley RV Park, and the Windrock Campground. Additionally, we've got the Oak Ridge Playhouse Theater in the path. We also have the Anderson County Senior Center in the path, and the Hindu Community Center. And we can't forget about the East Tennessee Pediatric Dentistry facility. All of these places are in the path of this tornado. And if you live anywhere nearby, or if you work there, if you're there, it's important that you take shelter. New severe thunderstorm warning just came out for Clark County, Alabama, Mobile County, Alabama, Washington County, Alabama, and George County, Mississippi. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Coming up into the Citronelle area, McClintosh, Chatham. Get ready. Strong storm is coming in. We got ourselves a new SPC Outlook mesoscale discussion thing here. They're thinking about issuing a new tornado watch for Atlanta. Within the next hour, we'll probably have a tornado watch for Atlanta all the way down to Panama City. That will include Troy, Andalusia, Pensacola, and it'll also include Gadsden and Columbus over to, it might include Macon and Americus and Albany, but they're pretty close to the edge there. So a new tornado watch is coming out soon. So there's that. Let's go back to the observed tornado warning in Tennessee. And let's hope, once again, that everybody is taking shelter here, as this is a strong-looking storm. The rotation is not... if it wasn't for the fact that weather spotters confirmed a tornado, I wouldn't be confident enough to say that there was a tornado here just based off of this velocity signature. But because we have that, we are going to go ahead and we're going to assume that we might have a tornado down here in Chandler. We've got traffic cameras right on the velocity couplet. I'm going to send you some here. I haven't looked at any of them, but that first one that I sent, this is literally right where the rotation is happening right now, y'all. And we've got people on the road here. And it looks like maybe an emergency vehicle going by of some sort. So once again, we've got a significant storm, maybe producing a tornado, coming up by Buttermilk Shores right now. We've also got a camera here in Oak Ridge, which is one of the places that needs to go in number 1. The Oak Ridge camera should go in the number 1 spot here. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, we've got a confirmed or observed tornado warning for for Anderson and Knox and Loudoun counties and Rowan counties in Tennessee, and we're encouraging everyone to take shelter. Once again, the Mount Moriah Camp, Raccoon Valley RV Park, and the Windrock Campgrounds, all 3 of these places are in the path of this very dangerous storm. This is just to the west of Knoxville, so this is a pretty populated area. Do we have anybody here watching right now that lives in Oak Ridge or Clinton? If so, you are under a tornado warning, and we should take this one seriously, as it is a confirmed warning. We've got some weather spotters out there that are saying that they saw a tornado, and it could be on the ground still as it comes up past Woodlawn and Buttermilk Shores. All right, we got a lot of people watching in Oak Ridge right now, so hopefully you guys are in your safe spots. Once again, you want to get into the most interior room. of your home with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. You want to be on the bottom floor or in a basement, preferably. And you want to cover your head and wear closed-toed shoes just in case. And you want to bring me with you and bring a phone charger and a charged phone and tablet with you so you can contact people in the case of a power outage or something like that. So, yeah, once again, this doesn't look to me like it's a huge tornado or anything, but it could definitely be a tornado doing damage here between Buttermilk Shores and Lakeland Estates, and that could be moving right up into Oak Hills Estates and then right into Oak Ridge right after that. So that's why we're taking this seriously, and we're encouraging everybody to take shelter. And then after, if it makes it all the way to Oak Ridge, it might make it to Clanton. So that's why you're also in that polygon there. Happy Cricket, thank you for the support. If there was a tornado down with this one right now, I'll tell you roundabout where it would be. The rotating mesocyclone, the rotating part of the storm right now, is pretty close to Whitetail Creek. And it's going to be going up and over the Oak Ridge National Laboratory. What is this place? If you know where the Oak Ridge National Laboratory is, the Biodiversity and Sustainable Building, this is some sort of college. What is this? Okay. Anyways, there's something here. And if you know where that is, it is that's literally right in the path of the tornado, and then it's going to go up towards the ORNL guest house, and it is also in the wide. It's going up towards the. Okay, I see what this is now. It's going up into the general direction of Oak Hill. I don't want to freak anybody out, okay? We have no confirmation as to whether or not there's a tornado down here, but the rotating part of the storm is right over the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, all right, and it is going up towards the Y12 National Security Complex as well, and then it potentially could go up into Oak Ridge.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Took me a minute to figure out what I was looking at there. New tornado warning in Alabama. This is going to be for Brent. This is Bibb County, Alabama. And this is where we've got the a new tornado warning here. This is going to go on for about an hour. Take shelter in Bibb, Trio, Antioch, Thomas Mill, and Ashby. No, we don't have a radioactive tornado. Oh my gosh. I'm just trying to give you some reference as to where the rotating part of the storm is. So yeah, this is a pretty strong storm down here as well, near Brent. And we do have a traffic camera if we want to watch it, monitor it. It's probably going to get pretty crazy there in Brent here soon. And it looks like we did lose the tower camera that we had in Oak Ridge. That's no longer available. We might have had a power outage in Oak Ridge. Can we confirm that? Has anybody lost power in Oak Ridge? Right now, the rotating part of our storm that's coming into Oak Ridge is still, it's now in between the two areas that I was talking about earlier, closer now to the ORNL substation. It's coming over that, and then it'll be moving towards the Mounds Disc Golf Course. No power loss yet. All right, keep refreshing that camera, Chandra, just to see if we get it. Power still on here. Okay. All right, so we've got a strong storm coming into Oak Ridge. Don't want to freak anybody out. Just trying to give you a reference as to where that rotating part of the storm is. It's not producing a tornado so far, or we think it was producing a tornado at one point. We're not necessarily convinced that it still is, but if it is, I'm trying to give you an idea of as to where it is, and we're waiting to see if we get another report, another indication from another weather spotter as to whether or not there's a tornado going on here. But the rotation does look a little bit less impressive as it comes into Oak Ridge, and I'm hoping for the best. I think that we'll be all right, but everybody in Oak Ridge needs to be in their safe spot as it's just now getting ready to come in to the south side of town. The disc golf course, it'll come in on the side down there where Gamble Valley is, go over towards the Walmart there. And then over towards Home Depot. So get ready. There's a much larger area than that that's going to feel the impacts of this storm. We're likely going to have some strong
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Winds and some hail in downtown Oak Ridge, even back there towards Norwood. So y'all get ready for that. New tornado warning over here in Van Buren and White counties in Tennessee. Get ready in Spencer. In areas just to the east of Sparta for a strong storm capable of producing a tornado. This is going to be for Van Buren and White counties once again. Some places in the path of this potentially tornadic storm include the backcountry camps 1 and 2, the Cable Crossing campsite, Cane Creek campsite, Fall Creek campsite, Piney Creek, Pleasure Lake, and Virgin Falls campsite, all in the path here. Major camping areas. Make sure everybody out there knows what's coming. And we also got the Piney Fire Department in the direct path of this storm. Take shelter now. All right, we're starting to see the storm come into the Oak Ridge area now. No indication of a tornado at the moment. But once again, it is still a confirmed tornado warning. And last we heard from those weather spotters when this was back there near Cedar Grove, we had a tornado on the ground. But at this point, it doesn't seem to be the case at this point. But we should stay in our safe spots just in case anyways. In Oak Ridge, we're definitely going to have some big hail with this, maybe over quarter sized as it goes through downtown Oak Ridge right now. Yeah, no radioactive or nuclear tornadoes today, y'all. This is going to be a pretty intense storm as it goes through Oak Ridge, though. And we've got a pretty intense storm going on right now in Alabama near Centerville, as seen here from one of our traffic cameras. And then Brandon Kopic's driving through a very intense storm right now in Greensboro, Alabama. And we do have a camera in La Follette, Tennessee, thanks to resortcams.com. If you're just now tuning in, we've got some tornado warnings. 2 of them are in Tennessee. 2 of them are in Alabama. We're kind of focused in on the Tennessee warning. All of our warnings are radar indicated rotation, except for this one. It is observed. The National Weather Service is telling us that weather spotters have seen a tornado. I personally don't think there's still a tornado on the ground, but if it was capable of producing a tornado, 20 minutes ago, then it's still capable of producing a tornado. So we've got to take this seriously and make sure everybody stays in their safe spot as the storm comes through Oak Ridge now. And here we go. The strong winds are coming right into downtown Oak Ridge as we speak. Very frequent lightning. And I would be surprised if we didn't see some hail. This looks like a very haily kind of storm, if that makes sense. Latest scans on velocity just continue to look less concerning on the tornado front, but still, I think we're going to see some really impressive straight line winds coming through the Oak Ridge area here soon. This is also going to be going up towards Clanton next. All right, so Clanton, you are still under a tornado warning at least for the next 23 minutes. So y'all stay in your safe spot. Same thing for you guys in Marlow, Emory Hills, and Claxton. Let's go check in on the tornado warning in Van Buren and White counties in Tennessee, where we do have a tornado warning for places like Spencer, Mooneyham, Sweet Gum, Bethesda, Lost Creek, DeRosset, Ravenscroft, and Spring Hill. An increasing area of rotation is coming together here around Spencer. So this is one that we also need to take very seriously, and we need to take shelter over here near the Falls Creek State Park, points north and east. Now let's go back to our Alabama tornado warning, where Brett Adair is in Brent right now. We also have a traffic camera around Brent, I think, that we're monitoring. And then, this is just going to be a big, beefy supercell here that is going to cause a lot of problems. And it could potentially produce a tornado, but the rotation isn't insane right now. Okay, this is Centerville. And that's this camera right here. So this is what it looks like inside of that severe thunderstorm right now. We've really got 3 tornado warnings because the one in Alabama is kind of split into 2. Still tornado reported, still confirmed tornado warning here in Oak Ridge, but I haven't heard anything from our friends in Oak Ridge about a tornado. So I would, I'd say they're going to pull that tag soon. Brief hail in Oak Ridge. Yeah, the storm down there near Centerville, Alabama, is definitely a little bit stronger. You can tell just by looking at these cameras. This is an intense storm going through Centerville right now. Did anybody catch what the highest weather intensity score that we got up to today? I know it was up in the 700s yesterday. Did anybody notice when we had the tornado emergency what we got up to today? Because I think yesterday, if we decide to normalize it, if we decide to make it on a scale from 1 to 100, we might do 150% of whatever yesterday was as the maximum, and then we'll start doing it on a scale of 1 to 100 to make it make more sense. Chris Rhodes, thank you for the very generous super chat. Mary says, thanks for y'all work. Thanks for all y'all's work and the time that you put into letting us know what's going on out there. You guys and gals are the best. Mary, thank you. Are you going to be live when this hits Southwest Georgia? If not, will we still be able to get warnings somehow? So when this hits Southwest Georgia, probably not. Just to be honest with you, it's a while before it gets to you. But yeah, you'll still be able to get warnings. Let me pull up the HRRR. Let's look at the future radar together, shall we? All right, so here it is. Chandler, put Centerville in 1. Here is the future radar. Here's what the radar could look like in about an hour from now. We're still going to be tracking storms all up and down Alabama into southeast Tennessee and northwest Georgia. Probably the strongest storms that we'll be tracking will be right down here in the Florida Panhandle in extreme southern Alabama. These will be capable of producing big tornadoes if they are able to, maintain themselves. And then the tornado threat kind of goes down, I believe, around midnight to 1 a.m. It might resurge a little bit here with some of these cells that try to pop up out in front of the main line in the early morning hours between 3 and 5 a.m. But for the most part, I think the severe weather threat will be less until noon tomorrow, where we will have another increase in our severe weather, maybe some damaging winds in South Carolina, North Carolina, down into southeast Georgia, into the Florida Panhandle, and into the Florida Peninsula. And then this will be done. We'll be done with this completely, I believe, by early in the morning on Monday. So the storms will really start getting into southwest Georgia around 4 a.m., and we will be off the air at 4 a.m. We started at 11 a.m., so yeah, we're not going to be here at 4 a.m. But you know what? You know who will be? Y'allbot. All right, Y'allbot will be streaming live 24/7, and we'll send you guys to them whenever we end our stream, and it'll give you the tornado warnings as soon as they come out, zoom in, show you traffic cameras, all the same stuff that I do. So that's what we're going to do, and there's that's one way that you can get warnings. You can also turn them on your phone, as long as the National Weather Service is pushing them out there. We'll be able to keep you informed in a bunch of different ways. And when one National Weather Service goes down or has to or can't work for whatever reason, another one always fills the gap. So you guys should be good. And as far people are asking if I'm going to go live tomorrow, we do have a severe weather risk tomorrow, but it looks much less impactful and significant, I guess, as yesterday's or today's. But we'll see, if they upgrade this, if it looks like there's going to be a big tornado threat or something that we can help with. We might go live tomorrow for our slight risk over here on the East Coast, but right now I'm leaning towards no. I think our time is going to be best spent tomorrow on Sunday, maybe doing some preliminary work for the Y'all Squad, figuring out what we're going to do to help all these people that have been displaced from the tornadoes and storms that have happened over the past couple of days. Got a couple minutes left on our tornado warning for Clanton up here in Tennessee, but I'm thinking that's going to be allowed to expire not too long from now. The storm is going to come up towards La Follette, and we'll watch it come through on that camera there. And then we do have a couple minutes left on our storm to the east of Sparta as well for Van Buren and White counties in Tennessee. This one's also kind of fallen apart, but there is still some
a new tornado
rotation
warning
here
has been issued
near Sweet Gum and Dodson that we've got to be vigilant. We got to make sure we stay in our safe spots just in case, as that comes up towards Yankeetown and Ravenscroft. New tornado warning in Tennessee for this area of rotation right here near Ozone. So there you go. We got another potential tornado trying to form south and east of Crab Orchard. This is near Highway or Interstate 40. It's going to go up towards Sunbright. Take shelter now if you're in Cumberland or Fentress counties in Tennessee. Yeah, you can, if you're interested in seeing a forecast overview or anything that I just did, and maybe you tuned in right at the wrong time, you can always scroll back a little bit on the live stream to see that. But remember to pull it back, because sometimes people are watching 30 minutes behind and getting old information. So always make sure you're watching at the right time by checking the time right here. This is the current time in Eastern. Make sure it matches your watch, or else you could be off a little bit and you need to refresh the page. Make sure it matches by at least a minute. Obviously, we're going to be behind a little bit because of the delay for YouTube and stuff, but shouldn't be any more than a minute or so. Not even that much, really, but all right, I'm going to go get myself another water. I'll be right back. This is an experimental thing with Y'all Bot. We're going to let him yap here for a second. I don't know what it's going to say, but I'll be right back.
Hey, everyone. If you're just now joining Ryan's stream, here's a quick recap of what's been happening over the last 30 minutes. Right now, we have 7 active weather alerts, including 1 tornado warning and 1 severe thunderstorm warning, both affecting areas in Tennessee. If you're in Tennessee, especially near these warned areas, now is the time to seek shelter and stay weather aware. Flood advisories have also been issued for parts of Kentucky and Tennessee due to heavy rain, so please be careful if traveling. There's also a special weather statement in Mississippi for strong storms. Additionally, heavy snowfall has caused hazardous conditions near Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and significant snowfall amounts reported in Minnesota, including 7 inches near Black Duck. Several mesoscale discussions are ongoing, highlighting continued severe weather threats, with tornado watches active across southern Mississippi and Alabama, extending into eastern Tennessee. Another discussion indicates a 95% chance of new watches soon for eastern Alabama, western Georgia, and parts of the Florida Panhandle. Stay alert, stay safe, and keep tuned in right here. That's the latest update. Back to you, Ryan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. New tornado warning in Alabama. And guess who's right smack dab in the middle of it? Brett Adair himself. We are going to show you the latest information on that. That's for Bibb and Chilton counties. This is for radar indicated rotation, and it does include Jemison and Thornsby. It's south of Birmingham here. We also got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Anderson, Campbell, Claiborne, Knox, and Union counties in Tennessee. We've got a pretty significant storm producing quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving up towards Shards Chapel and Braden. So y'all get ready for that. Oh, does Yalbot still get snow and hail mixed up? Oh, early days, got a long ways to go. All right, let's go check in on these tornado warnings. The one that we really need to tell some information about here is our newest one for Bibb and Chilton counties. Not a lot to look at on velocity here, but do know that the Chestnut Grove School and the Thornsby High School are both in the path here, and the entire town of Jemison and Thornsby are in here in the I-65 corridor between Calera and Clanton. This is going to be a dangerous place to travel over the next little bit. I wouldn't advise it. But yeah, we've got a strong storm coming in here capable of producing a tornado, so consider or actually take shelter immediately. Got a little spinning trying to happen here, some broad spinning happening between Sylacauga and Goodwater in Alabama. We'll have to watch this one as it's does look like it's trying to organize a little bit, but right now nothing immediate to be terribly concerned about. Tornado warning east of Sparta in White County, Tennessee continues for 7 more minutes. And then it'll be time to come out of that safe spot up there in Ravenscroft and Yankeetown and surrounding areas. Tornado warning over here in Cumberland County, Tennessee is going to expire in 20 minutes. However, it could expire sooner than that, as it's weakened a little bit. We got a couple traffic cameras here. Let's inspect it from the ground. This is what it looks like on the ground there, right next to this thing. Can't really tell much about it, but this storm is definitely not going to need the tornado warning, in the next little bit. But we'll see. Maybe when it gets by this radar interference here, we'll see another velocity couplet, and it might warrant something up here for Deer Lodge and Sunbright. But for right now, no, it doesn't. And then we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Clark and Washington counties in Alabama. Radar indicated 1-inch hail coming up there into McIntosh. All right, so the tornado warning for Crab Orchard and Rockwood and Daysville and Deerwood over here has been allowed to expire. And the one over here in Anderson and Knox counties in Tennessee is also going to be allowed to expire soon, and so is the one in White County. So hopefully we'll keep that trend going. Chandra, I don't know if you know this, but 1 and 4 are the same camera. Why do the warnings have these weird shapes sometimes? There's these things called CWAs, and it's the area where your National Weather Service is designated to create warnings, and it goes by counties, right? So like one CWA might look like this, another one, might look like this, and this National Weather Service can, only issue warnings for these counties, and this National Weather Service can only issue warnings for these counties. But what happens if we need a warning like this, right? Well, they got to call each other, and they got to be like, hey, we're issuing a warning here. Here's the coordinates. Do what you want to do on your side, or they, coordinate. I don't know how exactly they do it, but they've got to split them up. And sometimes that can cause some weird shapes with the warnings. And it can cause there to be multiple warnings for one storm, which can be confusing. I don't like that system, but I don't have an answer for it, so severe thunderstorm warning continues for Pikeville, Tennessee for the next 33 minutes. Here's a look at that. Here's a look at the actual CWAs. These are all of the National Weather Service weather forecast offices across the United States. There's a lot of them. All of the tornado warnings in Tennessee have been allowed to expire. Well, technically, they've got 2 minutes left on them, but they will be allowed to expire here shortly, and we will be left with our tornado warning in Alabama here. That's coming into Jemison. NWIN weather, that's a good idea.
Tornado warning
I like
has been
that.
issued.
They just issued a new tornado warning for Montevallo. This is Shelby County, Alabama. So take shelter up here in Shelby County. This includes Calera, Columbiana, Chelsea, and Indian Springs Village. Got a lot of campsites in the path here, including Oak Mountain State Campground. We've also got the Montevallo Medical Plaza and Narrows Urgent Care in the path there. And the Oak Mountain Amphitheater, all in the path of this storm. Please take shelter. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Brian, I have reason to believe that that storm has a tornado on the ground there in between Ashby and Randolph, Alabama. I think we have the start of a debris signature, and the lowest level velocity scan certainly looks like a tornado. That also goes up with height. So very confident in that being an ongoing tornado about to approach County Road 139 south of Ashby, Alabama.
All right, thank you, Andy. This is the area of interest that we're talking about here near Thomas Mill, Bibb Mill, Oakley, and Ashby. The rotation's coming together quite quickly. Yeah, this is a pretty serious situation. If you're in Oakley or Ashby or Thomas Mill, take shelter now. Pretty rural area out here. Let's check and see if there's anything you guys might recognize that the circulation is near. Right now, it's pretty close to Shady Grove Farms. As it moves off to the northeast, it'll get close to the Old Union Baptist Church. Could cross Highway 139 near Ashby and Oakley, near Sega Construction and the Ashby Baptist Church. Take shelter if you're in that area. Also, we've got to watch out for you guys in Montevallo and Calera. The good news about the circulations that come together really fast like this is sometimes they go away really fast too, so let's hope for that. But we do have a debris signature here. So yeah, this definitely has done damage here near Antioch Road over Highway 20. We'll see what happens with it as it continues to go towards Thomas Mill, Oakley, and Ashby in Shelby County, Alabama. Or what county is this? Bibb County, Alabama. My bad. And it does look like they have upgraded this now to a radar confirmed PDS warning. And that's why we can see it. It's there, and we've got a tornado on the ground. Once again, hopefully not for a long time, but even if it just stays on the ground for a short period of time, this will come close to some places, some homes and stuff. I see some residences over here on a road literally called Family Road. That's pretty close to where this debris signature is right now. And then we've got, once again, some of the other places I was talking about, the Ashby Baptist Church, Union Baptist Church, Highway 39 there near Sega Construction. You guys all need to be watching out and taking shelter right now. Andy's watching an area just to the east here near Clay, and Talladega counties in Alabama. This is a potential tornado trying to come together here as it comes towards Waldo. We believe the National Weather Service may feel the need to issue a tornado warning here at some point, so y'all watch out. You can see the storm coming together there slowly but surely. Let's check back in on the radar confirmed PDS warning. Still going strong here. We still got a concerning looking signature. We still have our debris signature, and this is getting close to Oakley. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Up with tilts here from that PDS tornado on the ground there. There is another mesocyclone. You can start to see the hint at it forming literally just like maybe a couple miles to the east of the current tornado. So that area needs to be watched as that mesocyclone may travel downward to the surface like this one just did. So we'll see if a new tornado forms just to the east of this one, and that would be in a currently radar indicated warning polygon. So if that comes together, we'll see an upgrade there as well, and that would be closer to areas near Calera in the future as this travels northeast.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, talking about how this is our tornado that's doing damage right now, and it's likely, hopefully it doesn't continue to do damage much longer, but even if it stops, we might have a new area of rotation coming together right here that might cause more problems as it continues to go up towards Wilton, Calera, Montevallo, and Minooka. So yeah, we got a couple storms out here in Alabama that are causing trouble right now. If you are in Shelby County, Alabama, get ready. All of this is coming towards you. You've already got a tornado warning, but just to your south, we've got that PDS radar confirmed tornado warning ongoing right now for Bibb County. All right,
New
let's get
information.
the,
This tornado
latest
warning has been upgraded.
location here. That debris signature is specifically pretty close to, I would say, nothing. But it is getting closer to some of the areas I was talking about earlier, like the Sega construction, the old Union Baptist Church area there along Highway 139. If this continues to stay down, it will potentially impact those areas. But hopefully it's lifted, and we're not going to see any more damage from that side. But a new tornado might be trying to form right over here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. And look at that. Boom. Right in line with Andy's y'all watch. And it goes a little bit farther out to Oxford. But yes, take shelter now in Calhoun, Claiborne, and Talladega counties in Alabama. We've got a tornado warning now as this circulation is coming together here as it goes towards Waldo. Waldo, Smelly, Chandler Springs, Taylor's Mill, Carrara, Gunthertown, and McElderry. You guys are all in the path of a dangerous storm capable of producing a tornado. Please take shelter.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
They went ahead and upgraded this warning here that includes Alabaster to a radar confirmed tornado warning. So they're expecting that this is going to continue to produce a tornado as it comes up into Montevallo and Calera. So take shelter if you haven't already. Chandra, we've got a lot of traffic cameras here in Alabaster, and we're going to want to try to track this as it comes up through Interstate 65 there. I will recommend one of these so you can see the general area where it is. So yeah, 2 tornado warnings in Alabama now. One of them's broken up into 3 different sections, but it's just one. B. Dean Barry is also out there getting close to these storms, so we're going to follow him. Who else we got here? Daniel Whitaker. Who else? Kevin McHenderson. Yeah, there's a couple storm chasers out here trying to keep us updated on what's going on. Got 6 minutes left on our PDS tornado warning here. What's going to happen is the circulation is going to go outside of the polygon. We're going to start becoming a little bit more concerned about our folks here in Montevallo and Calera. The specific area of rotation that spawned the original tornado warning is gone for the most part. But the new one could be trying to come together right here. So we're going to stay in our safe spots, and we're going to respect this storm as if it was still producing a tornado. by the way, here's some locations in the path of our dangerous storm here in Calhoun, Clay, and Talladega counties in Alabama. We've got places like the Legacy Professional Plaza and the Main Street Family Care Clinic in the path of the rotating part of the storm. The Friendship Community Center, Oxford Fire, and of course the Munford High School. If you know where any of that stuff is, that's close to where some of the stronger parts of the storm is going to go. So if you're there, take shelter. If you know somebody there, tell them to take shelter, just in case they're not watching, or if you think they don't know. Severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag up here in southeast Tennessee. This is in Soddy Daisy. This is coming up towards Pikeville again. Pikeville's getting slammed by severe storms tonight up here in Tennessee. Another one's coming in right now. So yeah, get ready for some 60-mile-per-hour winds potentially in Sale Creek, Graysville, Pikeville, and New Harmony over the next 34 minutes or so. Got a severe thunderstorm warning up here in Braden and Sharps Chapel as well. Campbell, Claiborne, and Union counties in Tennessee. That's going to go on for the next 19 minutes. We're starting to see the storm come in the distance there through some of our Alabama traffic cameras.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Once again, this is around Alabaster, where we're going to be able to watch this thing come in from a bunch of different angles. And we just got a new tornado warning in Tennessee, by the way. That's the storm that's just going by Soddy Daisy that we were just talking about with the severe thunderstorm warning. Now we are seeing some signs of rotation, some increased signs of rotation. Could be trying to produce a tornado here between Flat Top and Hednan. So take shelter now. Again, in Pikeville, Summer City, Ogden, Laurel Brook, Smithtown, and Hendon. In Bledsoe, Hamilton, and Ray counties, and Sequatchie County in Tennessee. It's a dangerous storm. It is capable of producing a tornado, but I want everybody to know that it doesn't look like it's a big tornado or anything like that. Don't want you to let your guard down. That doesn't mean that you don't have to take shelter, but I don't want to scare anybody. We've talked about a lot of different tornadoes today, and just want to let you know how I'm feeling about it. But this is this is definitely a concerning signature, and it's worth you taking shelter. What do you got to lose? Go ahead and get into that safe spot, and we'll let you know when it's time to come out. Dean Barry is back here. We've got some chasers closer to the action, like Kevin. He is also, in Alabaster, in the general Alabaster area. We've got him pulled up.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
For you. You can see some of the lightning that's coming together. And I think we just got our first tornado warning in Georgia. Yeah, our first Georgia tornado warning. Now in effect for Fannin and Gilmer counties in Georgia. So we've got an area of rotation here coming together in AI. Is that the name of this town? AI? Santa Lucia, Burnett. It's getting ready to go over a Bear Den Mountain. This could impact McKaysville. So who here lives in AI? You are in the path of a dangerous storm. Take shelter. We got anybody watching from AI? I got to know, is that the name of that? Anyways, this is going to approach Highway 5 up there near Epworth. So we've got to be on our toes. We got to take shelter here. I'm going to see if we've got any views of what's going on here. All of our Georgia traffic cameras just point right down to the ground. I didn't mean to hit that, Chandra, by the way. You don't have to pull that up. But we do have some cameras over here in Fannin County. So if the rotation gets over there closer to Blue Ridge, we'll be able to show you what's going on. But for right now, everything's happening over here in AI. Oh, it's pronounced I. How unique. I was going to say this might be a good place to, send Y'allbot to. It's pronounced I though. Okay, I love it. All right, but you guys are under a tornado warning. There's no confirmed tornado or anything like that. But yeah, definitely take this seriously and stay sheltered for the next 29 minutes there in Fannin and Gilmer counties. It's a neighborhood. Okay, I see. All right, let's check back in on our tornado warning for Bledsoe and Hamilton counties over here. Rotation's still there, but it is falling apart as it approaches Laurel Brook, but we need to stay sheltered. And we've got an update from Elijah. Go ahead.
Hey Ryan, so the National Weather Service of Birmingham, Alabama, posted on Twitter that they were preparing to shelter because their office is actually right at the Birmingham radar. So that tornado warned storm is actually passing basically directly on top of their office. So they are most likely sheltering right at this moment in time. So when an NWS office does shelter, it doesn't just they don't stop everything. They do, but they kick it to another office. So one of the nearby National Weather Service offices that it connects to the National Weather Service of Birmingham is going to most likely be temporarily kind of issuing any extra warnings that would need to be issued while they are in their tornado shelters. But treat that as, the National Weather Service is in their tornado shelters. You should be in yours as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Elijah. The tornado circulation is getting close here, and it's actually near that camera in slot number 2. Chandler, put that in 1, and then we'll watch this as it goes over Interstate 65. Once again, a strong storm capable of producing a tornado is coming up into Shelby County, Alabama. This is a radar confirmed tornado at this moment. So we are concerned about our friends over here in Calera especially. Yeah, everybody over here from Montala all the way over to Shelby Springs, to Longview, to Varnins, and then over towards Columbiana, it needs to be taken shelter. This is going right for the general area where the National Weather Service Birmingham office is. So yeah, this could also go up towards Chelsea. And this is in Shelby County, Alabama. It goes on for the next 41 minutes. Once again, those backcountry campsites, number 1, 2, and 3 are in the path. The Oak Mountain Amphitheater. So yeah, get those people in their safe spots. And it just looks like a really intense storm right now in the southern Alabaster area. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning here for Alabaster, Columbiana, and Chelsea. We're really concerned about this part of the storm right here. We've got very strong winds coming around, and this is also where you would typically see sometimes a tornado occur in a situation like this. So the Calera, Shelby Springs, all the way up to Columbiana, Joinertown, even Yellowleaf Creek Estates. We are concerned about this area here. Real quick, let's go check in on some of our other areas of interest. And also, first, let's talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Did you say go ahead, Ryan? Sorry, I didn't hear.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we have 2 tornadoes on the ground at the moment, just outside of the BMX radar. The way I'm able to tell is on the most recent scan, tilt 2 of the correlation coefficient and the differential reflectivity helps confirm that that is a legitimate debris signature right north of Calera. And then there's also this tornado back to the south and west of, so just due west of Calera here. And so both of those are ongoing simultaneously, 2 tornadoes on the ground right there as the National Weather Service in Birmingham is taking shelter.
All right. Thank you, Andy. We've got 2 tornadoes here ongoing right now in the greater Calera, Montala Acres area, Roberta. This is a really dangerous situation. Hopefully everybody is in their safe spots, as these are going to be coming up right into the area where the tower is, and then over towards Joinertown as well. Some of the communities that are in the path here include Dargan, Joinertown once again, and Yellowleaf Creek Estates. We've got a camera right near where the tornado is. It's not quite on exactly where it is, but this is pretty close. It probably went about a mile to the south and east of this camera, and now it's crossing over that road that we're watching right now. It's crossing over the road and going up towards County Road 42 now. So that's what we're dealing with here in Alabama. And Chandra, slots 1 and 2 are the same. Yeah, let me give you some a little bit more information as to what we're looking at here. On a mesoscale level, the coordinates of where that most recent correlation coefficient drop comes from puts it really close to the Rolling Hills Conference Center. Puts it really close to the My Eye Doctor next to the Taco Bell there near Rolling Hills Campground. NXS Gym, Shelby County Landfill. All of these areas are pretty much right in the path of this tornado if it continues on its current trajectory. Could be doing somewhat significant damage here near Dargan right now. This is very close to the Publix. Once again, if you know what I'm talking about, you know over here where the Quality Inn is, the Rolling Hills Campground, over there where the United Rentals and the Publix is on Cates Park Drive. That's around where the tornado is right now. And if it continues, it could get dangerously close to the Waterford Clubhouse. All right, if you guys know what that is, tons of homes over there. Go ahead, Andy.
Agreed, Ryan. And the latest, oh my goodness. The latest scan here has the tornado actually going on a due northward path, if not swinging to the north-northwest, perhaps even swinging around the local pool of vorticity to its southwest. They could be interacting with each other, which is slingshotting this to the north and west. Unfortunately, one of the places that I just looked, the Rolling Hills Campground that you mentioned is a trailer park. Which was, I guess, assumable from a campground, but I think it went directly over that. And now it's if it swings around north-northwest, there's some facilities, maintenances that way, or maintenance buildings that way. So you could call out some mesoscale areas that way, basically paralleling I-65 and Highway 31 up there if it continues that direction.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. We're continuing to track this thing as it is now somewhere north of the Rolling Hills campground, somewhere also to the really close to the Central Alabama Paintball Park. If you know where the Pilgrim Rest Church is, this is the general vicinity where we think the tornado is right now. It could continue on up towards the Backyard Paradise in Alabaster, Alabama, and then up there towards the Central Alabama Ballantrae Pool and the Ballantrae Golf Club. I know I'm probably saying that wrong, but you guys know what I'm saying here. We've got a tornado doing damage right now, working up now towards Joinertown, and eventually, maybe if it continues, up there towards Chelsea. So we've got an incredibly strong storm going on right now, and Andy's got another update for us. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, just a couple more things to say here for accuracy. The tornado is in this cone of silence now. You see that black circle around the radar. The radar starts essentially gathering data outside of that so that it's not all garbled right next to where the radar is. Tornado is inside of that, so basically right along the highway right now. And because we can see such a deep debris signature in each of the previous scans before it was in this cone of silence, we're directly scanning the tornado itself, not even in the cloud base at all. So that correlation coefficient drop directly tells us the damage swirling around in this tornado is what we're seeing show up on radar here. So the next scan, if it's still on the ground, paralleling Highway 31, that would take it on that northwest, north-northwest track that I talked about. And we'll see if it's going to continue doing damage when we can scan it again.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Watch me pull this back and forward over and over again. You can see the path that it's taken here, and it does look like it's taken a little bit of a north-northwest turn there right at the last moment, getting into this empty area where we can't see anything because we're so close to the tower there. So we're anxiously awaiting the next scan.
A new tornado warning has been
we got
issued.
it. And it looks like it's still in there. Notice how whenever it first went in, we start to see this elevated area of, kind of a disturbance right there. And then watch what happens with the next scan. That moves exactly where you would think it would go to continue to be in line with the tornado right here. You see that? And then right there. So it's likely somewhere right in here, and it's going to continue to go up in that direction. For the next little bit. So we've got an observed tornado on the ground right here in the greater Alabaster area, specifically near Varnins and Camp Branch. I'm going to, once again, just call out a couple more places here, and then we've got to go check in on that new warning that just came out. But tornado right now could be somewhere between the Family Connection and the 3D Air Services, and then maybe even coming back over there towards the Rancho Escondido Mexican Grill. It could be all going up towards the Backyard Paradise area as well. This is where we've got the Southern Belle Westies, and this is a pretty big residential area. We're talking about Equestrian Drive, Oakwood Drive. Take shelter if you haven't already, especially if you're even farther downstream. Hopefully all these people are already in their safe spots, but if you're not yet in Pelham, Alabaster, Indian Springs, over here towards Chelsea, it's probably a bad idea. You got to get there, and you got to get there fast. And let's go check in on that newest warning that just came out in Alabama. Here it is. We've got a new tornado warning for Augusta, Chilton, and Dallas counties in Alabama. We've got some rotation right here near Jones and Vine Hill. It's moving up towards Pletcher, and then Fairview, Clanton, Thornsby, and Jumbo are all in the path of this dangerous storm. We want you to take shelter. Some more specific locations might include places like the St. Vincent's Hospital, and then also the Hotley Healthcare and Rehabilitation Nursing Home. Both of these areas are in the path of the circulation, and we need you to get into shelter if you're in either of those places. All right. Let's go really quickly check in on our Georgia warning. It's been a second since we've talked about that. We've got 15 minutes left on this for McKaysville. Stay sheltered in McKaysville for the next 15 minutes, but I think that's going to be allowed to expire here soon as the rotation has dissipated quite a bit. There's that disturbance, that contamination that's likely happening with the velocity as a result of the tornado being kind of close to the radar there. And then we're waiting on our next scan here. Last one I've got is from 3 minutes ago. But we're just, we're trying to see what's going to happen next as we continue to track this storm. We've got potential more places in the path here, including Indian Springs Village, Chelsea, and places like Simmonsville and Watkins. And I don't think I've talked about Deerhurst or East Saginaw yet either. All of y'all need to be in your safe spots and, taking shelter right now. Yeah, that could be it right in here. I could also, we're going to hope that it, has kind of maybe fallen apart over here, but we're going to assume that it's still down, and we're going to stay in our safe spots for the next 29 minutes in all of Shelby County, Alabama, especially if you're outlined in that polygon there. Nothing going on in Nashville right now. The closest, actually, I take that back. There is some flash flooding going on in Nashville right now. We've got flash flood warnings all around Nashville as it's rained a ton today, and that's been about the extent of what we've had to deal with in Nashville. So we've got flash flooding going on from Nashville all the way down to Lawrenceburg. And that's the most that you can expect tonight. I don't think we're going to have any significant severe weather in Nashville. Also, the storms are getting close to my neck of the woods. People in my hometown are asking about, hey, what about us? We're over here in eastern Kentucky. We do have an area of storms heading right for us that might bring some gusty winds, but it looks like they're falling apart pretty fast. Knox and Bell counties down here in Kentucky are under a special weather statement for maybe up to 40-mile-per-hour winds. So we'll see what happens as that approaches us here in eastern Kentucky. And let's check in on that tornado warning in Tennessee. This will be allowed to expire in a few minutes. But let's stay in our safe spots in Pikeville and areas near Pikeville and Graysville in Tennessee. The warning in Georgia has been allowed to expire. Really quick check-in on our tornado warning for Oxford, Alabama. This is also going to be allowed to expire in about 12 minutes. So we are kind of locked in on our observed tornado warning here in Shelby County, Alabama. And now we've got an update from Elijah. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So I mentioned earlier that the National Weather Service of Birmingham, Alabama was going to shelter. They did. Obviously, that tornado passed very close to their office in the cone of silence of the radar. So if you actually were to look at the text of the very southern tornado warning, you would notice that that was issued by the National Weather Service of Peachtree City, Georgia, also known as Atlanta, Georgia. So even though it's not their jurisdiction, the National Weather Service of Atlanta, Georgia, picked up the duties of Birmingham because they were having to shelter from the tornado just a few hundred feet from their office.
All right. Thank you, Elijah, for the update there. So sounds like they've, come out well, and unscathed from this one. So that's good news. And we're going to continue to track this as it goes up towards, once again, Chelsea. You're under a tornado warning. So, let's stay sheltered for the next 26 minutes at least over here in Shelby County. We're also watching this tornado warned storm that's coming up towards places like Clanton. The rotation's coming together near Billingsley, but it's not quite concerning yet. So
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. Let me know when you got a second.
Continue to watch this, but right now it's just take shelter and let's hope for the best. Let's hear from Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
All right, we're going to give this one last try, but we do have a rotating supercell that is southwest of McIntosh, Alabama. So we're going to head on down to near Monroeville and try to intercept this thing. But it does look pretty good. It'll probably have a tornado warning on it pretty soon. So going to do one last hoorah, and we'll call it after that.
All right. So Brad's talking about this storm right here that just came out of Citronelle. It does have some rotation on it, that's for sure. And he's right, it probably will get a tornado warning at some point. Brad Arnold's going to go after that one, see what happens. And then, yeah, so if you're in McIntosh, if you are over there near Mount Vernon, Alabama, get ready. Brad Arnold's on his way, and the reason he's coming is because he thinks he might see a tornado. So, yeah, that's what we're dealing with here. Lots of lightning with our storms here in Alabaster. You can see that very clearly as the storm is visible through the algotraffic.com cameras. Two Palms Resort, thank you for the support. I really do appreciate it. Jen, I think that you've got a slight chance of severe thunderstorms. It doesn't look like anything crazy. Just have a way of getting warnings.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Let's see where. There it is. It's just to the north and east of our existing warning, and to the south and east of Birmingham. This is for Shelby County, Alabama. They are continuing this as a radar confirmed tornado warning. So yeah, take shelter over here in Shelby County, Westover, Sterrett, Vandiver, and Cloverdale. New tornado warning for you. Somebody in chat says Ryan hates Georgia. No, there's if you notice, there's no warnings right now in Georgia at all. There's nothing happening in Georgia. We've got tornado warnings in Alabama. We've got special weather statements in Kentucky, flash flood warnings in Tennessee, severe thunderstorm warnings here, there. The reason we're talking about all these other places is because there is something to report there. Once there's something to report in Georgia, we will talk about Georgia. It's a good thing when we're not talking about your town.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Clark, Mobile, Monroe, and Washington counties in Alabama are now under a new tornado warning. And that is Brad's storm that he was talking about there. Andy also has a y'all box on that. Andy, I'm going to have to make it to where when you hit those, it just you can like check a thing and it automatically turns the lights green as well. But go ahead.
Yeah, that could work out well. I actually made that a couple minutes ago when Brad talked about it, and now I'm queuing in to say there's a debris signature on it. So we do have a tornado debris signature going unwarned, or now it's just warned, probably radar indicated, but it is on the ground now as it heads in between McIntosh and Mount Vernon, Alabama along Highway 43. So we'll be covering that. I also realized that National Weather Service Birmingham is just getting back to their positions after taking shelter, but I've gone ahead and put out a severe related y'all watch out for Sylacauga, Alabama, as a bow echo is forming there, and there's definitely severe winds, consistent severe winds all along that. So I want to make sure we have that severe wind warned here.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. We're going to go back to that warning in the Clark, Mobile, and Monroe County area. Yeah, it does look like there's a tornado going on here, and it's coming up towards McIntosh and Malcolm, Chestang, Reed Settlement, and Toinette. So take shelter if you haven't already. We've got Brad Arnold and Bryce Shelton on this storm. Bryce is a little bit closer. So let's pull up Bryce too if we can. And let's also check and see here. We don't have anything. Yeah, we don't have any traffic cameras or anything like that. But we got Brad and Bryce on their way down Highway 43 towards McIntosh, trying to get to this storm. There they are. All right, so we're going to watch this one closely because it does look, quite impressive overall. There's a very strong area of rotation. We've got a hook. This is, this is what we look for. And then also, yeah, we've got the debris signature like Andy was talking about. So we've got a tornado here. This is coming up towards Chestang. And let's go ahead and see if there's any sort of other information I can give you about this. Currently, that the debris signature is near Mission Nuestra Senora Church. It is also near the D&D RV Park and the Friends Center. So if you know where the intersection of Fairford Road and Fire Tower Road
New information. This
that's
tornado
around
warning
where the
has been
tornado could be
upgraded.
here within the next couple of seconds. A couple of minutes, we're talking about a little bit farther out there to maybe to areas just south of McIntosh, near BASF, for example, the big industrial area down there, and Tate and Lyle, also River Landing Coffee Co. Those are technically in the path of where that would go if it continued to move in the similar direction. You just heard the beeps there. That's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. It's been a second since we've had one of those. We had a bunch of them yesterday, but today this is a 70-mile-per-hour wind situation here, where Andy was just pointing out the where we had a good chance of seeing some strong winds with his y'all watch out there. So now the National Weather Service is also saying that we've got a large area of up to 70-mile-per-hour winds coming in to the Sylacauga, Childersburg, and Pell City areas, Reynolds Mill, and I mean it's this part of the storm right here that we're most concerned about. Let me zoom out here so you can see that a little bit better. That little bowing segment of the line, that is going to push right into Sylacauga and likely cause some damage with the straight line damaging winds. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that, and we would encourage you to take shelter as if it's a tornado warning. Okay. Just in case, right? On a day like today, on a high-risk day, that's what we do with considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. So Brad and Bryce are both on their way to the storm down here in South Mississippi, which now has a observed tag on it. This is a radar-confirmed tornado coming right up into the areas just south of McIntosh. So get ready in Malcolm and Calvert as well. Bryce and Brad are getting close. You can see the lightning increasing there as they get closer. Big time lightning and just a really intense storm happening right now in Clanton, Alabama. This is algotraffic.com at Alabama I-65 at mile marker 213 northbound. All of the cameras need names exactly in that format. That's something I got to work on. Crazy light show here. Tornadic circulation does look like it might have decoupled a little bit. You see how we've got a little bit left over here near Chestang. So we'll see what happens here. I don't know if this is going to continue. I don't know if it'll recycle. But we definitely do have a continued area of concern going over Highway 43 between McIntosh and Malcolm right now. So we need everybody downstream to take shelter, especially over there in Carlton and the town of McIntosh itself. Ryan, you always seem to sign off right as the storms are hitting us in Santa Rosa County, Florida, but we love you anyways. Yeah, there's a lot of people in eastern Tennessee, Georgia, eastern Kentucky, who just think I hate their guts because the storms just happen to always start weakening before they get to those areas. And also, like, what we do here is we do 12-hour nonstop coverage, right? And then we got to take a nap. And, even if we come back tomorrow, our 12 hours is going to be up here in 2 hours. So there's no way that we could do the Georgia part of this storm. But, like, the good news is for most of Georgia, I think we're going to be dealing with a less significant situation as what we're seeing right now and what we've been seeing earlier today. But there will be severe weather tonight in Georgia. That Clanton camera just continues to be absolutely nuts here on I-65. Oops, where'd it go? Oh, I see. And by the way, it is 9:30 local, 8:30 central. We're exactly 10 hours into today's live coverage, which means that this is our 21st hour of live coverage in the past, 36, 38 hours or something like that. We have been live for the majority of the past couple of days. So yeah, we are we're nearing the end of our second 12-hour stretch here. Bent says major wind in Huntsville, Alabama. There's a flash flood warning right now in Huntsville, by the way. And yeah, you guys have got the big frontal boundary is about to come through. It'll get pretty windy for a while, and we actually might have a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings, a couple more storms that we've got to watch here as they come up through Huntsville. We're not out of the woods just yet in Huntsville, but it's getting close. Getting close to being over. Speaking of being over, it is over. The event is technically, or actually is definitely over for, I would just about say the entire state of Mississippi, except for right down here near Pascagoula and Moss Point. Rest of Mississippi can go to sleep. Nashville, Memphis can go to sleep. All of Kentucky can go to sleep. Birmingham, pretty close, Yeah, I'd say Birmingham's probably fine. Huntsville, a couple more hours. Demopolis, it's over. Like everything to the west of this line here, good. Everything to the east, not so great. It's going to continue to be pretty intense as far as severe storms go and stuff throughout the night. all the way into Atlanta. Later, Dothan, Florida Panhandle. The red outlined area that you see here, that's a tornado watch. Does include Atlanta. Knoxville, Tennessee. You guys are, you're pretty close to getting a good gust of wind. But the storms, for the most part, are weakening very rapidly as they approach Knoxville. So I don't think we've got too much to worry about there in Knoxville. It's going to rain hard. We might have some flash flooding problems. But, the severe weather threat is dwindling in the Knoxville area. One, two, three, the Dave. Thank you so much for that. Everybody say thank you to Dave and Grumpy Coder. You were working when I went to sleep, and here you are. You still have a voice. Amazing. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen me, but every once in a while you'll see me go. I think I've come up with a solution for the whole lost voice thing. It's professional strength, professional singing throat spray. Been doing wonders. Speaking of flash flooding, we just got a big flash flood warning for this area that's been, having the tornado warnings and stuff. This includes Alabaster, Jemison, Talladega Springs. Pretty intense rain is happening and will continue to happen, and flash flooding will be a problem for the remainder of the night, it seems. Yeah, I'm training to eventually do these weather reports in song. That's why I'm using the singer spray. I'm going to be singing the whole thing. Bryce and Brad are on their way to this storm that has an observed tag on it still. Tornado warning for Clark, Monroe, and Washington counties in Alabama. Put Bryce and Brad in 1 and 2, Chandra, and then put one of our cameras up there near Birmingham in 3. That works. What you got there, that works. It is the rotation looks probably less concerning than it did when we first started watching this storm over here, but it's certainly still warrants a trip to the shelter, the safe spot over here in Choctaw Bluff, Rockville, Alma, Manila. And we've got to stay there for the next 37 minutes. How many towns have been hit? I don't know. We'll be figuring that out over the next couple of days, I believe. James Spann is saying that a trailer park was hit in Calera, Alabama.
Has been issued.
I would say that's probably the trailer park that we were talking about here, the Rolling Hills Park. So, it's unfortunate, but I'm sure we'll hear some more reports about that. New tornado warning. And we've got an update from Elijah. We'll get to Elijah right here in a second. Let's just quickly go over these counties that are now under a new warning in Bibb, Dallas, Perry, Chilton, and Autauga counties in Alabama. A strong storm near Selma, north of Selma, is actually starting to suck in a big old bunch of warm airflow. It does look like a powerful storm. It does look like it's going to try to produce a tornado here. So we do have to get to shelter in Stonewall, Valley Junction, Plantersville, all the way up there towards Pletcher, Maplesville, and Clanton. So we're going to continue to watch some of those cameras we had up there in Clanton, Chandra, as that comes up towards them. And now we're going to get an update from Elijah. Go ahead.
Hey Ryan, so yes, what James Spann was saying is most likely correct. We have a couple of locals that are near Calera in the Discord server, and they were mentioning that the trailer park was also hit. I haven't confirmed it myself, as I've not seen any damage photos of it, and there's nothing coming in on the scanners, but most likely that is the case given the path the tornado took. And then also a National Weather Service forecaster mentioned the radar data that because this tornado passed so close to the radar, we actually recorded 90 knots of inbound velocities at only 67 feet above the ground. 90 knots is about 103 miles an hour. So there was 104 mile an hour winds roughly recorded just 67 feet above the ground by the radar.
Wow. Amazing stuff. Thank you, Elijah, for the update there. So we'll continue to, get updates about the damage that's happened out there. And yeah, that's what we know so far. And by the way, we got an update on the SPC outlook. I don't know if I've shown this yet, but the high risk is no longer. We now have a moderate risk that does continue for portions of southern Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, and western Georgia, but we no longer have a 5 out of 5 high risk on this day one storm prediction center outlook. Moderate risk is still something to take very seriously, though, so we're going to have to, heed those warnings tonight in southeast Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, and western Georgia. It is going to be a long night of severe weather, and it doesn't stop after tonight. It is going to continue into tomorrow, where we have a large, slight risk of severe weather from the Big Bend of Florida, up past Georgia, South Carolina, into North Carolina, pretty much all of Virginia, a little bit of West Virginia and Maryland. Could see straight line damaging winds, some hail, maybe a tornado or 3. But we're not looking at anything like what we've seen today.
Issued.
New tornado warning right here in Talladega County, Alabama. This is Andy had a y'all watch here. Andy was watching this, and now we've got an official warning from the National Weather Service for Talladega County, Alabama, as we do have an area of rotation coming together here near Reynolds Mill, Bernies, and risers coming up towards Barclay, Bemison, and right into the town of Talladega. So take shelter if you're in Talladega. And let's go over some of the locations that are in the path here. We're mostly concerned right now in the short term for Reynolds Mill, Bernies, Alpine, Winterboro, right here where you see these reds and greens coming together. That's the rotation. But downstream, of course, we've got Talladega, we've got Waldo, Howells Cove, and then we do have South Park A, which is a vulnerable housing area in the path here, which looks like a trailer park. We've got the Alabama School for the Deaf in the path here. Additionally, we've got the Alabama Short Track Raceway and the Talladega Super Speedway in the path here. I don't know if any events or anything like that are happening out there, but on top of that, we've got the Talladega College Police Department in the path as well. So if you're anywhere in any of that long list of towns, cities, villages, and places that I just named off, you got to be getting a shelter, and you got to go fast, as this is a dangerous storm. We've seen what these storms are capable of today. This one's no different. Let's respect the polygon. In the words of everybody's favorite weather guy out here, James Spann, and take shelter now. Alabama, Wilcox County, Alabama, it now has a severe thunderstorm warning for Wilcox, Alabama. This is Camden and areas over here near Shawnee and Estelle. And then let's see here. Camden, Shawnee, and everybody in Wilcox County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. We're expecting 60-mile-per-hour winds come in. And then we do have this big, considerable severe thunderstorm warning that continues for Waldo, Ashland, Chandler Springs, Chamber Springs, Spring Hill, Gunthertown. 70-mile-per-hour winds are coming in. Andy's watching this little rogue cell over here in East Tennessee. Low confidence, but there is some, characteristics of this little cell that we're watching just in case. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, unfortunately, a tornado dropped right on Winterboro, Alabama here in that new QLCS type warning where the circulation's on the north side. So we have a confirmed tornado on the ground in Talladega County in Alabama that will head very close to the city of Talladega, if not directly to it, after doing some damage in the Winterboro area just to your southwest on County Road 21 here. So that warning is going to be upgraded. Please be taking shelter and letting people know in Talladega, Alabama.
All right, thank you, Andy. Here we go. We've got an upgraded warning now. This is a radar-confirmed tornado. A tornado is on the ground coming up into Talladega. This is on Highway 21 right now. We've got a damaging tornado in between Reynolds Mill and Bernie's. There's the damage signature. The exact location of that is going to be roundabout the Greasy Hollow Branch area. This is right next to the Winterboro Volunteer Fire Department. This is going to go up right next to Highway 21, right up into southern portions of Talladega right now. Once again, it's near Fifth Wheel Catering. If it continues to go up the road here, it's going to go really close to the Talladega County 911 Center. The Talladega County 911 Center is, I would say, in the path of this tornado, and so is the Mount Moriah Missionary Baptist Church. Pretty big area between there, but this could be a large tornado, and it could kind of wobble around as it moves up towards the greater Talladega area. Another community that needs to be watching out here includes Martinsville and Allison Mills as it goes off to the north and east. So we're going to continue to track this as it gets closer to Talladega. We don't have any traffic cameras or anything like that. Do we have any chasers? Joseph is not online. Daniel? The heck? All right, so we don't have any chasers on this yet. But we're going to continue to watch this as it goes up towards Birmingham. We've got a new area of interest here highlighted by Andy for the Talladega County area and Claiborne County area again, as there's another area of rotation coming together right here near Smelly. This is happening between Smelly and Waldo. This could try to do the same thing that this is doing over here, over towards Carrara, Waldo, and then up there towards McElderry. So y'all watch out. Y'all watch out over there in eastern portions of Talladega County, western portions of Claiborne County, Alabama. This is a dangerous storm. Get ready. We've got the considerable severe thunderstorm warning in place, so we know that the big damaging winds are coming in, but we've also got a threat for a tornado as well. Let's look at the correlation coefficient again. We're going to continue to track this debris signature as it goes pretty much exactly parallel to the Highway 21 corridor. Latest velocity scan puts it right next to the Exxon Talladega. If you know where the Exxon gas station is there, just past the Talladega County 911 Center, then you know where this tornado is, and it's going to continue to go up towards Bimston. Now, hopefully this is one of those things that happens fast and it dissipates. We don't know for sure if that's going to be the case or not, but if it doesn't fall apart, this will very likely impact Bimston. And we've got to get our people over here in Bimston into their safe spots, anywhere between the Chevron there on the western side of Bimston all the way over to William Road Spectacular on Winston Drive, and the Samaritan House Food Distribution Center. All of these places are in the path, and the R.L. Young Elementary School as well. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning. An observed, confirmed radar indicated tornado is coming into the greater Talladega area right now in Alabama. Once again, some of the places that are directly in the path are that school there. And then also the let's see here, Allison Mills is another place. Did we get an update there? Yeah, okay, so this has just moved up a little bit farther to the north. The good news, well, there's not much good news here, but we're not seeing like deep, dark blues with this, so maybe what we're seeing is some debris fallout from a tornado that happened earlier. But what we need to do is we need to assume that this is still a tornado down right now doing damage as it comes across Highway 21 up towards Bimston. That latest scan puts it at... past the Exxon gas station now, closer to the U-Haul dealer on Highway 21. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Brian, I have some pretty large concern, specifically for this cell that's already tornado warned near Plantersville. I just put a smaller yaw watch there for the exact location since it's pretty far on the eastern side of this huge warning box. That looks quite scary of a signature, especially for that inflow so rapidly connecting with where a tornado would occur there. So we're going to have to watch that storm if it decides to plant a tornado near Plantersville, Alabama. That would be a huge issue there because I feel like this one has high potential. In addition to that, I have a medium confidence Yali gone down in south near Camden, Alabama, and Wilcox County that will pass up to the northeast, eventually getting close to areas like Whitehall and Selma, Alabama. So you guys don't have a tornado warning there yet from the cell that's well to your south. You're about 40 minutes or so away from that, but I could very well see a tornado warning approaching your doorstep there into Dallas County, the eastern parts of Dallas County, and western Lowndes County in Alabama.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for bringing us down here in closer to Camden, Alabama. We're watching this storm for you guys, and we're telling y'all to watch out in Elm Bluff up towards Belknap and Mount Nebo, just in case. This is a strong storm. You'll likely get a severe thunderstorm warning at least for the same thing as your friends down there in Wilcox County for 60-mile-per-hour winds. But this also has the ability to try to produce a tornado. Now let's go check in on that other area of interest that we were just talking about in Bibb County. Everything's coming together here for a big tornado to try to produce near Plantersville and Vine Hill. Last scan came in about a minute and a half ago, and it looks like it's trying to come together there. You can see that the hook is visible. You can see that this looks like the exact kind of storm that would try to produce a big tornado here. So we've got to get ready, and we got to get to shelter if we haven't already in Adams, Pletcher, Maplesville, Fairview, all the way up towards Clanton. Once again, you are in this tornado warning, and a very dangerous storm is coming up towards you right now. And then we're going to go back up to our tornado warning, our observed tornado warning near Waldo. And we're going to take a look and see what we've got here. I do think that our debris signature is dissipating now. So I don't know if we have a tornado on the ground anymore. I'm going to assume that we don't, and hope for the best here. But do understand This is the kind of storm that could put a new tornado down very quickly. And if you're in Talladega, the rotating part is coming right for you. And you don't want to be outside of your safe spot if it decides to put down another tornado. So stay sheltered at least for the next 20 minutes. Same thing for you guys up here in Providence, Turner, McElderry. This is coming close to the Talladega Super Speedway. So it's if you know where that is, you know the path of the storm. Additionally, we're going to go and we're going to check in on what Andy has to say. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, Plantersville has a tornado on the ground, probably a split TDS on that as well. So I would imagine this is likely an intense, significant to intense tornado ongoing here with this sort of signature. No joke at all. So we're going to see likely hopefully an upgrade to at least a PDS warning here, and watch how this approaches Maplesville to the east of Maplesville towards the Clanton, Alabama area along I-65 there into Chilton County. So this is going to be our storm to watch for sure for a little while. This has some time to do it, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you, Andy. We've got a radar indicated tornado warning here for Plantersville, but it does seem like this is on the ground now. We can tell now via the debris signature that's here.
New information.
And there's the update.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right, it is a PDS tornado warning now. Radar confirmed tornado, PDS tornado warning for Plantersville and areas to the north and east of there. We've got to take shelter in Adams. We got to take shelter in Maplesville and Clanton. Anybody in Autauga, Chilton, or Dallas counties in Alabama needs to be in their safe spots, as this is a very dangerous storm. The specific area where that debris signature is it's pretty close to the Plantersville Terry Grammer Elementary School. We just got an update there. It's moving fast and it's bigger. This is a big tornado now. Over here just to the east of Plantersville. It just crossed over Mulberry Creek, and it will be going up towards the County Road 103 here within the next little bit on its approach to Pletcher and Adams. So if you're in Adams, take shelter now. You don't have much time. Once again, it's moving quickly. And it's going to try to cause some big-time problems here. In the meantime, before it gets up there to Pletcher, once again, this is another one of those situations where it's quite rural. We don't have a whole lot in the direct path here, but we do have some homes. We've got some, mobile homes. We've got some isolated areas of residential stuff going on here. So hopefully everybody understands and is aware of what's going on here in Autauga, Chilton, and Dallas counties in Alabama. Very big tornado, it seems like, per our latest radar scan, coming up towards the greater Adams area, and then eventually over towards Pletcher and Fairview. So on its approach to Adams and Pletcher, it could cross by the Alpine Baptist Church, and then it'll get over there towards Highway 82, somewhere between the University Highway Church of God and the Jimmy's Harrison's Fruit Farm store. It's a big area, okay? It's about from here to here, but that's... just to kind of give you an idea of where the tornado could be crossing here soon. It's anywhere in here as the tornado rockets off to the north and east. So, yeah, make sure we're in our safe spots in Adams. And we need to start getting there if we haven't already in New Convert and Clanton. And this is the kind of storm that could potentially last for a little while. So we need to maybe start thinking about, Gap of the Mountain and Lomax and places beyond the warning polygon here. Yeah. Take shelter immediately in Autauga, Chilton, and Dallas counties in Alabama. Vermont School is in the direct path of this. Just for additional reference. So you can see here, we just first started seeing the debris about 9 minutes ago. And here we are now with a much larger debris signature as it approaches Adams and Pletcher. Hopefully this thing does let up before it gets to Clanton, because it is on a very straight trajectory right into Clanton, Alabama, if it doesn't. All right, we just got an update there. So, yeah, I mean, no change. It still looks like it's on the ground. It still looks like it's potentially doing some big-time damage. Thankfully, it is in the middle of the forest. It's not really close to anything still, but it's moving quite quickly up there towards Highway 82. Near the University Church of God, University Highway Church of God. That's around where I think it'll cross Highway 82. There are some houses and some residential areas out here around Ward Creek. Hopefully all those people are in their safe spots. Looking farther down the road. This could come into Adams down here near the Mount Carmel church there, and then also continue to go up beyond that past Sardis Church. And this is very rural until we get to Clanton. Honestly, if this can make it to Clanton, that'll be quite unfortunate, because it will have had plenty of time to, dissipate or do whatever it needs to do before it gets there. But yeah, Fairview, Pool Crossroads, Highland, and Samaria, you guys are all in the path of this as well. Take shelter. Looks like it's crossed the road now on Highway 82. Just to the maybe just to the north of the University Highway Church of God, south of Hillcrest Baptist Church. Now continuing.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Smitherman Welding Caps and Adams. Let's see here. New PDS tornado warning. They're going to continue this all the way out into Chilton, Coosa, and Shelby counties in Alabama. This is including, it's almost up there to Talladega Springs. But it does include Jemison. It includes Thornsby. It includes Tim Jones and Brett Adair, their vehicles, as they are in Mineral Springs right now. And it includes Jumbo, Wildwood Shores, and Pine Grove. So we've got a dangerous situation here as a PDS tornado warning extends all the way out for the next hour past Jemison over towards Talladega Springs. Whoa. New update from the Storm Prediction Center, mesoscale discussion. Strong tornadoes remain possible in the highlighted area. They've got a hatched zone pretty much where our supercell is now. That includes Canton, Selma, down to Greenville. Greater than 175 mile per hour peak intensity tornadoes is one of the listed parameters there. That's the max. So yeah, that's once again we are looking for potentially some strong tornadoes over the next little bit out here until from the Storm Prediction Center. So these are the guys that issued the high risk and the tornado watches and all that stuff. So they're watching this specific area of storms very closely. If you're just now tuning in, this little blue dot that we're looking at here is our tornado debris signature for a tornado that's on the ground right now in the Maplesville and Clanton area, south and east of Maplesville, south and west of Clanton. It's moving towards Clanton, but I'm noticing a decrease in the size of the CC drop there, the tornado debris signature. So hopefully that continues and this thing starts to wrap up, but it's not really. I mean, it's definitely not completely gone. The storm's capable of continuing to produce a damaging tornado as it approaches Clanton, so we got to stay hyper vigilant out there. Latest update on the placement of that tornado debris signature puts it really close to the New Life Assembly of God Church, the Black Belt sewer drain and cleaning facility. It's also getting close to Highway 15, where there's a bunch of houses. It's going to continue to go off to the north and east towards the Vision, Granite, and Marble facility, and then also McCraw Farms in the direct path here. If this tornado goes up Highway 15 there, as it looks like it will, that's the path it's going to take. But then once again, farther down the road here, we've got to worry about Isabella, Fairview. Hopefully everybody out there is sheltered. Yeah, this has been this right here has been a pretty strong tornado here from what we can tell. So it'll be a really good news if it stops before it gets into Clanton. Zooming out, I want to take a broad look at everything that's going on right now. We've got a couple of cells that we're watching really closely over here, and that's kind of like what's taken most of our focus, I guess. But if we take a look at a couple different radar sites. There are new storms forming down here right around Pensacola, coming up into the Florida Panhandle and then into southern Alabama here. That will have to be watched just in case. Anytime you see new storms forming like that out in front of the main line, you have to watch them. So far, there's nothing crazy going on with them, but we've got our eyes on them, and I just want you to know that we're watching in Andalusia and Evergreen, and we're watching all these storms that are coming up towards you in those areas. PDS tornado warning continues for Chilton, Coosa, and Shelby counties. Also, southern, southwestern portions of Shelby County. Rotation still looks, connected. It still looks like it could be producing new damage here. Hopefully, it doesn't continue. Once again, we've seen these happen today where, luckily, they've kind of worn themselves out over these more rural, forested areas before they're getting to the big cities and stuff. I'm really hoping that happens with Clanton. That latest update on the tornado debris signature puts it right next to that Vision, Granite, and Marble and McCraw Farms that I was talking about earlier, and it's putting it in lines with the Buckshot Speedway. And then if you know where the Liberty Hill Baptist Church is, that's the next place in line here as it goes towards Clanton and on the northwest side of Clanton. But yeah, you can start to see some of the debris that's been sucked up in the storm start to eject out into the forward flank of the supercell here, like Andy was talking about earlier with the storm that we were seeing in a similar kind of terrain with a bunch of trees and stuff. This is likely going to lead to another big debris fallout area where it will rain debris, maybe some leaves and twigs and tree branches and stuff over here in Hubbard, Posey's Crossroads, maybe all the way up there towards Jemison, as the debris is literally getting sucked up about 10, 20,000 feet into the air here and becoming a part of the storm. Real quick, as we wait on that next radar scan to come in, let's go check in on our latest severe thunderstorm warning for Monroeville. Radar indicated 60-mile-per-hour winds coming into Monroeville. This is Clark and Monroe County in Alabama. Tornado possible tag on here, so we're going to want to get indoors and away from windows in Monroeville, Frisco City. And then we got another new severe thunderstorm warning for Selma, Alabama. This includes Benton and Cahaba. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming into the Belk, Knapp, and Berlin area now. Get it indoors and away from windows. It's a dangerous storm coming for you. No severe warnings at all right now in Alabama. I'm sorry, Georgia. But there is a storm that we're watching that's about to cross the Alabama-Georgia border over here in Cherokee County and Claiborne County. We're going to continue to watch it here as it goes up towards Rome and areas just to the north and west of Rome. Right now, though, there's no warnings, but y'all watch out. We're keeping an eye on that for you. And then outside of that, there's nothing else going on right now in Tennessee or Kentucky or anything like that other than some flooding. There's actually some pretty significant flooding seemingly going on here across Tennessee. We got lots of flood reports coming in. So we are going to continue to, be aware of rising creeks and streams from Nashville all the way over to Knoxville for the next several hours. Back down to our PDS tornado warning. Let's see here. So the rotation does look like it's becoming less strong, so that's good. We're going to hope that that trend continues. It is strong enough still to produce a tornado, though, so we're going to stay in our safe spots over here in Clanton. It's getting close. We're cutting it close here. We're really hoping that it speeds up in its, destruction, I guess. Not destruction, but why can't I think of the word? And it's decreasing of being bad. This is what it's starting to hit me. 22 hours of coverage here on 6 hours of sleep. It's starting to hit me. Go ahead, Andy.
Me too, Ryan. I had to put my head down on the desk a little earlier, so I might have had a spot in my head. But I think we might see another tornado warning here. It's the Camden storm that I have the Yaligon on. This is well to the northeast of Camden at this point, as I've had this polygon on here for about 30 minutes or so. But that's going to enter a similar environment to what our supercell up here did. The supercell that produced near Plantersville and now is very close to Clanton, hopefully weakening, as you said, was the result of a conglomerate of cells, all just kind of congealing and becoming one dominant supercell that then surges all of that RFD, or rear flank downdraft, all that rain-cooled air forward, and that's what caused this tornado to occur. This mess down here, that's severe warn near Sardis and passing to the east of Selma, in Alabama. I did call it out earlier. It's a little bit smaller of a conglomerate of cells, but if it gets its act together and it travels through the same corridor, especially through Autauga County in Alabama, it could do the same thing as what we're seeing up here, what we just saw occur. So I just have an advance. Y'all watch out for those areas. I'll probably issue another one out in front of it, and we'll see how this complex develops.
All right, thank you, Andy. We're going to go back now to our tornado warning right after we check in. On this newest severe thunderstorm warning that's come out for Calhoun, Clay, Claiborne, and Randolph counties in Alabama. This includes Oxford, Heflin, and Edwardsville. Over the next 1 hour, we are expected to see some strong winds move into here, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So get ready for that. Maybe some down trees and power lines. Get away from doors and windows and all that good stuff. And I think we'll be all right. We are continuing to track our PDS tornado warning here as it comes up into the southwest side of Clanton. I do believe that we are, we're watching this dissipate. That's the word I was trying to think of earlier, not the decreasing of being bad. As I said, it is dissipating as it comes into Clanton, but it is still a very strong storm. We're going to see all kinds of lightning, and it's going to be a really nasty storm as it comes into Clanton here. And we're going to see that through, I believe, Connor Croft's feed here, if we can get Connor up. And then also, Chandra, I don't know if these are the ones that we're watching or not, but a big line of traffic cameras here from Jemison to Clanton is going to show us the true power of this storm as it comes in. We'll look at Connor. And we will look at this other stuff here, and we'll continue to cover all of our severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings as they come in, but that pretty much catches us up. We've got 4 severe thunderstorm warnings right now and 2 tornado warnings. One of those tornado warnings is essentially, or it's essentially one tornado warning. It's one big area here that we're watching. Yeah, getting there with the tiredness for sure. We've been streaming here for 11 hours. We're on hour 22 of our marathon coverage of this multi-day severe weather outbreak, major tornado outbreak. Connor Croft's right here up near Jemison, driving south into the storm and towards Clanton, and this is what it looks like up there in the forward flank. Pretty nasty. That's what we can expect in Talladega Springs over the next little bit. Oh, we've got a new WPC excessive rainfall outlook. Day 1 for mostly just like eastern portions of Tennessee. It looks like that there's a moderate risk of excessive rainfall and flash flooding out here. This includes places like, I believe this would include Knoxville. Knoxville's right on the edge there. Cookeville, McMinnville. This is close to Chattanooga. And the areas near Winchester. We've got an incredible amount of rain that's fallen here already, and the storm's just kind of slowing down. And it's going to drop a lot more rain on this area as it continues to sit here. This also includes a lot of Kentucky. It's rained a lot in south central Kentucky. It's going to keep raining, especially there in central Kentucky between Louisville, Lexington, down towards Campbellville and Bowling Green. And then down towards Somerset, we are likely going to have some big-time flash flooding going on. We currently have 13 flash flood warnings in effect right now all around Nashville. So, and also down, into northern Alabama, southeast Tennessee as well. But that's where most of them are, is right there around Tennessee. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning for Chilton, Coosa, and Shelby counties in Alabama. This is in a radar observed, radar confirmed tornado warning, and this is going to go on for the next 41 minutes. So take shelter. If you haven't, if you're just now hearing about this, you got to get to shelter in Talladega Springs and Clanton and everywhere in between. Can Clarksville go to sleep? Yeah, you guys are good. You guys are good. Clarksville's good. You want me to do that again? I think anyone west of this line is good. Oops, you can't really see that, can you? Ah. West of this line is good. And the only reason why you wouldn't be good east of that line is because of the flash flood threat tonight. Wouldn't advise anybody to stay up all night over that. You know, just have a way of getting warnings, especially if you're in a flood-prone area. The only, you know, so yeah, I think Birmingham, for the most part, you guys are good. Everybody west of this line is for the most part good. Same thing over here, Meridian, Hattiesburg, you guys are good. New Orleans is good. The places that aren't good, the places that we're still watching out for some severe weather tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow include Atlanta and all the places around Atlanta. I'll say Atlanta and somebody will be like, oh my gosh, why didn't he tell me about Cascades Heights? Which is 2 miles away from Atlanta. Generally, Atlanta, we do expect severe weather out here tonight. You know what I'm saying? And like this whole area around it. And then also Columbus and Auburn down here in the border area between Alabama and Georgia. Dothan, you guys are going to experience some severe weather tonight. Crestview, the panhandle of Florida from Panama City through Destin over to Pensacola. Mobile, Alabama, this is going to be, you know, pretty loud storm that's coming through here soon. And hopefully in an hour or two, it'll be out of the Mobile area. But that's what we're looking at right now. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we have just received a report from the fire department that the Winterboro High School did sustain damage from a tornado. So that we covered that storm right after the tornado had touched down. And it does look like the high school did take a direct hit from the tornado.
Okay, thank you, Elijah, for the update there. Unfortunately, you know, we're hearing more damage reports coming out. I think in our next video, we will have a comprehensive overview of the entire event for you at the beginning of it, and that's something that Elijah is likely going to work on as well. If you want to see, Elijah, do you still post that stuff in our Discord? Okay, yeah, if you want to see that from Elijah as he develops all the documentation around it, feel free to join our Discord. The mods are going to post a link in the description here. If you want to join, there's about 30,000 weather enthusiasts in there. It's a constant 24/7 chat about the weather. If there's a storm in Utah on a day where there's no weather happening anywhere, there's people in there talking about that storm in Utah. It's a pretty incredible thing. Okay. So as we continue to track this storm here in Chilton, Coosa, and Shelby counties, we are continuing to see the rotation kind of let up, but we're still concerned about it, and we're still taking shelter out here in Clanton, up into Quincy, Gold Branch, and Talladega Springs, at least for the next 36 minutes. Checking back in on Andy's y'all watch here for Autauga County, Lowndes County, Elmore County, Dallas County. We are watching this for a potential for a tornado here soon. We've got rotation coming together near Benton and Whitehall. We would expect that the National Weather Service, if they continue to see this, they might issue a tornado warning for this at some point. So there's no warning right now, but we're giving y'all a y'all watch out just in case that continues to look like that. We've got a similar situation down here just to the south. So we're watching all of these storms around Selma right now, which are officially producing 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds as they come up into Selma. So y'all get ready for that. Trone Jet 6, I think I'm saying that right. Thanks for being here for 15 months. He says, I was unaware that there were storms in Utah, and I lived there. Yeah, it happens every once in a while. That's why I used that as an example. You know what I mean? Our PDS tornado warning is going to expire in 4 minutes. And I think this radar confirmed tornado warning is going to take its place here as the rotation is completely moved out of that southern polygon and is now in Coosa and Shelby counties. So we'll stay sheltered here for 34 minutes, but hopefully we're done with the PDS tornado warnings out of this specific cell. Continuing to retweet some media, some imagery around the damage and stuff that we've seen today out there over on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Some of this stuff I can't share on the air because of copyright, so that's our way of sharing it with you while supporting the original creators. A lot of the stuff comes from storm chasers, you know. Bruce Lee, thanks for being a member for 23 months. Says next month will be 2 years of great weather coverage. Keep up the amazing work, Ryan and the Y'all Squad. Bruce, thank you for being here for 2 years. Some of yins have been here for 4 years now. It's been a long, wild, crazy ride, and I appreciate every single one of you for giving me and everybody here the best job in the world. We're doing exactly what we want to be doing, so thank you. Why are the winds crazy up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania right now? The winds are crazy in a lot of areas because of this storm. The storm, I've said this a lot in our videos leading up to this. This storm's going to impact pretty much everybody in some way across the lower 48. And so for some people, it's just going to be a breeze. For some people, it's a lot more than that. But yeah, you're just feeling the impacts of the deep low pressure system that's ejecting, and the trough that's moving through. You're feeling the winds around this storm. It's not going to be much. It's not going to be anything crazy up there, but that's what's happening. Let me show you the satellite to kind of help tell that story a little bit better. Here's what satellite imagery looks like right now. Our major storm system is pushing east, and you're feeling some of the winds coming up into the low pressure system like this. And you'll feel those all the way up into Vermont, Maine, New Hampshire as we go into tomorrow. But things clear out really fast behind this line. Look at that. Pretty crazy stuff. We are down to one tornado warning at the moment. It's going to last for the next 29 minutes, and we actually only have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got one down here for Monroe County, Alabama, for the next 29 minutes, and then we've got another one a little bit farther off to the north and east for Calhoun, Clay, and Claiborne counties, and Randolph County in Alabama. Yo, Jim, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. You didn't have to do that, Jim. But everybody say, shout out to Jim. That's a huge help. Thank you. Debbie, thank you for that. And Waffle, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the members team. What do we call the welcome to the y'all squad? All right, what do we got going on here? We got something going on here. This is something that we have to watch. Over the next little bit, between Dollar and Quincy, not saying anything just yet, but it does look like there is something else trying to spin up together here as the storm goes up towards Hillwood. So we're going to keep watching this for you. I do want to give you guys a heads up. We've got about 30 minutes left, and then we got to end the stream. We got a 12-hour maximum, and we're approaching that quickly. But we're going to stay here with you as long as we can, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you to our automated alert system. If you want to keep that on all night, all day tomorrow, it'll be there for you, and it will relay tornado warnings and everything else from the National Weather Service that comes out in real time. Storm reports. It'll go over storm, the SPC outlooks and all that good stuff. Ha! Jesus. Yeah, right. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, per the y'all watch there, we might get a new warning for that Clanton storm. I think this is round 2 of it, and you can see a mesocyclone from the Montgomery radar as well, just to co-locate our area of concern here. I think we'll see another warning that it kind of encompasses the area of concern better, that would extend out to Stewartville and also down and to the south and east of it just a little bit there. I think we might have tornado genesis occurring as well on that most recent velocity scan from the Birmingham radar in particular. So this has come together pretty fast. It's right on the edge of this tornado warning from the National Weather Service in Coosa County. So I think we see another one quickly developing or quickly issued here, hopefully out ahead of it. And perhaps they wait just a little bit to where they can confirm it as well, because I bet this produces a tornado pretty soon if it's not doing so already.
All right, thank you, Andy. This is the area that we're talking about right here. We saw this, we saw this coming in, and if we knew if we had a linking up right here, we'd have a problem, and that's exactly what we're dealing with here between Quincy and Hillwood. Tornado genesis.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Underway, and that's why we've got a tornado warning now for Coosa County, Alabama. Let me pull the screen here full, and there you go. Tornado warning for Coosa County, Alabama. Tornado observed. Radar confirmed tornado between Quincy and Hillwood. So we've got to take shelter if we're in Quincy, Hillwood, Bentleyville, Gold Branch, all the way up towards Stewartville, Mount Olive, and Parkdale. Parkdale, you guys are included in this. And we've got an update from Elijah. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So I have a very quick update from the tornado that just recently happened near Maplesville. There is significant damage that is being reported, and entrapments are being reported as well. Entrapments are people trapped in rubble, and they are trying to rescue them right now. So I will keep you updated.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. So our latest tornado warning here is going to last for the next 39 minutes in Coosa County, Alabama. We do have a tornado, we believe, here between Quincy and Hillwood. That's going to be close to the Horse Stomp Campground in Dixon Park. We're also continuing to monitor that really incredibly powerful storm over there near Alabaster. This is what it looks like out there, just nonstop lightning, hail, wind, the whole nine. This is going to be another area that has to deal with flash flooding, I believe. Oh, got to stand up for our last stretch here. Once again, I do want to reiterate the seriousness of the situation here for our friends in Coosa County, Alabama. We do have a tornado warning, and we want you to be in your safe spots. This is going to go on for 37 minutes. Some good news is that this is technically our only tornado warning right now. All right. We've got one storm, 2 tornado polygons, but we've got 1 tornado warning right now. We've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. So things are a little bit quieter than what they were earlier. Hopefully that trend continues as we go into the overnight period. But right now, we got to take this seriously out here in Coosa County, okay? Is Chattanooga safe to sleep? So, yeah, there's going to be continued storms tonight in Chattanooga, but you've slept through storms before. I know you have. And the biggest problem in the Chattanooga area now, I think, is going to be the flash flooding. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so the National Weather Service has actually now rated the Bakersfield, Missouri tornado from yesterday EF3 with 140-mile-per-hour winds. They did say that the survey is still preliminary and is still ongoing, but they have found at least EF3 damage from that tornado. That is the third EF3 confirmed from this tornado outbreak.
All right, thank you, Elijah. 3 EF3s. As expected, this has been a major tornado outbreak, and we're going to continue to hear about tornadoes that have, been rated and discovered and tracked all across the United States over the past couple of days. So once again, we're going to tell you as much as we know on Monday in our Monday morning video update. So make sure you're subscribed with notifications on so you can get our full recap on that. And then also join our Discord. Give me just a second, y'all. I gotta go grab me something to drink. I'm completely dry here. Water bottle is completely empty. And I'll be right back. Just got to push one button here. I should start pushing that button before I say that, because it always takes about 10 seconds for the button to work. Jenny, thank you. You're still streaming? Yeah, of course. There's that's what we do. We make videos and talk about stuff, and then when stuff actually happens, we go live, and here we are. Jenny, thank you for the support, though, seriously, and also you, the accidental for the support as well. All right, here we go. This is, just a heads up. This is experimental, but we've got to let it train. We've got to let it get better. Go ahead, y'all bot.
Hey everyone, let's quickly recap what's been 30 minutes for those just joining Ryan's stream. Right now, the most critical event we're tracking is a tornado warning active in Alabama. If you're in that warning area, please make sure you're in your safe spot immediately. Additionally, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, also impacting parts of Alabama, with threats including damaging winds and possible hail. Flash flooding continues to be a significant issue tonight, with 3 flash flood warnings active, primarily affecting northern Alabama and southern Tennessee. Heavy rainfall has been relentless, prompting multiple flood warnings across Mississippi as well. Mesoscale discussions highlight ongoing concerns about heavy rainfall and flash flooding potential, stretching from northern Alabama into eastern Tennessee, northwest Georgia, northeast Mississippi, and even portions of southern Kentucky. We also saw a 42-mile-per-hour non-thunderstorm wind gust near Donaldsonville, Georgia, just a short while ago. Out west in Oregon, a flood watch has been issued and a special marine warning is active along coastal waters. Conditions remain dynamic, folks, so please stay weather aware and keep tuned right here. That's the latest update. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you, y'all bot. By the way, hail is not snow. For future reference. If you're just now tuned in, we do continue to have our tornado warning here for the next 32 minutes in Coosa County, Alabama. Rotation is still there. I mean, we've still got what looks to me like an area of, where there could be a tornado. We've got the confirmed, debris signature right here near the Waukaga State Forest. And then this is also going up towards the community of what is that? Weguffka. And that's going to continue up towards Stewartville. So if this stays on the ground, which it might have already lifted, but if it stays on the trajectory that it's on right now, it might get close to the Coosa County Road 29 there, just south of Weguffka. And it's also going to get awfully close to the cemetery there for that town. So it's in a pretty rural area, not a lot going on. But it does look to me like that last scan, the correlation coefficient drop has kind of toned down a little bit. So hopefully this thing is lifting. Dom Hall will be here for you, man. Thank you for the support. Arbon, thank you. Weguffka, yeah. Names out here in Alabama are a little different. Let's see. Lots of people are still asking about their specific locations. Unfortunately, cannot do that for everybody. Best I can do is this. Tonight, this is where we expect to see severe weather. Do you see your state? Do you see the part of the state that you live in? Now, what color is it? Is it red? We expect to see significant severe weather tonight. Potentially some tornadoes and large hail, damaging winds, probably numerous amounts of that, right? Are you in the orange? Same thing, but slightly less, maybe a little bit less intense. Are you in the yellow? We expect to see probably less on the tornado side, but probably some damaging winds intermittently throughout the yellow risk area through the early morning hours tomorrow, especially farther east into South Carolina. Dark green, probably just some heavy rain, lightning, thunder, small hail possible as we go through the day on or into the early morning hours tomorrow. Now, as we get into the day tomorrow, find your location again. Are you in the yellow? Some damaging winds are possible. Some isolated tornadoes are possible. Maybe some small hail. Are you in the green? Same thing, less intense, more isolated. So that's it. I just answered every question. Specific timing, and when it's going to get there, when it's going to stop, and all that kind of stuff is that's something that we can cover with the HRRR model that we will talk about just here in a moment. Let's just see if our next scan that comes in here continues to show a degradation of our velocity coupling. It's really trying to hold on there, but it does look like this is not, I don't know. This still might be doing damage here between Weguffka and Bentleyville. So yeah, we still got a tornado down here. The good news is, I mean, it's not around a lot of stuff, but if it keeps going, it keeps trying to hold on. It's going to get close to some stuff once it gets over there near Hanover. Let me show you what it looks like on my screen here, where that tornado is. So not a lot of stuff, but once again, hopefully it continues to do its thing out here, and before it gets to Hanover. What do we got going on out here, man? Over here in Heflin, Alabama, just incredible lightning. I got some trucks pulled over on the side of the road here because the rain's coming down so significantly. And it's been doing this for like an hour straight on this camera. That's a really intense storm there, continuing in central Alabama. A lot of the town names were designated by the Indians. Yeah, I like them town names up there in Tennessee earlier. Those were real easy. Squirrel Creek, Top Town, Fall Town. Yeah, that's easier. Yeah, I got a new scan in here. Still looks like we've got some dark blues in there. This means that there is probably a tornado still doing damage here just north of Bentleyville. Thankfully, nothing out there. Absolutely nothing. I'm really trying to find something. What's this? There's this. I don't know what that is. It's a triangle cut off the top of the hill here. But seriously, like, this is in the middle of nowhere. So this is good. We want the tornado to do its thing out here before it gets over to Hanover. But if you are in Hanover, take shelter just in case, you know, it doesn't tire itself out over the Triangle Mountain. Yeah, and also get ready in Mount Olive just in case. Clay Henry. No problem. Hey, Laura, the dude next to you loves watching weather events with you. This is from Clay, Laura. He wanted me to tell you this. Thank you for that, Clay. So the next scan that came in here does look a little bit less impressive, but I'm going to tell you what, this little velocity couplet has held on for dear life. So we might, you know, if we're over here near Highway 231 near Hanover, you know, we need to stay in our safe spots. We might have a lingering tornado trying to rip up a few more trees here as it goes across Highway 231 within the next couple of minutes. Winnie A, thank you. That's a deer food plot? No way. Somebody shaved off the top of a hill for that? How do you even do that? Let's look at some of these cells a little bit farther to the south just to get an update on what's going on with them. We do have new kind of convection still bubbling up down here near Pensacola and then flying up over the Florida Panhandle. Towards southern Alabama, we got a strong storm trying to pop up and get itself rooted here west of Carolina and River Falls and Andalusia. It is ramping up. We're not seeing much in the way of signs of rotation, though. Andy is looking at a storm over here in Somerville in Georgia. No warning, and we've got low confidence of warning in the near future, but we could be looking at something over here between Lafayette, Tryon, and Somerville in Georgia. That's Chattanooga, Georgia, Floyd County, Georgia, Whitfield County, Georgia, and Walker County. Y'all watch out. New severe thunderstorm warning with a considerable tag, 70-mile-per-hour winds, getting ready to come into Cherokee County, Alabama, near Bluffton and Tecumseh. Additionally, another new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for the storm down to the south of our tornado warning for Deatsville. 60-mile-per-hour winds and just maybe some small hail coming over Highway 231 between Deatsville and Eclectic. Get indoors and away from windows. That's going to be a pretty powerful storm as it comes through. All right, so the rotation with our only tornado warning right now has decreased a lot. So I'd say that they will allow this tornado warning to expire, or at least demote it from an observed to a radar indicated tornado warning here soon. We're going to stay in our safe spots in good water, though, for at least the next 19 minutes, as we're going to respect that polygon, right? Andy has highlighted another area over here, and anytime, Andy, you want to chime in on one of these, let's just do the green light thing just so I know. But I'll just keep jumping around to them. For Harrelson, Paulding, Douglas, and Randolph counties over here between Georgia and Alabama, he's highlighting this area because there is the chance that we have maybe a QLCS tornado in here. So we've got a line of storms bringing about strong damaging winds over towards Bremen, Georgia. And we've also got these little areas of rotation that could become problems and spin up tornadoes as they go to the east. What in the world? I've never, ever seen this in any state ever. And today, this is the second time. That's got to be a bug with my map, right? Is it, or is that real? What's happening? What's happening here? Is there actually a town called AI next to Abernathy here on the border of Alabama and Georgia? There's no way. There's no way. All right. Anyways, Andy is highlighting that area. So we're saying y'all watch out in Bremen for the next 30 minutes. And then the National Weather Service is also, they've got a tornado possible tag on this big severe thunderstorm warning here that goes plumb near over to Atlanta on the western side. 60-mile-per-hour winds are coming in. So it's real. What are the odds, man? That is so crazy. I've never seen that before. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, now it's your choice of radar, really, but I'm using the Eglin AFB in Florida to look at Andalusia, Alabama. This is a semi-discrete supercell that has quite a bit of rotation that's improved rapidly in the last few scans. Whenever it improves this quickly, we usually see a tornado warning following it. Looks like it will cross through northwestern Covington County, Alabama, northwest of Andalusia, and towards Dozier along Highway 29. So there's no warning on that yet, but y'all watch out. That circulation is tightened up rather quickly.
All right. Thank you, Andy. we've got an area of a rotation coming together here between Loango and Fairfield, moving up towards Andalusia. Y'all watch out in Andalusia, River Falls, Dozier, up towards Brantley, and Covington and Crenshaw counties in Alabama. There's no warning, but there is a y'all watch out. And guess what? We've got a minute left on our only tornado warning. We got a few seconds left on our only tornado warning, and then for a brief moment we may have no tornado warnings. So that's what's going on here. When that red polygon disappears from the map, we might have no tornado warnings as of for once again for a brief period of time. Don't think that's going to continue for the rest of the night or anything. We're definitely going to have more tornado warnings. But yeah, just an interesting thing to point out there. One of the more recent severe thunderstorm warnings that have just come out includes Coosa and Talladega counties. We've got about an hour left on this. 60-mile-per-hour winds are coming into Ashland. And then, yeah, there's that red polygon's gone now. So we have, at this moment, no tornado warnings. We do have a really impressive-looking storm coming out of Mobile, Alabama, coming over towards the border between Alabama and Florida. So we now officially have a severe thunderstorm warning in Florida, specifically for Escambia County in Florida. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds is going to be possible as this cell moves across places like Pine Haven, Steelwood, and Gateswood on its approach to the Florida Panhandle. Georgia, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for a large area out here to the west of Atlanta. This is for Bartow, Carroll, Cobb, Coweta, Douglas, Floyd, Fulton, Gordon, Harrelson, Heard, Paulding, and Polk County. In Atlanta, we got a large area of 60-mile-per-hour winds coming in, and they do have a tornado possible tag, and that is, of course, the area that Andy's watching as well, okay? That line of storms is going to make it into Atlanta, and it will probably produce some damaging winds as it comes in. Coweta? Gotcha. Oh my gosh, I just figured out, I just had a stroke of brilliance. I just figured out how I'm going to remember every pronunciation. I just thought to myself, I wish I had a way to quickly record myself saying that and then click on that. Like when I come to the town again, that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna have a little pronunciation button every time I mess up a town, and it'll stay on my map.
Hey,
and when
Ryan,
I come back
Brad.
to it, I'll push it, and I'll know how to say it.
Out here storm chasing.
That'll be on the next stream.
Let me know when you got a second. Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. We are still actively out here storm chasing. Let me know when you got a second.
Let's hear from Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, so we are almost to Greenville, Alabama, or as Forrest Gump says, Greenville, Alabama. And we're watching a couple of storms right now that are east of Interstate 65. One is part of a confluence band near Andalusia that has some broad rotation to it, but it looks pretty good on radar. The other one is just east of the city of Greenville, which has some broad rotation on it as well. I know there's no tornado warnings going on right now. But there is plenty. If you go and look at the sounding out of Montgomery, there's plenty of spin still in the atmosphere to be able to create some tornadoes this evening and overnight. So we're going to be out here for a while, and just if you would let me know when you're getting close to ending your stream, so that way I can plan accordingly as well.
All right, sounds good, Brad. I'm going to let him know right now that. we are getting pretty close to wrapping up. It'll be anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes or so. That's all we got left, according to YouTube. So, yeah, that's our plan. But yeah, great job out there today. Atlanta. I don't think we're going to be able to make it until it gets to you.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you. Have a good evening.
We got an hour before it gets to the western side of town. So it looks like Y'allbot's going to be the one that is going to relay the warnings and stuff as the storm comes through Atlanta. Things did start a little slow. We probably could have started the stream at 2 and went to 2. But we started at 11, and so we got to stop at 11. Yeah, it's all right. Once again, the storms are going to continue. Once they get into Atlanta, they're also going to exit that area of greatest concern tonight. So Atlanta is not in the moderate risk of severe weather. We're in the enhanced risk, but we still expect to see some severe weather in Atlanta tonight. Tornado threat's going down, but this QLCS spin-up tornado threat's going to be there, and then the straight-line damaging wind threat is, of course, going to be there as well. The area I guess I'm most concerned about tonight is going to be what's left of that moderate risk farther south. So it's going to take a while for these storms to, get, completely across the Florida Panhandle and all the way into southeastern portions of Alabama. Conditions will remain favorable there for tornadoes for quite some time. For example, this Andalusia cell, sometime over the next 2 hours is probably going to do something. So we hopefully everybody is paying attention to the warnings and stuff tonight as the storm approaches Troy. Jairus, thank you for this report. Cameron says, I love Ryan, but I swear Georgia never makes it on the stream when we need it. That is so not true. You just wait. One of these days, Georgia is going to have its own high risk or moderate risk or something, and we'll be talking about Georgia all day, and it's not going to be great. It's not going to be a good thing. You know what I mean? The storms are weakening as they go farther east. That's just how it is. I live over here in eastern Kentucky, and the same thing happens here. We got big storms in central, middle Tennessee, central Kentucky, southern Indiana, and then the weatherman's always going off the air once it gets over there towards the Appalachian Mountains, But no, seriously, like I think one of these days we'll have a Georgia centric stream. The last one I can remember brought about the Noonan, Georgia tornado. I don't know how many of you guys were with us for that one, but that was a long stream, and we were talking about Georgia a lot during that one. And then also all the hurricanes that we've covered over here. It's always a good thing when we're not talking about your area. That was one of my first streams, yeah. So one of the things that's going to happen tomorrow is the Y'all Squad's going to get together, and we're going to finalize a plan for our relief efforts that we're going to do. Thanks to you guys, we've raised over $50,000 for the Y'all Squad. We're going to put that to good use out there. We got a lot of people who are in need, and we've got a lot of people ready to help. We got teams ready to go. We got trucks ready to go. We got everything ready. Thanks to you. Just one more reminder before we end the stream, if you want to help us do even more, you can donate over at theyallsquad.org to our nonprofit organization. All right. We should have a video coming out soon talking about our relief efforts in western North Carolina after Hurricane Helene, and some of the stuff that we've done here around my hometown from the historic flooding that we just had. If you're interested in that, we have a YouTube channel. It's called The Y'all Squad. Go subscribe to that. Any and every dime that channel makes also goes back into the nonprofit organization. Here's a strong storm going through Tallapoosa, Georgia right now. And my gosh, holy smokes. This is the considerable severe storm that's coming into Bremen in the next little bit. These are the conditions that you can expect in Bremen in 10 to 15 minutes. Bremen, Georgia, Buchanan, Georgia, Mount Zion, and Carrollton. This is what's coming for you. I don't know if it's the quality of the camera or what, but that looks really, really bad. Holy smokes. Yeah, we'll do the HRRR for tomorrow. Once again, considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. Actually, this one's not considerable. This has just got max wind 60 miles per hour, but I would say that it wouldn't be out of the question to see some isolated 70 mile per hour wind gusts in Bremen, in areas like Buchanan and Yorkville and Carrollton. Oh, Bremen? Jeez. All right. Yeah, let's look at the HRRR real quick before we wrap it up as well. Here's what the radar could, I repeat, could look like as we go into the future. This is a simulation. It is not real, but it is, it's the best we've got as far as something that's easy to understand and, easy to follow. And it does a pretty good job. This is what the radar could look like tonight around 4 a.m. That'll be clearing Atlanta. All the rain will be clearing Atlanta by 4 a.m. Strongest storms will get in there within the next 2 hours. And then it'll rain for a while, and then everything will be clearing out by 4 a.m. Strong storms will be exiting the moderate risk region around that same time in southeast Alabama and the panhandle of Florida. This is when the threat for tornadoes and excessive, damaging winds is going to start going down. But we will continue to have a severe weather threat all the way into the day tomorrow. 9 a.m., 10 a.m., we're going to have new storms forming down here in southeast Georgia, in the Big Bend area of Florida. Some of those could be tornadic in nature if they remain discreet when they first pop up, but they'll congeal into a big line, producing probably damaging winds in Savannah, Georgia, maybe over there towards Jacksonville, Florida. We're going to have daylight heating around 2 p.m., ready to go to increase the instability and bring about more severe weather in South Carolina and North Carolina, and maybe even up there into southern portions of Virginia as well. And then look at this. We've got a pretty stout line of storms potentially making its way up here into upstate New York, western New York, central Pennsylvania. This looks like something that could probably cause some damaging winds as well. We've got a marginal risk of severe weather that goes all the way up here, but wouldn't be surprised to see a bunch of wind reports coming out of West Virginia, Eastern Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York tomorrow, as those definitely look like they're going to be strong lines of storms coming through. And then we're going to see this blast through the East Coast. By the time it gets here, I think this is going to be pretty windy and rainy, but the severe weather is going to be over. I think that we're done with severe weather after 10 p.m. tomorrow. And then, yeah, we're going to have some, leftover rain and windy conditions in the Northeast. But for the most part, we're going to be done with it, and it'll be completely out of our hair by late Monday. So that is the complete progression of the rest of our storm here. And then what happens after that? Buddy, I don't know. I haven't even looked. I've been completely locked in on this system right here. I literally I don't even know. I will find out tomorrow and Monday, and we'll talk about it in the Monday video. Now, I don't think we're talking about snow again for a little while, at least not in places where it would be interesting to talk about snow this time of year. So yeah, I think we're going to wrap it up, and we're going to send you guys to Y'allbot. So let me check, make sure Y'allbot's good to go. Make sure we don't need a reload or anything like that. How long has it been since Y'allbot's talked, I wonder? Do we need to wake Y'allbot up? Oh, we didn't, but I did it anyways. Okay, so we are going to send you over there now to Y'allbot, and Y'allbot's going to continue to relay warnings throughout the night. Thank you guys so much for watching. 23 hours of coverage here, and just a lot of positive stuff too. The money we raised for Y'all Squad and stuff, couldn't do it without you. So I will see you Monday. Potentially tomorrow, but more than likely Monday, as we start talking about whatever's next. All right. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next one. Goodbye.